Chapter 737. The demonic cultivator really didn't expect that he would be forced into such a situation by three mid-core forging realm kids. In any case, he was an 8th-layer core forging realm expert from a high-grade demon clan. Although he had obtained some superficial inheritance from the beast-taming sect and knew some beast-taming techniques, his strength wasn't considered high among cultivators of the same level. But with the help of his vicious beasts, his strength was indeed considerable. However, this method was ineffective in front of these three little guys. Top-grade demon clans. Which family did they belong to? They actually allowed such young clansmen to come out and gain experience. Weren't they afraid of accidents? Although the demonic cultivator's heart was filled with endless resentment, the fact was that he was unexpectedly taken advantage of by these three little guys. Even now, he still hadn't recovered from his shock. The main reason for this was the identity of these top-grade demon beasts. If it was a cultivator from the beast-taming sect, he might be able to command his vicious beasts to attack these three little guys. But now, when the vicious beasts he summoned came into contact with the aura of these three little guys' top-grade demon beasts, they didn't dare to attack them no matter what the demonic cultivator did. Which family are you three brats from? The demonic cultivator was aggrieved to death. He was a dignified 8th-layer core forging realm expert, but half of his abilities were useless in front of these three little brats. Hateful top-grade bloodlines. If I kill these three, I must seize their bloodlines. When that time comes, I'll flee far away. Even if there's a huge force behind these three, I won't be able to care so much. A flying whip suddenly lashed out from the wind. The demonic cultivator didn't have time to vent his anger and quickly dodged to the side. However, a pair of ice daggers just happened to appear where he dodged. The demonic cultivator hastily put up a defensive magic treasure in front of him. Ding, ding. 2 crisp sounds rang out, and the demonic cultivator staggered 2 steps to the side.
Kill.
The little boy still held the halberd with both hands and engaged in melee combat. A huge force burst out from the halberd. The demonic cultivator felt as if his chest had been hit by a heavy blow, and the defensive magic treasure in front of him began to crack. This Xia Hai's true essence was so dense. This was truly a cultivator at the 5th layer of core forging. Could it be that the bloodline of a peak-level demonic cultivator could be so different? At this moment, a long cry came from the sky. The Yao cultivator's expression changed, and when he looked up, he saw a huge black shadow through the thick fog. It seemed to be a huge bird. Then, the fog suddenly broke apart, and a pair of huge golden claws reached out, grabbing at the Yao cultivator's head. A chuckle could be heard. Look. You still need me to make a move. The demon cultivator hurriedly placed a protective Dharma treasure over his head. However, under Samling's continuous attacks, the demon cultivator had no strength left to resist. Lu China transformed into her original form and swooped down from the sky. She already had great strength, and she cultivated both wind and fire. She was Lu Ping's #1 spiritual pet. After accumulating her strength for a blow, the beast cultivator was forced to kneel on the ground. Lu Hai took advantage of the situation. With a stab and a twist of the halberd, the Yao cultivator could not dodge in time and could only roll on the ground. However, he was still a step too late, and one of his arms had been cut off by the halberd. A delicate snort came from the thick fog. Sister Qin, that's not necessarily true. This arm was cut off by my second brother. After that, a pair of sharp blades with a slight whistling sound pierced through the thick fog. Although the Yao cultivator found something wrong, he still could not completely avoid it. 2 wounds appeared on his right ribs, and suddenly blood flowed out. In the sky, Lu Qiner was about to say something, but she saw a long whip suddenly appear without any warning. It wrapped around the neck of the Yao cultivator. Before the Yao cultivator showed a look of despair, the long whip was retracted, and a head flew into the sky. The ice blade spun in the air and was suddenly held by a pair of small hands that stretched out from the thick fog. Lu Linger proudly revealed her figure and giggled towards the sky. Sister Qin, how is it? This guy still died in our hands in the end. The black shadow in the sky suddenly disappeared, and then Lu Qiner, who had transformed into a human form, slowly descended from the thick fog. She said unforgivingly, "Humph, if it wasn't for my attack just now, Lu Hai, that stupid kid, found the opportunities." A gust of wind swept up from the thick fog, and Lu Bai materialized from the wind. "You two careless ghosts. Why don't you look at what's on that person's shoulder?" The two little girls were stunned when they heard this. They turned to look at the headless corpse of the Yao cultivator. There was a thin needle on the clothes on the shoulder. "Little Xylan." The two of them cried out in surprise. Then, they heard a faint buzzing sound, and a crisp voice giggled. "Sisters, I've taken advantage of you." The purple crystal bee queen Xylan flapped the pair of transparent wings on her back and flew out of the fog. Lulinger looked at Xylan and smiled. "Sister Xylan, your queen bee needle is getting more and more powerful. Not only can it avoid the probing of a cultivator's divine sense, it can also easily pierce through a cultivator's protective aura. It's impossible to guard against." Lu Bai nodded and said, "If it wasn't so, I wouldn't have been able to easily entangle this person with the long whip just now. It's just that this person's cultivation is much higher than ours. It's easy to kill him, but it's extremely difficult to capture him. Otherwise, if Father used the soul-searching secret technique, he might be able to find out some other secrets." "Hee, you guys are always so rash in doing things. In the future, you have to learn from Lu Bai. When you encounter something, you have to think more. Don't think that you can win so easily." Lu Ping's voice came from a distance. The surrounding thick fog gradually dissipated and finally returned to the thin layer of fog that was common in the Inyu swamp. Lu Ping took the beast cultivator's storage mystic instrument from Lu Hai's hand and found 2 jade slips inside. He scanned one of them with his divine sense and threw it back into his own storage mystic instrument. The other one raised his eyebrows and looked at it carefully. After a while, Lu Ping suddenly realized. He crushed the jade slip into powder and threw it on the ground. Then he picked out 2 top-grade spirit stones from the storage magic tool and said happily, "The central region is really rich. Are top-grade spirit stones so common among late core forging stage cultivators?" Lu Ping didn't care about the rest of the things. He threw the storage magic tool to Lu Hai and said, "You guys can keep the things inside if you like them. As for the rest, just let DeBeo keep them." I'll pick first. Lulinger jumped and snatched the storage magic tool from Lu Hai's hand, and then rummaged through it for a while. At this time, Lu Ping's divine sense seemed to feel something. He looked at the space beside him and saw a fluctuation in the space in front of him. A purple jade slip jumped out of the rippling space. Lu Ping took the jade slip and then cast a secret Jinling technique. The ripples in the space were quickly smoothed out. The jade slip in his hand burst into a burst of light. Then, Lu Ping's divine sense could penetrate into the inside of the jade slip. After a long time, Lu Ping reached out and opened the door of the golden house. He said to one of his spirit pets, "Let's go. I'm going to murder people for money. When the time comes, I'll need your help." When the spirit pets heard that they had another chance to bully someone, they all happily entered the golden house. Lu Ping's divine sense swept out and determined the direction. He then turned into a cloud of mist and escaped into the depths of the Inyu swamp. The Huayu clan was one of the 12 small forces in the Hebei training world. However, the Huayu clan was much stronger than the Yingshan Immortal Academy and the Shanyu clan. 6,000 years ago, the Huayu sect now had 4 early Dharma adepts in the sect, and they were considered one of the best among the 12 small sections. The only thing the Huayu sect lacked was a mid-Dharma adept. Once one of the 4 Laozu entered the mid-Dharma stage, the Huayu clan would reach the minimum standard of a medium force. This time, the Huayu clan was on the side of the Lingwu clan because the Lingwu clan had promised that once the Lingwu clan became a large sect, they would use secret techniques to help Laozu, Yan Changyu of the Huayu clan, overcome the early Dharma stage and reach the mid-Dharma stage. They would support the Huayu clan to become a medium force in the Hebei training world. The reason why the Huayu clan was helping the Lingwu clan this time was not only because of this promise. It was also because the Lingwu clan had hinted to the Taishan sect in the Plains training world that they would also support the Lingwu clan to become a large force. The Taishan sect was a powerful force. If not for the suppression of the Tianxian sect in the Plains training world, the Tianxian sect would have become a large force long ago. Even so, the Tianxian sect had been suppressed by the Tianxian sect for a long time. They had been able to maintain the strength of a large force for 3,000 years. This showed how deep the roots of the Tianxian sect were. If they had the support of such a sect, it would not be a problem for the Lingwu clan to become a large force. As for the other sects in the Hebei training world who opposed the Lingwu clan's promotion, they would not be able to cause much trouble under the suppression of these two sections. If it was said that the Huayu sect did not want the spirit martial sect to advance any further, then the situation of the Hebei cultivation world restraining each other would definitely be broken, and with the support of the 5 holy lands, the Huayu sect would definitely be able to dominate the Hebei cultivation world. It was just that the Huayu clan saw that the rise of the Lingwu clan was inevitable. Coupled with the temptation of becoming a mid-dharma adept, the Huayu clan might as well choose to fight now. In the future, if the Lingwu clan began to purge the Hebei training world, the Huayu clan would also be able to take credit. This time, the Huayu clan had participated in the Battle of the Lush Jade Swamp. Among the 81 practitioners, 2 had reached the 9th level of the core forging stage, and the other 2 had reached the 8th level. They were the elites of the Huayu clan. After the 81 practitioners entered the Lush Jade Swamp, they followed behind the 25 ancestors. They followed the 25 Laozu's path and wiped out Mara along the way. The 4 members of the Huayu clan gathered together and worked together. Just as the 4 of them killed 2 beasts that were lying in ambush in the swamp, one of the 8th level core forging stage cultivators complained, "At this time, killing Mara is still killing beasts. Didn't this Mara already occupy the Lush Jade Swamp? Why didn't he kill all these beasts?" Before the cultivator could finish his words, he abruptly stopped. He struggled to look at his chest and saw the tip of a sword protruding 3 inches from his chest. There was not a single trace of blood on the tip of the sword. It was as smooth as a mirror. "How dare you? Who is it? Damn it!" 3 cries of alarm sounded out at the same time. However, the cultivator's life could no longer be preserved. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and confusion. Who was it? Chapter 738. Did Lu Ping have the talent to be an assassin? Jinling's #1 assassin, Li Xianin, had successfully injured Xianling's sex Dharma Laozu when he was only at the late core forging stage. If he had not been betrayed at the last moment, Li Xianin might have been able to create the legend of assassinating Dharma Laozu. Although Li Xuanin's legacy had been inherited by Yin Xianchu, now that Yin Xianchu had broken out of the sect, Jinling's legacy in this area was already on the verge of being cut off. Although Lu Ping did not know much about this legacy, the fog that filled the sky was a natural hiding place for Lu Ping. The fog was formed from water vapor, and the art of traveling through clouds and summoning rain that Lu Ping practiced could be used to control the fog within a radius of a few miles. The 4 Huayu sect practitioners had been too careless. In a place as dangerous as the Lush Jade Swamp, they had only set up a protective layer of vigor around themselves as protection. If it had been Lu Ping, he would have definitely set up a protective layer of vigor around himself as a last resort. The water-controlling flag was also connected to his will and could be summoned at any time. Furthermore, Lu Ping was wearing the 5 elements cloudy robe. Did these 4 people really think that no one would come to provoke them? Lu Ping very quickly discovered another advantage of his assassination skills, and that was the range of his divine will. The range of attack of a practitioner's treasure was largely dependent on the strength of the practitioner's divine will. An early Dharma adept's divine will could cover at least a radius of 10 miles, but Lu Ping's divine will was far stronger than that of an ordinary early Dharma adept, and he could see everything within a radius of 20 miles. Although Lu Ping was still unable to wield spatial powers like Dharma adepts, he was still able to wield his divine will and turn the area into a place where Dharma adepts' attacks could reach. However, with the help of his flying sword, Lu Ping was still able to attack within a 2-mile radius of his surroundings. After using the Aqua Sword, In order to cover up the sound of the flying sword, Lu Ping once again reduced the distance of his sneak attack by half. Using the 5 elements cloudy robe as a cover, he successfully snuck to within a distance of a mile of the 4 and sent the aqua sword into the back of the Huayu sect practitioner with the lowest level of training. After the successful sneak attack, Lu Ping was no longer hidden from the crowd. The remaining 3 Huayu sect cultivators besieged Lu Ping, vowing to tear him into 1,000 pieces. Lu Ping's body was completely exposed to the crowd. Shocked and enraged, the remaining 3 Huayu sect cultivators surrounded him, vowing to tear him into pieces. Lu Ping used the Raging Waves Crashing Shore technique with one hand, maintaining the pressure on the 3 Huayu sect practitioners. This sword technique was best suited for group battles, and the Faded Autumn Dew sword was a dual flying sword of the spirit cultivation level, so the power of this sword technique was even greater. His other hand used the Shapeless sword technique. This sword technique, with the Aqua sword's ability to appear and disappear unpredictably, was used to its fullest potential, making it impossible to defend against. One of the 9th-level core forging disciples saw that his 8th-level core forging junior brother had been so easily sent flying by Lu Ping. His anger was mixed with fear, and he shouted, "Who are you? How dare you kill a disciple of my Huayu sect? Aren't you afraid of our sect's Laozu's thunderous rage?" As soon as he finished speaking, the cultivator's complexion changed, and he hastily retreated. At the same time, he took out a curtain-like defensive magic treasure and placed it beside him. Ding-dang! A dark blue flying sword cut through 3 bead chains in a row before retreating exhausted. Of the 3 people surrounding Lu Ping, 2 were forced to retreat. The remaining 9th-level core forging cultivator immediately sensed that something was wrong, but it was already too late. Lu Ping immediately focused all of his energy on suppressing this person. A majestic sword light descended from the sky. The person's magic treasure was only able to withstand one attack from Lu Ping before it was destroyed. The 2 flying swords cut off the person's path of retreat. At this time, the 2 people who were forced back by Lu Ping realized their mistakes. They wanted to turn around and attack Lu Ping again, but it was already too late. The cultivator only felt a chill on his neck. When he looked up again, he felt the sky turn upside down. With great difficulty, he finally saw his own body, but there was something missing. Senior Brother Tsing's. The 8th-level core forging cultivator's trembling voice carried a trace of a sob. "No, you deserve to die." The remaining 9th-level core forging cultivator crushed a purple talisman in his hand. A silver beam of light shot up into the sky, then turned into a meteor and disappeared in the southern sky. The corners of Lu Ping's mouth curled into a smile. The 2 flying swords turned into a torrent of swordsmanship, sending the 8th-level core forging cultivator flying several tens of feet away. Without waiting for him to recover, the torrent of swordsmanship chased after him for another several tens of feet. Although Lu Ping's torrent of swordsmanship didn't kill the 8th-level core forging cultivator, the cultivator was unable to retaliate and was sent flying several kilometers away by Lu Ping. As for the other 9th-level core forging cultivator, he was completely ignored by Lu Ping. He watched as his junior brother was sent flying several kilometers away by Lu Ping like a toy. Although the cultivator had doubts in his heart, his friendship with his fellow disciples allowed him to overcome the hesitation in his heart. He followed far behind Lu Ping, not daring to step forward to rescue him. After about half a cup of tea's time, a long howl came from the horizon. When the howl stopped, a spatial portal opened at the spot where Lu Ping killed the first cultivator. An old man with black hair and white eyebrows stepped out from the spatial portal. Then, his divine sense swept across a radius of more than 10 miles. The old man was stunned for a moment, then his expression darkened. He said, "The 3 of you have tricked the old man into coming here. Why do you have to resort to such underhanded methods like kidnapping me?" Ha ha! A long laugh came from the depths of the thick fog. "Fellow Qinghua, your level of practice is indeed worthy of being the most likely person in the Huayu sect to advance to the mid-Dharma stage in the past few thousand years." The fog slowly parted to the sides. A middle-aged cultivator with a weathered face, but a tall and straight figure strode out from the fog. It was the eldest disciple of the second generation of Xinling, Liang Tianfeng Laozu. The black-haired, white-eyebrowed Qing Hua Laozu laughed coldly. The three of you did not call the old man here to praise the old man, did you? The fog behind Qing Hua Laozu suddenly turned red. A violent snort could be heard. Chu Tiancheng Laozu had already used his powers to disrupt the stability of the surrounding space, cutting off his escape route. This was to prevent Qing Hua Laozu from using his powers to escape. We have set up this trap to take your life, fellow Qing Hua. Chu Tiancheng Laozu did not hold back. Red flames leaped out from the void and burned in all directions, gradually surrounding Qing Hua Laozu. Qing Hua Laozu's expression changed. He was rather fearful of this Dharma adept who was surrounded by flames. However, Qing Hua Laozu naturally could not show any weakness at this time. Rays of strange light began to flash around his body. Why is there another friend not showing himself? Could it be that you are afraid of meeting me face to face? Or could it be that this friend knows me? None of these Dharma adepts had much to think about. Just by thinking about it, they could guess the whole story. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Let's fight first. Chu Tiancheng Laozu pushed his hands forward, and the raging flames seemed to burn the entire void red. The light around Qing Hua Laozu increased at the same time, and they were locked in a stalemate in midair with the red flames. Liang Tianfeng Laozu chuckled. His hands flicked out, and a series of wind wheels cut towards Qing Hua Laozu from all directions. The heavens and the earth shook, and the void was in turmoil. At this time, the Huayu sect 8th level core forging adept, who had been hit by Lu Ping, was already unconscious. However, he was still alive. The Huayu sect 9th layer core forging realm disciple had been following Lu Ping from afar, but he didn't have the courage to rescue his junior brother. He had already sensed something was amiss. But at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from a few dozen miles behind him. The Huayu sect adept was shocked and immediately realized something. He turned around and was about to fly in the direction of the battle behind him. However, just as he turned around, he saw a person standing in front of him, smiling. If it was not the friar who had kicked his junior like a ball, who else could it be? The Huayu sect adept subconsciously looked back at the person who had kicked his junior like a ball, but the person behind him was still excitedly displaying his torrent of sword techniques. Before the adept could figure out what was going on, Lu Ping's dual flying swords had already pierced towards his chest. Even in death, this adept could not understand why there were two Lu Pings in front of him. Lu Ping looked behind him. The battle 10 kilometers away was becoming more and more intense. Although Lu Ping's divine sense was tyrannical, it could not detect the situation 10 kilometers away. However, he could vaguely sense that there were at least 3 Lu Pings fighting. Just as Lu Ping was hesitating about whether or not to go forward to investigate, another tyrannical aura appeared in the middle of the battle. The moment this aura appeared, it was like a towering mountain, giving people the illusion that everything was suppressed. Tianshan Laozu had made his move. It's you, it's actually you. You actually dare to provoke my Huayu sect. Could it be that you... Ah! A miserable cry rang out, and then the sky was filled with a bloody light that dyed the fog red. A streak of light flew in the direction of Lu Ping. Not good. This person's escape technique is very overbearing. We must not let him escape today. Otherwise, there will be a great disaster in the future. Liang Tianfeng Laozu's voice contained a hint of urgency. Then, a whirlwind rose up and chased closely behind the blood-red light. Behind the whirlwind, an earthen yellow light and a scarlet streak of light also appeared. However, the distance between them and the blood-red streak of light grew. Lu Ping watched as the blood-red streak of light charged in his direction. Naturally, Lu Ping knew that Tianshan Laozu's identity had been exposed. If he allowed Qing Hua Laozu to escape, the Yingshan Immortal Academy would be doomed eternally. Lu Ping hesitated for a moment. In the end, he mustered up his courage and poured his quintessential essence into the dual flying swords. Then, he slashed at the blood-red streak of light. Chapter 739. Although Lu Ping had always been trying to guess how strong he really was, he had once defeated the 3 heroes of the Gu clan, who had once withstood a blow from a Dharma adept, and he had once defeated the Green Fox 9 bandits, who had heavily injured Dharma adept Laozu. However, regrettably, Lu Ping had never personally fought with Dharma adept Laozu. Now, Lu Ping finally had the chance to face a real Dharma adept alone. Although this Dharma adept was already heavily injured, Lu Ping knew that a cornered beast would still fight, and an injured tiger would often become even more ferocious in order to survive. Lu Ping had never thought that his first fight with a Dharma adept would be under such circumstances. After Lu Ping had tamed the beautiful autumn water sword, he used the great sword technique that Lu Ping had not been able to use to its full potential, the 100 rivers into the sea technique, for the first time. A pair of flying swords circled in the sky, forming a huge whirlpool of swordlight. The center of the whirlpool was like a huge mouth, and the edge of the whirlpool was like a huge meat grinder, wanting to kill all the enemies it faced in the most despairing way possible. The blood-red flowing light no longer had any space to escape. The green flowing light behind him followed closely. If he stopped for even a moment, he would be tightly entangled by the person behind him. He wanted to escape. As long as he escaped, he could spread the news that he was in cahoots with Gua Tianshan of the Yingshan Immortal Courtyard. Then, the final victor would be himself. The Yingshan Immortal Courtyard was definitely scheming something big. He had already seen that the person blocking him was only a late core forging adept, so he had not paid much attention to him. However, after Lu Ping displayed his powerful swordsmanship, Qing Hualaozu was finally shocked. However, he secretly comforted himself. How could a late core forging adept control such a powerful technique? Perhaps it was just an empty shell. If you want to scare the old man will really break your technique. You are just an ant. Not everyone can stop a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The blood-red flowing light crashed into the whirlpool of swordlight. There was a cry of surprise as layers of blood-red light were peeled off by the swordlight. Every time the swordlight flew out of the blood-red light, it would bring along a patch of blood-red light. The blood-red escape light obviously didn't expect this whirlpool-like sword formation to have such power. A layer of cyan light burst out of the blood-red escape light, but it became dimmer and dimmer in the face of the swarming golden light. As the flowing light went deeper and deeper into the whirlpool, the green light finally dissipated. The sword light around its body surged up again. Within the flowing light, it once again brought out a spirit-level magic treasure. However, the moment it was brought out, it was shredded to pieces by Lu Ping's thousands of sword lights. Qing Hualaozu was a Dharma adept, but at this critical moment, he had only brought out a spirit-level defensive magic treasure. It was clear that under the combined attacks of Gua Tianshan and the other 2 Laozu, this Laozu's defensive magic treasures had been mostly used up. However, the flowing light used this last bit of resistance to finally break through the encirclement of the whirlpool of swordlight and escaped from the center of the whirlpool. However, what greeted it was not Lu Ping's panic-stricken face. Instead, it was another blue sword light that seemed to pierce through the sky. It was the true Yuan sword Qi that was wielded with all its strength by the Changlu sword, a spirit-nurturing magic treasure. True Yuan sword Qi, the inherited swordsmanship of the Yulon River's Koi clan. You are actually from the Yulon River's demon clan. An angry roar came from within the blood-red flowing light. The roar was filled with endless madness. He already knew that he had completely underestimated this person in front of him, who was only at the 8th level of the core forging stage. This level of swordsmanship was enough to compete with him. What's more, he knew that he would not be able to escape death today. The 3 flowing lights behind him had already caught up to him while he was breaking through the whirlpool of swordsmanship. Liang Tianfeng Laozu stood in front of him, while the other 2 flowing lights surrounded him from behind. However, for some reason, the 3 of them only surrounded him from afar and did not immediately attack him. Could it be that this core forging adept was not in cahoots with the 3 of them? This thought flashed through Qing Hualaozu's mind and was immediately extinguished. Whether this person was in cahoots with the three or not, he would not be able to escape death today. Since that was the case, he would take this core forging minor repairs with him to the grave. Although the strength that Lu Ping had displayed was far beyond Qing Hualaozu's expectations, Qing Hualaozu was still confident that he could kill the minor repairs in front of him. It was precisely because of Lu Ping that Qing Hualaozu had lost his last hope of escaping. How could Qing Hualaozu not hate Lu Ping to the bone? However, Qing Hualaozu had once again neglected the fact that this essential Yuan sword strike was not so easy to receive, especially since Qing Hualaozu's strength had already been greatly reduced and Lu Ping had been waiting for him to exhaust himself. Lu Ping's sword strike had sent Qing Hualaozu flying out of the light, and Lu Ping had also been sent flying into Guitianshan Laozu's encirclement by Qing Hualaozu's full force attack. The water-controlling flag above his head flickered, and the white lotuses that flowed in the curtain of light were destroyed one by one. The cloud light 5 elements robe rose up around Lu Ping's body, and the 5 elements interacted with each other, neutralizing Qing Hualaozu's attack. Even so, Lu Ping still felt a huge force pass through the 7 layers of protective upstanding qi and land on his chest. Even though the strength of Lu Ping's body was no less than that of a Dharma adept, he still felt waves of annoyance and disgust, and his face was drained of all color. Qing Hualaozu's blood evasion technique had been completely broken by Lu Ping, and after the backlash, he had been shaken by Lu Ping's full force attack. After his Dharma power had left his body, he had been forced back into the core space by Lu Ping's sword light. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and this injury had completely destroyed Qing Hualaozu's foundation. Qing Hualaozu's face was purple gold, and he wiped away the blood that had streaks of gold at the corner of his mouth. He looked fiercely in the direction of Guitianshan, who was surrounded by the other 2 Laozus, and said, "I never thought that the power behind Yuringshan Immortal Academy would be the Yulon River demons. You, Guitianshan, are a Dharma adept, but you are working with a tiger. If this matter is known by the Hebei training world, Yuringshan Immortal Academy will definitely be reduced to dust." Guitianshan Laozu smiled slightly and said, "Friend Qinghua, you can go ahead. Just like you said, if this matter is known by the Hebei training world, Yuringshan Immortal Academy will be in big trouble. But now that you are dead, who will know that Yuringshan Immortal Academy has made a deal with the Yulon River demons?" Lu Ping, who was standing outside the encirclement, was slightly taken aback when he heard this. He had interfered to stop Qing Hualaozu because he had no other choice. Before this, the 3 Laozus had also not planned to shift the blame to the Yulon River demons. Now, Guitianshan Laozu was obviously playing along. After Lu Ping had used the Yulon River demons' remarkable swordsmanship, he had conveniently shifted the blame to the Yulon River demons. But how could he successfully shift the blame? After all, Guitianshan Laozu had already been seen through by Qing Hualaozu. Did he really have to expose the Yingshan Immortal Academy as a sacrificial pawn? In the end, Qing Hualaozu's blood vessels were all shattered by Liang Tianfeng Laozu's extremely strange, remarkable power. Lu Ping looked at Liang Tianfeng Laozu in shock. Lu Ping was all too familiar with this remarkable power. Liang Tianfeng Laozu looked at the astonished Lu Ping and said with a smile, "Are you wondering how I can use this kind of ability?" Lu Ping nodded. He saw that Chu Tiancheng Laozu and Guitianshan Laozu also revealed a slight smile. Liang Tianfeng Laozu smiled proudly and said, "This kind of ability that can shatter a person's blood vessels originally originated from the Yulon River demons of the Central Plains. I don't know how, but this secret technique spread to the North Sea and was obtained by the North Sea demons. Afterwards, they used it to deal with the cultivators of the various sects in the North Sea, causing many cultivators to die of old age due to the shattering of their blood vessels and the destruction of their cultivation." Lu Ping asked with some surprise, "This kind of divine ability actually originated from the Yulon River demons? Didn't we discuss before to provoke a conflict between the spirit martial sect and the various sects in Hebei? Could it be that the Laozu already had the idea of framing the demons?" Guitianshan Laozu smiled and explained, "This is also a change in the situation. The Yulon River demons have already entered the Yulon swamp to encircle the Shura, but the two sides seem to have a tacit understanding and have maintained a good restraint on each other. It's just that it would be a pity if this tacit understanding was not broken. Gua Tianshan Laozu paused for a moment, then said, "As for this kind of divine ability, it was only discovered after a long period of exploration by several Laozu and cultivators who are proficient in the secret arts of the various sections. Although it is not exactly the same, it can still be similar. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to distinguish it clearly, and it just so happens that the sword technique divine ability that you used is actually the inherited sword technique divine ability of the Yulon River's Khoi clan. This can be said to be twice the result with half the effort. Senior Brother Liang's imitation divine ability is fake, but your sword technique divine ability is real." Lu Ping said in agreement, "If we can incite a conflict between the Yulon River demons and the Hebei cultivation world, we can indeed stir up the situation in the swamp even more. However, this will inevitably cause the Hebei cultivation world to unite against a common enemy. If the spirit martial sect takes advantage of this opportunity and unifies the Hebei cultivation world to fight against the demons, it will not be good." Liang Tianfeng Laozu and the others looked at each other, and then Liang Tianfeng Laozu asked with a smile, "Oh, do you have another idea?" Seeing that the three Laozu were so affectionate, Lu Ping knew that they had already come up with a countermeasure. He smiled and said, "I just happened to meet Gu Han of the Gu clan and Daoist Master Lu Yun of the Cloud Capital sect. These four people were colluding with a demon cultivator who was proficient in beast taming techniques to kill them. Although I saved 4 of them, 2 of them have been seriously injured, and 2 of them have already fallen. This enmity is not small." A glimmer of light flashed in the eyes of the three Laozu. Lu Ping smiled and continued, "After that, my spirit pet ambushed the demon cultivator, but I obtained a jade slip from the demon cultivator's body. It was a demon cultivator killer that the spirit martial sect had privately found. Originally, I wanted to use this demon cultivator to obtain some of the inheritance of the beast-controlling spirit sect. After killing the cultivators of the various sects, I can use it to divert my attention. However, this person is actually working together with the cultivators of the Supreme Profound sect to attack the disciples of the Gu clan and the Cloud Capital sect. What does this mean? I never thought that the Spirit Martial sect would actually collude with the Supreme Profound sect." Chu Tiancheng Laozu's face was first shocked, and then he slowly said, "That's right. If these two sects collude together, even if we successfully provoke a conflict between the various sects and the Spirit Martial sect, we might not be able to stop the Spirit Martial sect from becoming a large power." Gua Tianshan Laozu also had a lingering fear in his heart. But now that we know the news of these two sects secretly forming an alliance, it's like someone sent a pillow to us when we were sleepy. The muddier the jade swamp, the better. Liang Tianfeng Laozu laughed and said, "I don't know if the various sects in Hebei suddenly discovered that the Spirit Martial sect was secretly in contact with the Supreme Profound sect of the Plain Cultivation world, and the Spirit Martial sect suddenly discovered that the Huayu sect's Dharma cultivator, Qing Hua Laozu, had been killed by the Yulon River Demon clan. What kind of exciting scene will unfold in the Jade Swamp?" Chu Tiancheng Laozu was afraid that the world would not be in chaos. He said, "It's just that this fire doesn't seem to be burning hot enough. We need to add fuel to the fire." This was the first time that Lu Ping had seen the highly respected second-generation disciples of his sect actually use such tactics. He could not help but find it hard to adapt, and for a moment, he could only laugh along. Chu Tiancheng Laozu slapped Lu Ping on the shoulder and said, "Kid, I haven't seen you in a few years. I didn't expect your strength to have grown to such a level. You can go head-to-head with a Dharma adept, and in one move, you seriously injured Qing Hua Laozu, who is at the peak of the early Dharma stage, whose strength is on par with ours. If this news gets out, your name will not only be known in the North Sea." Lu Ping was shocked and hurriedly waved his hands. He said, "Uncle Masters, please spare your disciple. I have taken advantage of you 3 Uncle Masters." Chu Tiancheng Laozu nodded and said, "Luckily, you did not get too cocky. This matter ends here." That Qinghua Laozu was killed by a Dharma adept of the Yulon River Demon Clan. Even within our sect, this person was killed by the three of us. It has nothing to do with you. Lu Ping knew that this was the three Laozu's protection for him, so he sincerely bowed to the three Laozus and said, "Thank you, Uncle Masters, for protecting me." Unexpectedly, Chu Tiancheng Laozu grabbed Lu Ping again and laughed. "Kid, although we have helped you cover up this matter, you still have to pay a price, right?" Lu Ping already had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, Chu Tiancheng Laozu's words floated in his mind. He said, "After this trip to the New Swamp, find some time to spar with me. Let's see how strong you have become." Lu Ping's face suddenly became bitter. If it was any other Laozu, it would be fine. Maybe Lu Ping would be eager to try, but this Chu Tiancheng Laozu was a famous battle maniac. In order to improve his own strength, he once entered the late core forging stage and continuously challenged 36 late core forging stage adepts of the North Sea. Although there were wins and losses, the name Thunderbolt Fire, Chu Tiancheng became famous in the North Sea cultivation world. In fact, this wasn't a big deal. What really gave Lu Ping a headache was that this junior martial uncle was like an idiot who would pester him endlessly. If he won, it would be fine. But if he lost, he would challenge him again and again. It was very annoying. When Chu Tiancheng Laozu's cultivation was successful, he immediately challenged the first person of the second-generation disciples, Jinling's most valued perfected master Jiang Xianlin. Perfected master Jiang Xianlin had always been free and unfettered. He was most annoyed by these battles, but because he was from the same sect, he did not use his full strength. It was only after perfected master Chu Tiancheng used his full strength that he won by a narrow margin. Unexpectedly, this made perfected master Chu Tiancheng very excited. He thought that the gap between him and perfected master Jiang Xianlin was not too big. If he cultivated diligently, he might be the first person of the second-generation disciples in the future. Therefore, every once in a while, when perfected master Chu Tiancheng felt that his strength had improved, he would challenge perfected master Jiang Xianlin. Every time, he would lose to perfected master Jiang Xianlin by a single move, but he would continue to fight. No matter how restrained perfected master Jiang Xianlin was, he was annoyed by perfected master Chu Tiancheng's challenge method. In the end, he simply threw away all the friendship between them. When perfected master Chu Tiancheng excitedly ran over to challenge him again, perfected master Jiang Xuanlin's face darkened and he beat perfected master Chu Tiancheng up with a few punches and kicks. It was only then that perfected master Chu Tiancheng realized that perfected master Jiang Xianlin had always been giving in to him. He realized that the gap between him and senior brother Jiang Xianlin was so huge. From then on, perfected master Chu Tiancheng never challenged perfected master Jiang Xianlin again. Instead, he seemed to be beaten up by perfected master Jiang Xianlin. He could be said to be obedient to perfected master Jiang Xianlin and regarded himself as perfected master Jiang Xuanlin's little brother. Lu Ping knew that there was a high chance that he couldn't avoid it this time. Putting aside whether he could win or not, Lu Ping had to go all out first. He couldn't even think about pretending that he was no match for perfected master Chu Tiancheng. After being beaten up by Jiang Tianlin Laozu when they were in the late stage of core forging, Chu Tiancheng Laozu seemed to have a psychological shadow. Although his ability to pester did not decrease at all, and even became more and more intense, he had never been lenient to his opponents who adopted a passive attitude during the battle. Old ancestor Chu Tiancheng was known as the Thunderbolt Fire. His fire attribute magical power was extremely overbearing. It was especially powerful in a head-on battle. Although the cultivators who were challenged by him were originally on par with him, they were defeated in the process of fighting him head-on. Therefore, Lu Ping had no choice but to fight, and he had to go all out in this battle. After the three Laozus discussed for a while, they went their separate ways. Lu Ping followed Guitianshan Laozu and left together. When they were about to reach a camp built by the cultivators of the Hebei cultivation world, Guitianshan Laozu's expression suddenly changed, and a mouthful of dirty blood flowed out of his mouth. Lu Ping hurriedly went forward to support him and said, "Teacher, are you all right?" Old ancestor Gua Tianshan sighed. "Luckily, our foundations weren't damaged. Otherwise, it's very likely that our Yingshan Immortal Academy would have been annihilated during this trip to the lush jade swamp." As the two of them spoke, they stumbled as they flew towards the camp. Brother Gua, who would injure you to such an extent?" Like a wave, a figure gradually became clearer in the sky. A Dharma power Laozu stepped out of the void. Looking at the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth, he frowned and said, "Brother Gua, which sect did you have a conflict with?" Yingshan Immortal Academy has only been established for about 10 years, but it is all because of Brother Gua, a Dharma power adept. If anything happens to you, my old friend, the effort you put into establishing this sect will go to waste. Now, it is better to be kind to others and keep a low profile. Chapter 740. On the 10th day of the Hebei practitioners entering the lush jade swamp, a worrisome piece of news began to spread through the swamp. The Yingshan Immortal Academy's only Dharma adept, Laozu Gua Tianshan, had been ambushed by an unknown force while out on a solo trip. Gua Tianshan had fought his way out, but he had been seriously injured. After returning to the camp in the swamp, the Dharma adept of the Yintang sect, Yin Hui Laozu, had confirmed that the injuries on Gua Tianshan Laozu's body had come from the Yulon River monster clans, heartbreaking and arteries breaking. Fortunately, Gua Tianshan Laozu was a Dharma adept after all, and he had not been hit in a vital area, so the injuries were far from damaging his foundation. However, if he wanted to fully recover, he would need at least a few months of rest. The news of Gua Tianshan Laozu's injuries immediately made the practitioners entering the lush jade swamp cautious. Following that, the various sects received news that the Yulon River monster clan had appeared in the swamp, causing the situation in the lush jade swamp to become more and more delicate. The next day, the Gu clan's Dharma adept, Gu Chong Laozu, and the Cloud Capital sect's Taidu Laozu jointly issued a warning to the various sects of the Hebei practitioners. The practitioners of the Xian sect from the plains had secretly infiltrated the lush jade swamp. A few days ago, the practitioners of the Xian sect colluded with a suspected practitioner of the Spirit Beast Tamer sect and used wild beasts to attack the disciples of the two sects, causing 2 deaths and 2 serious injuries. When the news spread, the practitioners in the lush jade swamp were in an uproar. The strong intervention of the Xian sect had changed the situation in the swamp, and all kinds of rumors and news were flying everywhere. Why did the Xian sect secretly infiltrate the lush jade swamp? Why did they attack the disciples of the Gu clan and the Cloud Capital sect? However, before they could digest the news, several cultivators from the other sects spread the news. On the same day when the cultivators from the Gu clan and Cloud Capital faction were ambushed, the cultivators from the other sects were also ambushed by wild beasts in the swamp. Due to that, the cultivators from the other sects suffered casualties. The boiling situation in the rich jade swamp suddenly cooled down. Did the Xian sect really want to become the enemy of all the cultivators in the cultivation world of Hebei? After a day of anxiety, the 2 Dharma manifestation Laozu suddenly appeared in a camp that was overseen by a Hebei cultivation sect's Laozu. One of the cultivators had a pale face and was in a sorry state. It was obvious that he had been through a fierce battle, and his inner yuan was greatly damaged. The situation of the other Fa Xiang, Laozu, caused the cultivators in the camp to turn pale with fright. They saw a huge palm print on Laozu's back. Although these 2 Laozu didn't say much, these wounds, which seemed to have been left behind from close combat, seemed to fit perfectly with the heartbreaker pulse-severing divine ability of the Yulon River monsters. The Dharma manifestation adept who had been stationed at the camp hurriedly went to pay a visit. However, these 2 Laozu, named Chu Chung and Liang Feng, did not say much. The next day, Chu Chung Laozu brought the injured Liang Feng Laozu and flew out of the rich jade swamp. Clearly, they wanted to withdraw from this trip to the rich jade swamp. The Dharma manifestation adept stationed at the camp sent out several spatial jade slips with a heavy heart, communicating with the other Laozus of the various sects in the other camps. Although nothing else happened that day, The cultivators in the rich jade swamp could already sense that a violent counterattack was brewing. The atmosphere in the rich jade swamp was getting more and more strange. The various sects that had come to surround and kill Mara began to recall their disciples and guard the safety of their camps. At the same time, the number of Yulon River monsters in the swamp grew more and more frequent. Some of the cultivators who were still out adventuring, after a series of dangerous battles, brought back news that confirmed what the Gu clan and the Cloud Capital sect had said. There were indeed black-robed cultivators attacking and killing the cultivators of the various sects in the Hebei region in the swamp. However, after being warned by the Gu clan and the Cloud Capital sect, the various sects were on their guard. Even so, there were still many cultivators who were killed. On the 14th day, an even more shocking piece of news swept through the entire rich jade swamp. The 3 Laozu masters of the Huayu sect had led 10 late core forging adepts from the sect into the rich jade swamp. After entering the rich jade swamp, they killed 7 core forging adepts of the Yulon River monsters and wounded 1 Dharma adept of the Yulon River monsters. When the news spread, the various sects of the Hebei region, Laozu masters of the various sects were caught off guard. Although there had been many clashes between the humans and the monsters in the swamp, on the whole, both sides had maintained some restraint. Even though Guotianshan and 2 other Dharma adepts had been wounded by the monsters, the high-level practitioners of the Yulon River monsters and the high-level practitioners of the spiritual martial sect of the Hebei region, as well as the other 5 large and medium-sized sects, had been communicating with each other. Although the 2 sides were at daggers drawn, they did not accidentally fire. The Huayu sect had recklessly charged into the rich jade swamp and started a massacre. Not only did the various sects of the Hebei region not expect this, but the monsters of the Yulon River were also caught off guard. Of course, the Huayu sect was not an idiot. In front of the entire Yulon River monsters, the Huayu sect was nothing more than an ant. Naturally, they would not use an egg to touch a rock. When the Huayu sect had attacked the monsters in the swamp, the spiritual martial sect had already received the news that one of the 4 great Dharma adepts of the Huayu sect, Qinghua Laozu, who had the highest chance of reaching the mid-Dharma stage in the last few hundred years, had fallen in the rich jade swamp. By the time the Huayu sect had found Qinghua Laozu's body, it had already been badly mutilated. However, they could still prove that Qinghua Laozu had died under the heartbreaking arteries of the Yulon River monsters. What was even more frightening was that before Qinghua Laozu had fallen, he had been severely wounded by a special sword technique, and this sword technique was the single true essence sword technique. The spearhead was pointed directly at the king of the Yulon River monsters, one of the top monsters in the world of training, the koi monsters. The koi monsters had 2 great inherited sword techniques. One was the Heaven's Gate sword formation, and the other was the single true essence sword technique, which had always been a secret technique of the koi monsters. Now that the single true essence sword technique had appeared and had become the main reason why Qinghua Laozu of the Huayu sect had fallen, the koi monsters could not escape the blame. The fall of a Dharma adept and the appearance of the koi monsters. If they continued to restrain themselves, it would definitely chill the hearts of the majority of the Hebei training world. On the 15th day, the spiritual martial sect and the Yuhua sect, the 2 large sects as well as the Huayu sect and the other 3 small sects, had a total of 6 Laozus. They had destroyed one of the camps that the Yulon River monsters had set up in the swamp. Of the 2 Dharma adepts guarding the camp, one was dead, and the other was injured. When the news spread, the morale of the Hebei training world was greatly boosted. They all applauded the powerful methods of the spiritual martial sect. At the same time, many cultivators spontaneously formed groups and began to kill the monsters in the swamp. The conflict between the 2 sides became more and more intense. Within the main camp, because Patriarch Guotianshan was heavily injured, he didn't participate in the upcoming series of operations against the monsters of the Yulon River. Only when the various patriarchs of the various sects gathered together to discuss matters would Patriarch Guotianshan drag his injured body to participate. Because Lu Ping was the only late core forging disciple from the Yingshan Immortal Academy to participate in this operation, since his teacher was injured, Lu Ping had to take care of his teacher. Naturally, He did not leave the camp to participate in the operations of the other sections. The other sects did not say much either. Half a month passed, and the situation in the lush jade swamp worsened, even developing in a confusing direction. First, the spiritual martial sect received news from the spirit beast sect. This time, there might be cultivators from the spirit beast sect in the lush jade swamp, but the spirit beast sect had never joined forces with the supreme profound sect to ambush disciples of other sections. Soon after, the supreme profound sect's cultivators no longer hid their identities and openly stood on the side of the spiritual martial sect. The Hebei training world also gradually began to divide. Aside from the spiritual martial sect's staunch allies, the Yuhua sect, the Huayu sect, and the other 3 small sects, the other 13 small sects, including the Yingshan Immortal Academy, gradually distanced themselves from the spiritual martial sect. The other 13 sects did not expect that the supreme profound sect would openly stand on the side of the spiritual martial sect. After a meeting of the various sects, Guotianshan and Laozu, Guotianshan told Lu Ping that the 13 sects had privately reached a consensus to join forces with the Yulan River Demon Clan to deal with the spiritual martial sect. When Lu Ping first heard this news, he was speechless. This was a typical method of inviting a wolf into the house. However, Lu Ping thought about it again. The Hebei training world did not wish for the spiritual martial sect to rise to become a large power and obtain the recognition of the 5 great holy lands. The Yulan River also did not wish for a powerful spiritual martial sect to appear in the Hebei training world. Both sides could be considered to have hit it off. It was just that the various sects seemed to have forgotten the purpose of entering the lush jade swamp. Although the various sects' cultivators had already attacked the depths of the lush jade swamp, Mara's lair had still not been found. Naturally, there was no trace of the legendary large spirit vein either. However, Lu Ping immediately noticed that after the spiritual martial sect, the Yuhua clan and the Huayu clan had joined forces to counterattack, destroying a camp of the Yulan River Demon Clan and killing a Dharma adept of the Demon Clan, Laozu from both sides seemed to have a tacit understanding and did not attack again. Although the various powers in the lush jade swamp were fighting each other, the parties involved were only core forging stage cultivators. The various sects Laozu and a portion of the elite core forging stage disciples were still searching the depths of the swamp for the Shura and the demonic cultivator's lair. Right now, the situation in the swamp is very bad. Are you sure you want to go meet the spirit beast sect cultivator? Guotianshan Laozu asked Lu Ping. Your strength is naturally not a problem, but right now, the swamp is in chaos. If you get surrounded, it will be very bad. Lu Ping smiled. Don't worry, Uncle Master. I just don't know how Uncle Master Liang and Uncle Master Chu are doing. Guotianshan Laozu was silent for a moment, then said, there shouldn't be a problem. Right now, although the situation in the swamp is somewhat unexpected, we have no intention of getting involved. The various sex cultivators will definitely not suspect us. Chapter 741. In just half a day, Lu Ping had found his way to the swamp map left behind by Sang Yu. Lu Ping's body turned into a fine mist, and his divine sense swept across a radius of several dozen kilometers. He seemed to have discovered something and flew in that direction. After flying for a distance of 7 or 8 kilometers, Lu Ping's figure emerged from the fine mist. A 5-colored light flashed around him, and a divine sense immediately swept over a kilometer in front of him. A long laugh was heard. It's neither too early nor too late. Brother Lu is indeed a man of his word. Sang Yu was startled to discover that a person had suddenly appeared in the range of his divine sense from a kilometer away. When his divine sense swept over the area, he discovered that it was actually Lu Ping, whom he had been waiting for all this time. Although he breathed a sigh of relief on the surface, his fear of Lu Ping's strength grew even stronger. The cultivators of the spirit-taming sect who roamed the world were all outstanding elites in the cultivation world. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been granted the right to travel down the mountain. As an outstanding late core forging cultivator of the spirit-taming sect, Sage Sang Yu was quite confident in his own strength. However, Lu Ping had only been discovered when he was within a kilometer of him. Lu Ping's strength was no weaker than the direct disciples from the Holy Lands that Sage Sangyu had met in the past, so he had no choice but to treat Lu Ping seriously. If Lu Ping were to make a request to Sage Sangyu to exchange for the spirit-clearing pill, Sage Sangyu would definitely give Lu Ping face. With Lu Ping's talent, he would definitely have a place in the cultivation world as long as he didn't die midway. Forming a good relationship with such an outstanding person would definitely bring him many benefits in the future. Although the spirit-taming sect had always been mysterious and unfathomable in the cultivation world, it didn't mean that this sect was above the common populace. Lu Ping calmly took 2 steps towards Sage Sangyu and cupped his hands in greeting. The situation in the swamp has changed greatly recently, so I have no choice but to be cautious. Fortunately, I didn't miss any time. May I know what Sage Sangyu wants me to do this time? Sangyu smiled and said, "There's no hurry. Please wait for a moment, and I'll be sure to inform Brother Lu." Lu Ping was taken aback. "What's wrong? Brother Sang is meeting someone else?" Sangyu smiled embarrassedly. "Please don't blame me, Brother Lu. Last time, I was interrupted by someone. Not only did I fail to complete my task, but my cultivation was also almost destroyed. If it weren't for Brother Lu's amazing alchemy skills, I'm afraid my lifespan would have been exhausted and I would have died long ago. This time, although I have Brother Lu's strong support, the person who attacked me that day seems to have a great status. Therefore, I asked a sworn sister to bring her subordinates to help me." "Oh." Lu Ping nodded thoughtfully and said, "It seems that Brother Sang has encountered a very troublesome matter. Otherwise, with Brother Sang's skills and my assistance, even ordinary Dharma adepts would be able to put up a fight." Sangyu smiled bitterly and nodded, obviously agreeing with what Lu Ping had said. At the same time, he also admitted that the last time he had been injured, it seemed that he had been ambushed by a Dharma adept. If this had happened before, perhaps Lu Ping would have complimented Wise Sangyu for being able to escape with his life from a Dharma adept's ambush. But now, Lu Ping's expression was extremely calm, as if his opponent's performance had not changed at all. After the battle with Qing Hualaozu, the unattainable status of Dharma adepts in Lu Ping's heart had been completely destroyed. The heart of a strong adept had been completely formed. After seeing Lu Ping's expression, Wise Sangyu nodded to himself. He knew that the person before him was indeed the person he had been looking for. In the world of practice, there was no lack of amazing people, but in the end, they were often lost. One of the most important reasons was that they did not have the heart of a strong adept. They did not have the courage and confidence to break the existing rules. At this moment, Lu Ping's divine will had already detected people flying towards them from more than 10 miles away. After a while, Wise Sangyu's expression changed, and he smiled. "They're here." When Lu Ping raised his head to look, he saw 9 streaks of light flying in the direction of the 2 of them. Lu Ping's eyes flashed, but a strange expression appeared on his face. At this time, Wise Sangyu had already rushed forward excitedly and did not notice the strange expression on Lu Ping's face. As the light descended, a total of 9 cultivators, 3 women and 6 men, appeared. Taoist Master Sangyu laughed and said, "Sworn sister, you're finally here. Come, let me introduce you to a fellow Taoist. It's you." As soon as Wise Sangyu finished speaking, the leading woman and the cultivators behind her shouted in unison towards Lu Ping. Under Wise Sangyu's surprised gaze, a burly man beside the leading woman was about to rush forward, but he was stopped by a tall and thin man. Wise Sangyu looked back at the embarrassed Lu Ping and asked hesitantly, "What? Do you know each other?" The woman looked at Lu Ping and said through gritted teeth, "Of course I do. How can I not? The poison on 7th sister and 9th sister was caused by this person." These 9 people were none other than the Cyan Fox 9 bandits who had tried to snatch the spirit vein that Lu Ping had discovered. They were later defeated by Lu Ping and used the green sea snake to ambush 2 of them. As soon as the 2 sides met, it could be said that when enemies met, their eyes blazed with hatred. At the very least, the eyes of the Cyan Fox 9 bandits were exceptionally bloodshot. If Cyan Wolf was still rational, he would have grabbed the impulsive Cyan Tiger and the two sides might have already engaged in a fierce battle. The surprise on Wise Sengyu's face became even more intense. He turned back to look at Lu Ping and asked, "Brother Lu, are you really Elder Xianping from the Yingshan Immortal Academy that has recently risen in Hebei's cultivation world?" Lu Ping listened to Wise Sengyu's question and felt a chill in his heart. From Qing Hu's words, it was clear that Wise Sengyu had seen the poison on 7th sister and 9th sister of the Cyan Fox 9 bandits. The poison caused by Lu Bai and Lu Ling might be unfamiliar to the ordinary cultivators of the Central Plains, but to the spirit beast taming sect that was proficient in researching the world's spirit beasts, how could the famous green sea snake's poison escape his eyes? However, because Samling had been tempered in the myriad poison serum, the poison of Samling had mutated, making it even more tyrannical and difficult to deal with than ordinary green sea snake's poison. That was why this outstanding cultivator of the spirit beast taming sect didn't dare to make such a claim. Although Lu Ping sighed inwardly at his own carelessness, he didn't show it on his face. He calmly smiled and said, "I am indeed Lu Xianping from the Yingshan Immortal Academy. I am currently an elder of the Immortal Academy. The Immortal Academy has just been established and has a weak foundation. It can't compare to the spirit beast taming sect that Brother Sang is from. Even with my meager abilities, I am ashamed to be able to hold the title of elder." Reverend Sangyu laughed heartily. He pointed at Lu Ping and said, "Brother Lu, I'm afraid you still don't know about your fame. You defeated the 3 heroes of the Gu clan by yourself, killed several late core forging vicious beasts and Azuras with a single sword strike, rescued 4 cultivators from the Gu clan and the Cloud Capital sect, and then, together with these 4 people, exposed the Supreme Profound Sect's plot to infiltrate the swamp and ambush the cultivators of the various sects in Hebei. In a one-on-one battle, you defeated the Supreme Profound Sect's 9th layer core forging expert who wielded the Profound Gold Fan, forcing the opponent to use an escape talisman weapon in the end to escape with his life. Now, Brother Lu, your fame has already surpassed the cultivation world of Hebei. Even the cultivation world of the plains and the Yulon River's demon clan have heard of you." This news made Lu Ping feel extremely uncomfortable. He didn't think that his scheme would expose him to the cultivation world of Hebei. However, he couldn't blame anyone for this. He could only blame Lu Ping's own lack of consideration. Lu Ping smiled modestly and said, "Brother Sang, you flatter me. I just happened to be at the right time." Sangyu waved his hand and said, "Brother Lu, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. My sworn sister may be a little overbearing normally, but she's an extraordinary woman with a deep sense of brotherhood. For my sake, Brother Lu, how about you cure the snake venom in her 7th and 9th sisters? After all, this snake venom is of great importance. I believe that Brother Lu doesn't want too many people to know about it, especially those who recognize this snake venom." Sangyu saw that Lu Ping's expression was calm, but a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He took out a green jade bottle from his bosom and said, "This is a spirit bottle specially made by my sect to hold the spirit-clearing pills. I am willing to give you all 6 spirit-clearing pills in my possession to thank you." Although Sangyu's words sounded like a kind request, there was a hint of threat in his words. Clearly, if Lu Ping cured the snake venom, once the poison in his 7th and 9th sister's body spread, there would definitely be people who recognized the green sea snake. The Yingshan Immortal Academy was just established, but its disciples had a top-grade demonic beast like the green sea snake as a spiritual pet. If this news were to spread, the Yingshan Immortal Academy would definitely arouse suspicion. This situation was clearly not what Lu Ping wanted to see. Lu Ping was naturally able to hear the hidden meaning behind Sage Sengyu's words. Immediately, he felt a burst of anger. When had Lu Ping ever suffered such a threat? Waves of killing intent were about to burst forth. However, when he heard that Sage Sengyu was willing to give 6 spirit-clearing pills in exchange for Lu Ping's antidote, Lu Ping's heart was moved. To spiritual pets, the spirit-clearing pill was like a core forging realm cultivator who was preparing to refine a spiritual item and encountered a spirit forging pill. Previously, Lu Ping had obtained a spirit-clearing pill from Tian Shuelaozu and given it to the Amethyst Wasp King. Now, Lu Ping wanted to give a few more to the other spiritual pets. Unfortunately, Sage Sangyu had only given Lu Ping 3 spirit-clearing pills. Now that it had increased to 6, Lu Ping almost agreed. Looking at the green fox who was filled with anticipation, Lu Ping muttered to himself for a moment. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "Brother Sang must be joking. When did I say that I wasn't willing to cure those 2 female Taoists? Didn't I say that after the matter at the Abundant Jade Swamp is over, the 9 of you only need to make a trip to the Yingshan Immortal Academy, and the snake venom will be cured?" Sage Sangyu was startled. He looked at the green fox beside him suspiciously. Seeing the green fox nodding in acknowledgement, he said, "Brother Lu, don't tell me that you want my sworn sisters to do something? If you have any conditions, why don't you state them now?" Lu Ping shook his head and said, "Other than that spirit vein, I did indeed have a few other conditions that I wanted. However, I haven't thought of them yet. Once I've thought them through, I'll naturally inform everyone. For now, let's settle Brother Sang's matter first." Sage Sangyu looked at the green fox and said helplessly, "That's fine. I believe that Brother Lu is not someone who goes back on his words. However, this time the thing we will be facing is not simple. It is a primordial fierce crocodile." Chapter 742. Primordial Crocodile? Lu Ping was taken aback. What does this thing have to do with the primordial crocodile, a top-tier demon from overseas? Immortal Sangyu gave Lu Ping a meaningful look and said, "Although top-tier demons are born with intelligence like humans, if their intelligence is erased from a young age, they can only become ferocious beasts." Lu Ping sucked in a breath of cold air. Who would be so bold as to erase the intelligence of a descendant of the primordial crocodile clan and raise it in this area? Since the primordial crocodile was a top-tier demon whose intelligence had been erased, it could only be the primordial crocodile, the clan that dominated the North Sea demon clans. Reverend Sangyu pointed out and said, although top-grade demon clans do not have a large population due to the relatively difficult reproduction of their bloodlines, they value their descendants greatly. But it's not that no one in the world of cultivation dares to attack top-grade demon clans. There are many cases of almighty cultivators imprisoning them as spirit pets or mounts. However, the primordial fierce crocodiles in this lush jade swamp seem to have been raised by a primordial giant crocodile demon cultivator. Lu Ping suddenly said, "Brother Sang failed to capture the primordial crocodile because of this primordial crocodile demon cultivator?" Immortal Sangyu nodded and replied, "Yes. Although I lost to that person last time, I used my spirit beast taming sect's secret technique to drive the crocodile to the depths of a quagmire in the swamp. It will only appear again on a full moon night." Beside him, Qing, whose eyes suddenly lit up. "Big brother, are you preparing to break through to the Dharma stage?" Lu Ping was startled when he heard this, but he remembered a rumor about the spirit beast taming sect cultivators. Sure enough, Sangyu smiled and said, "Yes." Lu Ping was slightly surprised. "So it's a Dharma stage crocodile?" Sangyu smiled apologetically at Lu Ping and said, "Because this is very important to me, I hope Brother Lu won't blame me for not telling you in advance. However, if we work together, it won't be difficult to capture a Dharma stage beast with no intelligence. The only thing we have to worry about is the primordial crocodile demon cultivator." The cultivation method of the spirit taming beast sect was slightly different from that of ordinary cultivators. Apart from having to follow the same cultivation steps as ordinary cultivators, they had to go through a strict test every time they entered a new cultivation stage. If a 9th-layer blood refining realm spirit taming sect cultivator wanted to advance to the blood condensation realm, other than cultivation techniques and blood condensing pills, the most important thing was to capture a blood condensation realm demonic beast with his own hands. Similarly, a blood condensation realm cultivator needed a core forging realm demonic beast to advance to the core forging realm. Now that Reverend Sangyu wanted to advance to the transcendence realm, he needed a transcendence realm demonic beast. This was actually an important reason why the cultivators of the spirit taming beast sect roamed the world and were mysterious, yet powerful. The primordial crocodile that enlightened Master Sangyu had chosen was a primordial crocodile that had lost its intelligence. It originally had the bloodline of a top-level beast and was one of the best among beasts of the same level. It was no wonder that enlightened Master Sangyu had taken a liking to this beast. The only thing he had to worry about was Dharma Laozu, who had once attacked enlightened Master Sangyu. According to enlightened Master Sangyu, Dharma Laozu seemed to be a primordial crocodile demon cultivator. This surprised Lu Ping greatly. The primordial crocodile was the king of the North Sea demon clans. Could it be that the North Sea demon clans had secretly infiltrated the Central Plains? Lu Ping pondered for a moment before saying, "Brother Sang, from what you said, that Dharma realm demon cultivator will definitely come to disturb you when you subdue the primordial crocodile?" Enlightened Master Sangyu seemed a little worried. "I'm afraid so. There seem to be a few other crocodiles in the lush jade swamp, but this is the only one that has reached the Dharma realm. Therefore, I'm afraid he won't give up. Otherwise, he might have to wait more than 100 years for the other one to mature." Lu Ping knew what enlightened Master Sangyu was worried about. He smiled and said, "Since Brother Sang had the confidence to subdue the primordial crocodile last time, with the help of Qing Hu and Qing Hu, there won't be a problem." Enlightened Master Sangyu's expression changed. "Why? Brother Lu is not willing to help me?" Qing Hu, who was standing to the side, looked like a lion. She snorted mockingly and said, "You go back on your word. I'm ashamed to be associated with you." Lu Ping did not mind. He continued to say to Sangyu, "Brother Sang, I will not do such a thing. Moreover, I have coveted Brother Sang's spirit-clearing pill for a long time. How can I give it up so easily?" Enlightened Master Sangyu did not understand. He asked, "Then why, Brother Lu?" Lu Ping said, "The Dharma stage demon is in the dark, while we are in the light. What I mean is for Brother Sang and Qing Hu to lure the beast out and subdue it first. I will hide at the side and wait for the Dharma stage demon to make a move. Then, I will give him the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind." Without waiting for enlightened Master Sangyu to speak, Qing Lang, who was standing beside Qing Hu, laughed coldly and said, "Easy for you to say. If it is as you say, Brother Sang you only needs to hide at the side and wait for the Dharma stage demon to make a move. Wouldn't it be better for Brother Sangyu to come out and reap the fruits of his labor? Dharma adepts are above us both in terms of divine will and level of practice. How can our concealment techniques escape the detection of a Dharma adept?" Although what Qing Lang said made sense, enlightened Master Sangyu thought about how Lu Ping had suddenly appeared in his divine will. It was obvious that Lu Ping had not used his full strength at that time. If that was the case, Lu Ping should have appeared slowly in his divine will. This meant that Lu Ping must have a concealment technique that was no weaker than that of a Dharma adept. "Brother Lu," enlightened Sangyu hadn't finished speaking when Lu Ping interrupted him. "Don't worry, Brother Sang. I'm quite experienced in concealing my tracks. It's extremely difficult for that monster cultivator to discover me. Moreover, even if he discovers me, it's naturally for the best if he doesn't dare to make a move for fear of injuring me." Sangyu nodded gratefully and said, "Thank you, Brother Lu." In the depths of the lush jade swamp, above a huge quagmire, enlightened Master Sangyu and the Green Fox 9 bandits hovered in the air. Qing Hu muttered to himself, "I wonder if that person is just bluffing. Is his ability really comparable to a Dharma adept? You have to know that this is a demon from the primordial crocodile, a top-tier demon. His ability is much stronger than a cultivator of the same level." Sangyu and Qing Hu ignored him. Both of them focused their divine will on the quagmire beneath their feet. Qing Lang, who was beside them, tugged at Qing Hu, indicating that he should stop talking. On the night of the full moon, when the full moon rose to the center of the sky, the quagmire beneath everyone's feet started to move. A huge mud whirlpool slowly formed in the middle of the quagmire, and the radius of the whirlpool grew larger and larger. "It's coming out," enlightened Master Sangyu said in a low voice to the Green Fox 9 bandits beside him. The Green Fox 9 bandits set up a formation around enlightened Master Sangyu, prepared to help him suppress the primordial crocodile that was about to emerge from the quagmire. The mud whirlpool beneath their feet started to churn violently. Suddenly, a huge crocodile's mouth broke through the mud, and a pair of lantern-like eyes suddenly opened. A fierce crocodile, with a head the size of 1 meter, appeared on the surface of the quagmire. It faced the bright moon in the sky and slowly opened its huge mouth, letting out a low growl. What a huge beast! The Green Fox 9 bandits were all secretly shocked. It was not only because of the beast's huge size, but also because of the fierce aura that this beast released the moment it broke through the mud. The crocodile's huge body gradually emerged from the mud. Although this crocodile was only 7 feet long and 10 feet tall, it was not considered huge among the ferocious beasts in the swamp, but its Dharma stage cultivation was unquestionable. Seeing that the fierce crocodile had already left the quagmire, enlightened Master Sangyu's expression became solemn. He said, "Now is the time. Brothers and sisters, there is no need to hold back. Just leave it alive." With a clear shout, the Green Fox 9 bandits took out her spirit cultivation level magic treasure, a giant axe. Gathering the power of the formation, she used all her strength to smash the head of the fierce crocodile. Daoist Sengyu opened a spirit beast pouch in his hand, and 3 mid-core forging hounds jumped out. Then, under the command of Daoist Sengyu's spiritual sense, they charged towards the crocodile from different directions. The fierce crocodile's natural bloodline pressure caused the 3 fierce dogs to be somewhat afraid. However, under enlightened Master Sangyu's urging, they overcame the suppression of their bloodline and rushed towards the fierce crocodile. This was not the end of it. Enlightened Master Sengyu immediately released 2 mid-core forging giant eagles. They swooped down from the sky and pecked at the fierce crocodile's eyes. Then, enlightened Master Sengyu opened another spirit beast pouch. A roar came from inside, and a 10-meter-tall giant bear descended from the sky. Its huge bear paw smashed towards the crocodile's head. At this time, it was a late-core forging explosive bear. Unfortunately, it was a fierce beast without intelligence. Enlightened Master Sengyu's methods were not limited to this. He suddenly took out a small bell the size of a palm. The bell flew to the top of the fierce crocodile's head, and a series of light chimes rang out. A strange fluctuation came from the bell, and apart from the Green Fox 9 bandits, the other 8 members of the Green Fox 9 bandits felt dizzy. Then, they saw enlightened Master Sengyu form an incantation gesture, and the strange fluctuation moved towards the fierce crocodile. The 8 people's eyes became clear, and when they looked at the bell again, their eyes were filled with astonishment. The fierce crocodile swung its tail, and 2 of the 3 fierce dogs were sent flying. The other dog jumped up, but it was only able to bite one of the crocodile's forelimbs. At this time, the crisp sound of the bell resounded from the top of the crocodile's head. The crocodile's eyes turned cloudy, and it almost fell asleep. However, the fierce crocodile only paused for a moment before it woke up. It raised its huge mouth and collided with the giant axe. The axe flew back, and the fierce crocodile's head sank down. A cry of pain came from the crocodile's mouth. There was a huge gash on the top of its head, and dark red blood flowed from the wound. Coincidentally, the pain from the axe caused the crocodile to close its eyes. At the same time, it twisted its body to avoid the 2 giant eagles that swooped down from the sky. A pair of eagle claws clawed at the crocodile's back, and only 1 or 2 scales were lifted. Then, the exploding bear slapped the crocodile's head with its paws, and the crocodile's head was once again smashed down. The exploding bear was also hit by the crocodile, and its body was covered in mud, turning into a muddy bear. After putting on the stone armor again, Lu Ping wrapped the cloudy 5 elements robe around himself and hid in the nearby fog. He used his divine will to carefully observe the movements around him, and at the same time, he observed the battle on the shore of the quagmire. This was the first time Lu Ping had seen the spirit beast tamer sex way of fighting. Under the command of Sage Sengyu, 6 fierce beasts at the mid and late core forging stage surrounded a Dharma stage fierce beast. Compared to the intelligent demon and human cultivators, Fierce beasts could only turn their cultivation into brute force and fight like wild beasts. They did not know how to cultivate any spells or abilities. Of course, some of the more gifted fierce beasts still had some abilities that they could use in battle. In Lu Ping's opinion, this primordial fierce crocodile, which had the bloodline of a top-tier beast, most likely had such a bloodline. This was also why Sage Sangyu dared to use 6 late core forging stage fierce beasts to surround and attack a Dharma stage fierce beast. With the help of the Green Fox 9 bandits, Sage Sangyu had the upper hand from the beginning. However, Lu Ping could also see clearly that the strength that Sage Sangyu had displayed was far from his full strength. Under the situation where there was someone to command the 6 late core forging stage fierce beasts, with their fearless nature, they could indeed fight against a late core forging stage adept. Furthermore, the commander himself was a late core forging stage adept, so it would not be a problem for him to defeat most late core forging stage adepts. However, if Sage Sangyu only had this much strength, Lu Ping would never believe that he would be able to escape from a sneak attack by an early Dharma adept with the bloodline of the primordial fierce crocodile. Lu Ping's expression changed. His divine will could faintly sense that there was an abnormal fluctuation in the surrounding fog, but it only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. Is it already here? An expectant smile appeared on Lu Ping's face. His divine will immediately turned into threads of water that flowed slowly in the fog, as if it was filtering all the dust in the fog. It's here. Lu Ping's divine will could clearly determine the position of the intruder from the fluctuations in the surrounding fog. However, Lu Ping did not dare to use his divine will to lock onto the intruder. Lu Ping himself knew very well how strong a Dharma adept's divine will was. Although with the protection of the 5 elements cloudy robe and the stone armor, Lu Ping was confident that the intruder would not be able to discover his presence. However, if Lu Ping used his divine will to lock onto the intruder, then he would immediately be discovered. Hence, Lu Ping could only use his divine will to wander around the surrounding fog, hoping that he could use the slight fluctuations in the fog to determine the intruder's next move. The physical strength of this Dharma adept beast far exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only that, although these beasts did not know how to use any spells, their inner yuan not only transformed into brute force, but also filled their flesh and blood, greatly increasing the strength of the beast's physical body during the battle. Green Fox's giant axe had already struck out 5 times in a row. Other than 2 of the axe strikes which the beast dodged, the rest all landed on the huge body of the beast. Although they did not cause any serious injuries, the beast's skin and flesh were split open, and it screamed in pain. Compared to these superficial wounds, the true threat came from Taoist Master Sangyu. Perhaps it was because the vicious beast's resistance far exceeded Taoist Master Sangyu's expectations. Taoist Master Sangyu took out a purple spirit pet pouch from his waist, and a 9th-layer core forging elephant appeared in the swamp. It swung its long trunk and swayed its huge tusks as it charged towards the vicious crocodile. When wise Master Sangyu was still a blood condensation cultivator, he had captured a fierce beast that possessed a portion of the bloodline of a top-tier demon clan, the Herculean Divine Elephant clan, in order to advance to the core forging stage. Although this fierce beast was not completely from the Herculean Divine Elephant clan, just this portion of its bloodline made it much stronger than other high-tier demon clan beasts of the same level. Wise Master Sangyu had relied on this fierce beast to establish his position in the Spirit Beast sect. This fierce beast had also grown along with Wise Master Sangyu's cultivation all the way to the 9th-level core forging stage. When Wise Master Sangyu's cultivation was still at the core forging stage, this fierce beast was like a treasure to other cultivators. But now, Wise Master Sangyu's standards had clearly increased. On the eve of advancing to the Dharma Adept stage, he had set his sights on a top-tier vicious beast that possessed the complete bloodline of the primordial giant crocodile. The moment the giant elephant appeared, with the cooperation of the ferocious beasts under Reverend Sangyu's command and the assistance of the Green Fox 9 bandits, the crocodile was quickly suppressed by Reverend Sangyu. Very soon, the crocodile's tail was wrapped around the giant elephant's trunk and dragged backwards. The giant axe chopped down, and the crocodiles had suffered another heavy blow. The exploding bear leapt forward and tightly grabbed the crocodile's mouth, but one of the crocodile's front legs was bitten off by the three vicious dogs. The crocodile still wanted to struggle, but a series of bells rang out. The crocodile fell into a daze again, and it looked like it was about to be captured. Right at that moment, a burst of laughter rang out. A golden-robed cultivator with a hideous appearance suddenly emerged from the thick fog. A golden beam of light shot out from his hand toward Reverend Sangyu's head at lightning speed. The spirit beast's minor repairs almost ruined the old man's plans the last time. This time, it has saved the old man a lot of effort. This giant crocodile belongs to the old man. If you all still want to live, then hurry up and leave. Otherwise, don't blame the old man for not selling the spirit beast sex signboard. The divine aura of a Dharma adept filled the heavens and the earth. Aside from Green Fox, the other 8 of the Azure Fox 9 bandits all groaned under the pressure of this newcomer's divine will, and their faces turned pale. Wise Master Sangyu had expected this person to appear again, but he did not expect that the moment this demon cultivator Laozu appeared, he did not attack Wise Master Sangyu himself, nor did he attack any of the Azure Fox 9 bandits. Instead, he went straight for the giant elephant. He had been too careless. By the time Wise Master Sangyu reacted, it was already too late to stop the golden light. The giant elephant was entangled with the primordial fierce crocodile, and even if Wise Master Sangyu commanded the giant elephant to save itself, it would be impossible. The giant elephant was 1/3 of Wise Master Sangyu's power. Once it was killed, Wise Master Sangyu's power would be greatly reduced. This time, even if this person did not snatch the primordial fierce crocodile away, the giant elephant would not be able to keep it. Wise Master Sangyu did not believe that Lu Ping would be able to block this demon cultivator Laozu's unexpected attack. Chapter 743. Golden Jiao Laozu. Although Lu Ping had already discovered the person hiding nearby, he could not tell who it was. After all, the other party was a Dharma adept, and Lu Ping should be proud that he had not been discovered by the other party. He did not dare to confirm the other party's identity. However, just as the other party was about to attack, Lu Ping suddenly realized that this person was none other than the North Sea Primordial Crocodile clan. That year, Lu Ping had killed Lu Ping's son and daughter, and the entire North Sea training world had put out a bounty for Ao Chuang. Why was he here? But there was no time for Lu Ping to think. Golden Jiao Island Master Ao Chuang's target wasn't Sangyu, nor any of the Green Fox 9 bandits. Instead, it was the mammoth ferocious beast with the Herculean divine elephant's bloodline. Lu Ping's dual blade art was born from his mind. With a single thought, the dual blade art struck down the golden light. It was a golden coin dart made from the scales of the primordial crocodile. Lu Ping's attack could have been a sneak attack on Ao Chuang, the owner of Golden Jiao Island. However, even if he could divert most of Ao Chuang's attention, the giant elephant would be severely injured even if it did not die under the sneak attack of a hidden weapon like the golden dart. Lu Ping had actually done Zhenren Sangyu a favor by cutting off the golden dart. Zhenren Sangyu was well aware of this. Although this giant elephant only had part of the Herculean divine elephant's bloodline, the Herculean divine elephant clan was even rarer than the Kuan. It was also a top-tier bloodline among the demons. Furthermore, this giant elephant was Zhenren Sangyu's spiritual pet when he was at the core forging stage. In the future, it would also advance to the Dharma stage. If this giant elephant died, even if Zhenren Sangyu managed to subdue the primordial crocodile, his power would be greatly reduced when he advanced to the Dharma stage in the future. Who is it? Ao Chuang's face darkened as he looked in the direction where the flying sword had appeared. Since it was able to evade the detection of his divine will, Ao Chuang instinctively thought that there was a Dharma adept hiding nearby. Ao Chuang was extremely confident in his own strength. He was born of a top-grade demon race, and even though the cultivation world was rather barren in the North Sea, he was confident that there were only a handful of cultivators at the same level as him, be it humans or demons, who could defeat him. However, this situation had been reversed in recent years in the North Sea. Back then, the human and demon races of the North Sea only had 3 geniuses, and Zhang Shi was also included. Among the 4, Ao Chuang of the Golden Wirm Island was the most outstanding. However, this situation gradually changed after he entered the Dharma stage. Initially, Ao Chuang thought that he was the first second-generation disciple to enter the Dharma stage among the human and demon races of the North Sea. Thus, he held a 600th birthday banquet on the Golden Wirm Island, intending to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat unexpectedly. Someone came to destroy the banquet. Ao Chuang was originally secretly delighted, thinking that this was the moment for him to establish his dominance in the North Sea. However, he did not expect Jiang Tianlin to appear out of nowhere. Not only did he enter the Dharma stage before Ao Chuang, but he also defeated him in an extremely simple way. Ao Chuang's meticulous planning ended up benefiting someone else in the end, making Jiang Tianlin famous. Fortunately, Ao Chuang and Laozu immediately defeated Feng Xiutao, who had entered the Dharma stage, and soon regained much of his confidence. However, just as Ao Chuang cultivated diligently for several years, preparing to find Jiang Tianlin to avenge himself, news came from the human race of the North Sea. The 10 major sects of the North Sea were exploring an ancient relic, and Feng Xiutao, Jiang Tianlin, and Zhang Shi had actually obtained the inheritance of a Dharma soul. This news was like a blow to Ao Chuang's confidence. The primordial crocodile clan was similar to the green sea snake clan in that they all inherited the bloodline of the ancient Jiao Daran. Naturally, they knew what a Dharma soul meant to a cultivator. After obtaining the Dharma soul, Feng Xiutao took a shortcut and entered the mid-Dharma stage. Zhang Shi was originally at the peak of the core forging stage, and this time, he also entered the Dharma stage. Like Jiang Tianlin, Zhang Shi chose to slowly refine and absorb the Dharma soul to strengthen his foundation. Although his cultivation speed was not as fast as Feng Xiutao's, he would be able to go further in the world of cultivation in the future. Furthermore, Zhang Shi was originally a very talented person, and he had been suppressing his own cultivation to not enter the Dharma stage. Naturally, he had a big plan. After successfully entering the Dharma stage, he fought with Laozu and Ao Chuang to a draw. If not for the fact that Ao Chuang had not been idle all these years and had been in the Dharma stage for a long time, he would have had the upper hand. However, this also made Laozu feel a sense of urgency. Zhang Shi also had the Dharma soul. Although his cultivation speed was not as fast as that of Feng Xiutao, who was a wasteful person, it was definitely much faster than ordinary Dharma adepts. If Ao Chuang still did not make any moves, next time, he would be trampled under the feet of this person who he had looked down on. However, Ao Chuang was, after all, an outstanding figure among the second-generation disciples of the North Sea cultivation world. When he had obtained the title of Lord of the Golden Dragon Island, he had set the stage for himself to enter the Dharma stage in the future. And this foreshadowing was the 5 primordial crocodiles that had been defeated by Ao Chuang and the others in the process of fighting for the Golden Dragon Island. That year, when Ao Chuang was roaming the Central Plains, he met a demon of the same level as him from the Khoi clan of the Yulon River. The two of them got along well, and so they became brothers. Later, this Khoi demon returned to the North Sea with Ao Chuang, but they encountered the fight for the title of Lord of the Golden Dragon Island. Ao Chuang, with his abilities, naturally did not want to let go of this opportunity. His good friend did his best to help, but unexpectedly, there were many demon cultivators fighting for the title of Lord of the Golden Dragon Island. With the help of this brother, Ao Chuang used all sorts of methods to defeat these competitors and finally obtain the title of Lord of the Golden Dragon Island. However, this brother of his was heavily injured in the process of helping him eliminate his old enemy. Before this brother of Ao Chuang died, his wish was to return to the Yulon River of the Central Plains to see his son. Ao Chuang did not care that he had just obtained the title of Lord of the Golden Dragon Island, and that his foundation was not stable yet. He brought his brother back to the Yulon River to see his son. After this brother had a secret conversation with his son, before he died, he entrusted his son to Ao Chuang's tutelage. This was the Khoi Daoist who later died at the hands of Lu Ping. And when Ao Chuang had roamed the central plains, he naturally knew that there was a vast swamp in the lower reaches of the Yulon River. This was the place where the demon beasts of the Yulon River were raised. Thus, Ao Chuang took advantage of this opportunity to release the 5 primordial crocodiles that had been defeated by him and had lost their intelligence into the swamp. The secret technique that Ao Chuang had obtained was that when 2 cultivators of the same bloodline advanced to the Dharma stage, one of them would be able to absorb the essence of the other cultivator's Dharma power to increase his own cultivation level and strength. Because this secret technique required the other person to be willing to cooperate, so if Ao Chuang wanted to use this secret technique to increase his own cultivation level, he had to first subdue this beast that was also from the primordial crocodile. Because it was difficult for the primordial crocodile to reproduce, it could not be like the green sea snake, which even had the power to compete with the crystal palace. In order to use this secret technique that he had obtained from an ancient relic, Ao Chuang did not hesitate to kill his own clansmen as beasts. This was a big taboo in the primordial crocodile clan, so Ao Chuang could only release these 5 beasts into the Inyu swamp. After more than 100 years, except for 2 of the 5 beasts that died, only this one advanced to the Dharma stage. This made Ao Chuang overjoyed. Ao Chuang Laozu, who had always been unable to improve his cultivation level quickly, could not wait to return to the central region to subdue this fierce beast that had advanced to the Dharma stage. Unexpectedly, when he finally found this fierce beast in the swamp, he found that this fierce beast was being subdued by someone. What made Ao Chuang Laozu even more troubled was that this cultivator who was trying to subdue the primordial crocodile was a cultivator of the spirit beast sect. The primordial crocodile clan was not a match for the spirit beast sect. Moreover, the spirit beast sect had always been protective and pestering. Normally, Ao Chuang Laozu would not be willing to provoke them. However, this fierce crocodile was released by Ao Chuang in order to use that secret technique. It was the trump card that Ao Chuang used to compete with Jiang Tianlin, Feng Shidao, Zhang Shi, and the others. How could he let Immortal Sangyu take it without saying anything? What happened next was similar to what Enlightened Master Sangyu told Lu Ping. Enlightened Master Sangyu was injured by Ao Chuang's secret technique, which could destroy a cultivator's bloodline. Ao Chuang's secret technique that could destroy a cultivator's bloodline came from his sworn brother from the Khoi clan. Lu Ping's pair of flying swords attacked one after another. After knocking off Ao Chuang's magic weapon, the pair of flying swords turned into 2 intertwining green flood dragons that flew towards Ao Chuang Laozu. At this time, Ao Chuang Laozu could already see that the person blocking him was only a cultivator at the 8th stage of the core forging realm, but Ao Chuang Laozu did not dare to be careless. This was because this was the central plains, where geniuses were emerging endlessly. There was no lack of core forging realm cultivators, challenging Dharma realm cultivators. Ao Chuang Laozu had personally witnessed such a thing when he traveled the central plains, not to mention that the spirit beast sect cultivator in front of him was able to escape from his sneak attack a month ago. Lu Ping had obtained a secret technique from his sect to conceal his appearance, and he also used the 5 elements cloudy robe to mask his appearance further. He was no longer worried that Ao Chuang Laozu would be able to recognize him. He only needed to control his pair of flying swords, like a fairy scattering flowers, and he firmly entangled Ao Chuang Laozu. Immortal Sangyu was secretly shocked when he saw this, but he still shouted to the Green Fox 9 bandits, "Brothers, put in a little more effort and quickly subdue this fierce crocodile so that we can return and help Brother Lu." Ao Chuang Laozu roared angrily. The reason why he was so careful when dealing with Lu Ping was to avoid making a mistake. In reality, among the Central Plains cultivators who were only at the core forging stage, most of them could take advantage of Dharma adepts when the Dharma adept was careless. If the Dharma adept was serious, these so-called core forging adepts who could compete with the Dharma adept would most likely lose. Only the direct descendants of the 5 Holy Lands or the older, large sects like the Yuan clan or the Tianxian sect might have core forging adepts who could challenge those of a higher stage. However, Ao Chuang Laozu did not seem to be lucky. He had encountered one today. Chapter 744. The primordial crocodile's huge tail was firmly pressed against the ground by the huge elephant. Cyan Fox abandoned her huge axe. The formation formed by the 9 people descended from the sky with a great force, acting on the primordial crocodile's head. The crocodile's huge head was firmly pressed against the ground. The primordial fierce crocodile still wanted to struggle, but one of its 4 legs had already been bitten off by the 3 vicious dogs. As a result, the crocodile was unable to move its body. 2 giant eagles swooped down from the sky and clawed at the crocodile's back, causing it to bleed profusely. Seeing that the time had come, Reverend Sengyu's hands formed 108 hand seals, and a brown light appeared in his palm. Reverend Sengyu slowly descended. At this moment, the vicious crocodile seemed to have realized the danger it was in, and its exhausted strength suddenly recovered. The front limb that was bitten by the 3-headed dog suddenly struggled, and the 3-headed dog let out a blood-curdling scream as it was thrown far away. At the same time, a powerful force burst forth from the crocodile's body and nearly destroyed the formation of the Azure Fox 9 bandits. Qing Hu cried out in alarm, "Big brother, hurry!" Only the elephant was still firmly suppressing the crocodile's swaying tail. Reverend Sengyu hung the bell on the crocodile's head. A series of jingles sounded out, and the struggling crocodile suddenly stopped. Reverend Sengyu took this opportunity to land on the crocodile's head and imprint the brown light in his palm on its head. When the brown light came into contact with the blood on the crocodile's head, it quickly seeped into the crocodile's head, and the crocodile became completely still. Reverend Sengyu flew up and shouted at the Azure Fox 9 bandits, "Everyone, quickly let go. We will go support Brother Liu." Although the Azure Fox 9 bandits were puzzled, they still dispersed the formation and flew towards Lu Ping, who was fighting Ao Chuang. Reverend Sengyu then took out his spirit beast pouch and put away the elephant and eagle. Just as he was about to put away the 3 mid-core forging hounds, a deep roar suddenly came from the crocodile's mouth. A bloodline pressure burst forth from the crocodile's body, suppressing the 3 hounds so much that they trembled. For a time, their connection with Daoist Sengyu's divine sense was cut off, preventing them from being put into the spirit beast pouch. Reverend Sengyu let out a regretful sigh. He reluctantly looked at the 3 vicious dogs that had followed him since he was in the blood-refining realm. A huge tail descended from the sky and smashed the vicious dogs into meat paste. With the spirit beast taming sect's spirit-controlling art imprinted on the beast's head, all of the beast's ferocious nature would be stimulated to the extreme by the spirit-controlling art. The beast's incomplete intelligence would make the final resistance against the spirit-controlling art. At this moment, the beast was almost invincible among its peers. Reverend Sengyu and the others did not want to try to suppress the beast at this time. Once the beast's ferocious nature was completely stimulated, the spirit-controlling art would take effect. After that, the primordial fierce crocodile would become a subdued beast under Reverend Sengyu's control. In the future, it would become an important support for Reverend Sengyu to advance to the Dharma manifestation stage. The battle between Lu Ping and Ao Chuang Laozu had reached its climax from the start. This was because Reverend Sengyu and the others had quickly suppressed the primordial fierce crocodile after Lu Ping had stopped Ao Chuang Laozu. If Ao Chuang Laozu did not use all his strength to break through Lu Ping's blockade and break the suppression of the primordial fierce crocodile before Reverend Sengyu used the spirit-controlling art, Ao Chuang Laozu's trip to the Middle Earth would have been fruitless. Previously, when Reverend Sengyu had tried to subdue the primordial fierce crocodile, he had been able to suppress it. If not for Ao Chuang Laozu's sneak attack, Reverend Sengyu would have already subdued the primordial fierce crocodile. Now, with Lu Ping blocking Ao Chuang and the help of the Green Fox 9 bandits, whether it was Lu Ping or the Green Fox 9 bandits, they all had the ability to fight against a Dharma adept on their own. As such, the speed at which Reverend Sengyu subdued the primordial fierce crocodile had greatly increased. Thinking about the rapid progress of Jiang Tianlin and the others, how could Ao Chuang Laozu be satisfied with the gap between them and himself? However, this 8th-stage core forging adept seemed to be familiar with Ao Chuang Laozu's techniques. In addition, Ao Chuang Laozu's strength was already comparable to that of a normal Dharma adept. Ao Chuang Laozu was actually unable to break through Lu Ping's blockade. Jiang Tianlin Laozu was the leader of the second generation of Jinling's disciples, and Lu Ping had a close relationship with him. Naturally, Jiang Tianlin Laozu wanted to learn a lot about the famous North Sea adepts from Jiang Tianlin Laozu. Regardless of whether Jiang Tianlin Laozu was at the core forging stage or after he had advanced to the Dharma stage, Ao Chuang Laozu could be considered his nemesis. Jiang Tianlin Laozu was naturally very familiar with Ao Chuang's techniques. Thus, Lu Ping had also learned many of Ao Chuang's techniques from Jiang Tianlin Laozu. Ao Chuang Laozu fought with Lu Ping. Even though Ao Chuang had the upper hand in terms of his level of training, Lu Ping was still able to seize the initiative and appear to be in a very passive position. Dharma adepts were already able to control space magic. Although Lu Ping's current level of training was still unable to control this type of magic, it was still possible for him to interfere with it. This was especially so after the beautiful Autumn Dew sword had used the 100 Rivers Run into the Sea sword technique. The space around her had become extremely unstable. Even if Ao Chuang wanted to use space magic to break through Lu Ping's obstruction, it would be impossible. Just as Lu Ping and Ao Chuang Laozu had exchanged tens of blows, a hysterical roar came from behind Lu Ping. Ao Chuang Laozu's expression changed. Following that, he saw spiritual master Seng Yu and the others flying towards him. Ao Chuang Laozu knew that he could not do anything and immediately retreated. Lu Ping naturally would not have the arrogant thought of completely stopping this Laozu. The reason why he had completely suppressed Ao Chuang Laozu during this period of time was because of his previous understanding of Ao Chuang Laozu. If he waited for Ao Chuang to react, even if Lu Ping could still fight against Ao Chuang Laozu, he would be suppressed. At that time, Lu Ping would not be able to stop Ao Chuang Laozu. Spiritual Master Seng Yu and the Cyan Fox 9 bandits stepped forward, but they did not intend to surround Ao Chuang from both sides. Ao Chuang also did not run away. Instead, he looked at Lu Ping and the others with a gloomy expression. Ao Chuang Laozu naturally knew that the primordial fierce crocodile had been imprinted with the spirit-controlling technique by spiritual master Seng Yu. Although the spirit beast sect was mysterious, Ao Chuang Laozu still knew about the famous spirit-controlling technique. At this time, even if Ao Chuang broke through the obstruction of the crowd, the primordial fierce crocodile would no longer be of use to him. However, killing this primordial fierce crocodile would still make the spirit beast sect's cultivators work in vain. However, looking at the crowd in front of him, Ao Chuang finally gave up on this idea. Not to mention the cultivator who had been fighting against him, and the cultivator who survived a sneak attack. These 9 guys who could form a Dao soldier formation were not easy to deal with. Kid, you know the old man? Why are you so familiar with the old man's methods? What is the name of your lord? Ao Chuang felt very aggrieved in this fight. Even with his abilities, he was completely tricked by others. Naturally, Ao Chuang was not someone who was easy to deal with. He immediately guessed that Lu Ping must know him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Lu Ping to be so familiar with his methods. Lu Ping smiled without saying anything. Among the people present, spiritual master Seng Yu, Cyan Fox, and even Cyan Wolf were all intelligent people. Even if Lu Ping denied it, no one would believe him. Thus, he could only remain silent. Ao Chuang did not mind Lu Ping's smile. Instead, he continued, "So, you are from overseas?" Lu Ping made an "oh" sound and said curiously, "Overseas? I thought that Senior would directly say that I came from the North Sea. Isn't that more in line with Senior's thoughts?" Ao Chuang originally thought that Lu Ping came from the North Sea because he was the Golden Jiao Island Lord of the North Sea. Naturally, the cultivators of the North Sea were the most familiar with him. However, after hearing what Lu Ping said, Ao Chuang did not believe it. In the future, the old man will naturally know who you are. This swamp is full of danger, and there are killing traps everywhere. Don't die in the hands of others. For some reason, Ao Chuan Laozu actually said such words. After saying that, his figure disappeared into the mist. When spiritual master Sang Yu and the others saw that Ao Chuan Laozu was hiding and waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack, everyone tensed up and scanned the surroundings with their divine perception. Only Lu Ping's divine perception was able to follow behind Ao Chuan Laozu after he was hidden in the mist. Only when he disappeared dozens of miles away and no longer appeared within the range of Lu Ping's divine perception did they heave a sigh of relief. However, when Lu Ping saw that spiritual master Sang Yu and the others were still vigilant, he did not want to show that he was special. His face did not relax at all. It seemed that he was also guarding against a possible sneak attack from Ao Chuan Laozu. In the swamp, the primordial fierce crocodile's rampage reached its peak and its innate ability appeared. The muddy water within a 3-mile radius of the swamp gathered around the primordial fierce crocodile, forming a huge swamp that was higher than the surroundings. The swamp tumbled as if it was filled with traps that could devour people. At this moment, the spirit-controlling technique finally completely controlled the primordial fierce crocodile's divine perception. With a thought from spiritual master Sang Yu, the primordial fierce crocodile dispersed its divine perception. The swamp flowed in all directions. The swamp became shallower, but the area became larger. It covered a 5-mile radius. Brother Lu, spiritual master Sang Yu put the primordial fierce crocodile into his spiritual beast pouch. His expression immediately relaxed, and he hurriedly thanked Lu Ping, saying, "If Brother Lu had not helped out this time, things would not have been so easy. Here are 6 spirit-clearing pills. Brother Lu, please accept them. At the same time, I hope that Brother Lu can cure 7th sister and 9th sister's poison on account of our cooperation." Lu Ping poured out 3 spirit-clearing pills from the jade bottle that spiritual master Sang Yu handed over. He then threw the jade bottle back into spiritual master Sang Yu's hand. Disregarding the expressions of spiritual master Sang Yu and the 9 thieves, he said, "Originally, I was quite fond of the spirit-clearing pills in Brother Sang Yu's hands. However, something unexpected happened this time. I'm afraid that the cure will have to be delayed." Qinghu was furious. He pointed at Lu Ping and shouted, "Lu, what do you mean by this? Are you going back on your word?" Lu Ping rubbed his chin curiously and said, "When did I agree to cure the 9 of you?" Qinghu was stunned. Although Lu Ping had shown great interest in the spirit-clearing pills, he had not agreed to cure the poison in their bodies. Qinghu stretched out a hand to stop Qinghu, who was about to fly into a rage. She looked into Lu Ping's eyes and said, "Brother Lu, how exactly are you going to cure the poison in my 7th and 9th sisters?" Chapter 745. Qing Hu extended his hand to stop Qinghu, who was about to go berserk. He looked into Lu Ping's eyes and said, "Brother Lu, how exactly are you going to get rid of the poison in my sisters' bodies?" Lu Ping did not answer Qinghu's question. Instead, he explained to Reverend Sang Yu, who had an ugly expression on his face, "Brother Sang, you gave me 6 spirit-clearing pills, and I could have gotten rid of the snake venom and given the spirit vein to the 9 of them. However, the situation has changed." After saying that, Lu Ping looked at the quagmire that the primordial fierce crocodile had come out from. Reverend Sang Yu followed Lu Ping's gaze and suddenly realized something. He said, "Brother Lu, you mean," before Reverend Sang Yu could finish his sentence, 3 spirit snakes, 1 green, 1 blue, and 1 white, suddenly emerged from the quagmire and disappeared into Lu Ping's sleeves. Even though the 3 spirit snakes had arrived in a flash, the 7th and 9th sisters of the Green Fox 9 bandit shivered. 2 of the 3 spirit snakes had planted the snake venom in them. However, Reverend Sang Yu looked at them even more carefully. Although he had hinted that Lu Ping knew that he had green sea snakes on him, the snake venom had mutated, so he could only guess. However, he could now confirm that the 3 spirit snakes were indeed the famous green sea snakes in the cultivation world. Reverend Sang Yu is from the spirit-taming beast sect, so he could clearly see that the 3 green sea snakes had not had their consciousness erased by Lu Ping and had not been planted with a spirit sense restriction. This made Reverend Sangyu admire him even more. At the same time, his heart was filled with envy. Reverend Sangyu had risked his life to enter the lush jade swamp twice before working with the Green Fox 9 bandits and Lu Ping to obtain a primordial fierce crocodile with a top-grade bloodline. Meanwhile, Lu Ping had easily obtained 3 green sea snakes with the same top-grade bloodline, and their consciousness had not been erased. In addition to the Windfire Green Wand with the demon transformation bracelet that Reverend Sangyu saw in the small town, as well as that mysterious little girl, how many secrets did this Angshan Immortal Academy elder have? This Lu Xianping was definitely not a cultivator from the Middle Mainland. Just now, the primordial giant crocodile had questioned him about being a cultivator from the North Sea. Although the North Sea was the primordial giant crocodile's world, the green sea snake only existed in the East Sea. That's right, the Firestorm Phoenix also came from the East Sea. The Firestorm Phoenix clan of the East Sea was also a top-level demon clan. Could it be that this person came from the East Sea? Reverend Sangyu cupped his fists at Lu Ping and said, "Brother Lu, aren't you afraid that I will snatch these 3 snake demons from you so boldly and confidently?" Lu Ping chuckled and said, "Unless Brother Sang wishes to erase their intelligence." Reverend Sangyu was stunned when he heard this. This was exactly what Reverend Sangyu admired from the bottom of his heart. The spirit beast taming sect took in all the ferocious beasts in the world for their own use, but they prohibited themselves from erasing the intelligence of demon cultivators and controlling them with the spirit-controlling art. However, if they did not do this, it was very rare for the spirit beast taming sect's cultivators to subdue ferocious beasts with top-level bloodlines. This was actually because the spirit beast taming sect did not want to become enemies with all the demon cultivators in the world. Hence, whenever the spirit beast taming sect's cultivators obtained a ferocious beast with a top-level bloodline, they would usually explain it to the demon cultivator clan that the ferocious beast belonged to. This was because almost every top-level demon cultivator clan was an enormous force in the cultivation world. Even the primordial giant crocodile clan, which had fled to the North Sea due to the difficulty of reproduction and the oppression of the green sea snake back then, was the same. At the very least, Lu Ping knew that the primordial giant crocodile clan should not be any weaker than a large force or sect. Right now, Lu Ping had obtained the approval of at least 3 half-top-level demon cultivators without using forceful methods, such as erasing their intelligence. This was also something that the spirit beast taming sect had always strongly advocated. If Lu Ping joined the spirit beast taming sect now, his status would at least be higher than Reverend Sangyu's. Reverend Sangyu smiled unnaturally and said, "I admire Brother Lu's methods, but what did the 3 of them discover at the resting place of the primordial giant crocodile clan?" Lu Ping nodded and said, "It seems that Brother Sangyu is from a large sect like the spirit beast taming sect, so the things below must not be of interest to you. I won't lie to Brother Sangyu, there is a small spirit vein below." When the Green Fox 9 bandits heard Lu Ping's words, they gnashed their teeth in hatred. How could this guy be so lucky? Why didn't they think of going to the nest of the primordial giant crocodile to investigate? In fact, the Green Fox 9 bandits could not be blamed for thinking this way. The Central Plains was rich and fertile, and there were very few cultivators who had the spirit of scraping the land for resources like the North Sea cultivators. Moreover, these 9 people had been thinking about the antidote for the snake's venom and had neglected other things. As for Sangyu, he was still immersed in the joy of subduing a top-level Dharma beast and was about to advance to the Dharma stage. The meaning of Lu Ping's words was very clear. He had found another good thing here, so he still had to keep his mouth shut. Therefore, the matter of the antidote should be delayed for now. Reverend Sangyu did not make a fuss and said to Lu Ping, "If that's the case, then Brother Lu can give the antidote to my 2 younger sisters after this matter in the new swamp is over. I trust Brother Lu's character." Lu Ping chuckled and said, "Brother Sang, don't worry. The Yingshan Immortal School is a small place, and we won't dare to go back on our words in front of the spirit beast taming sect." Since the 2 of them had made things clear, the Green Fox 9 bandits did not pursue the matter any further. Reverend Sangyu said, "Since that's the case, we will part ways here. However, I still have to remind Brother Lu that there is a storm brewing in the swamp. A few days ago, I saw cultivators from the Hunan cultivation world and the Yuan family. It is said that because of the Taishan sect, the Tianxian sect has also sent people into the swamp. It is best for Brother Lu's sect to leave as soon as possible. Lu Ping thanks Sangyu. Then, Qing Hu suddenly said, "We've also discovered cultivators from the upper reaches of the Yulon River. At the same time, we've also heard rumors that the disciples of the 5 Holy Lands might have entered the swamp. We're only telling you this because we hope that you can protect your own lives. If you die in the swamp, my 7th and 9th sisters will be in danger as well." Lu Ping smiled and bid farewell to Sangyu and the others. Watching them leave, Lu Ping shook his sleeves and the Samling turned back into 3 11 or 12-year-old children and appeared beside Lu Ping. "Tell me, it seems that apart from the spirit veins, you have also found something good." Lu Ling was the quickest to answer. She giggled and said, "Father is wise. There is not only 1 spirit vein but 2. Not only that, there seems to be a spirit stone mine down there, but it seems to be just a small spirit stone mine." Lu Ping chuckled and said, "That's not bad. The 3 of you, bring Debao down again and see if there are any spirit-gathering pearls in these 2 small spirit veins." With that, under the laughter of the Samling, Lu Ping threw Debao to the ground. Looking at the quagmire in front of him, Debao protested loudly. He was afraid of water to begin with, let alone this quagmire. Moreover, he was only at the mid-blood condensation stage. However, the Samling pressed Debao into the quagmire without saying a word. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the Samling finally dragged Debao out of the quagmire. He spat out a small spirit-gathering pearl from his mouth, and the Samling finished setting up the traction formation that Lu Ping had given them. Lu Ping weighed the spirit-gathering pearl in his hand and said, "Strange. This Xingyu swamp was originally a barren land. Now I have found 3 spirit veins and a small spirit stone mine. No matter how rich the Central Plains is, it shouldn't be like this." Now, the swamp has attracted all the Mara cultivators in Hebei, and all the sects are rushing into the swamp. Why is this? Is it because they want to encircle and kill Mara? A light flashed in Lu Ping's mind. His eyes lit up and he said, "Could it be that there is a change in the veins in the swamp, and these spirit veins have only recently appeared?" Just as Lu Ping was deep in thought about what secrets were hidden in this trip to the new swamp, a low rumbling sound came from the depths of the swamp, accompanied by the shaking of the ground. The entire swamp seemed to be shaking. This was not something that could be created by 1 or 2 Dharma adepts. Even if it was 3 to 5 Dharma adepts fighting, it would not be able to affect the entire swamp. Lu Ping knew that this was most likely the cultivators of the various sects beginning to attack Mara, who was entrenched in the depths of the swamp. Lu Ping turned around and headed towards Guitianshan and Laozu's campsite. He wanted to meet up with the other Dharma adepts as soon as possible. Once Mara was defeated, a large group of Shura and demonic Asuras would wander around. If he was surrounded by these things, even if Lu Ping's body was made of steel, how many nails could he hit? In the depths of the swamp, the elder of the spiritual martial faction, Wu Lingfeng, was leading a few of his disciples. Their faces were pale as they looked at a dead body floating in the middle of a quagmire. Through gritted teeth, he said, "Who is it? Who is it?" The disciples' faces were all pale, and their eyes revealed traces of disbelief. One of the 3 Dharma adepts of the faction who had entered the swamp this time, Elder Yu Linkong, who was at the mid-Dharma stage, had mysteriously fallen in this place. A mid-Dharma adept. Even though the spiritual martial faction now had the ability to become a major force, and they had 2 late Dharma adepts, they could not afford to lose a mid-Dharma adept. Elder Wu Lingfeng knew that the fall of Elder Linkong could very well mean that the spiritual martial faction would not be able to achieve their goal of becoming a major force. Perhaps the 5 Holy Lands would ask the spiritual martial faction to recuperate and strengthen their own strength. But now that the spiritual martial faction had revealed their own strength, if they were unable to gain the support of the 5 Holy Lands, the spiritual martial faction would definitely be suppressed by the various sects of the Hebei training world. The few sects that were previously prepared to rely on the spiritual martial faction might also change sides. As for the spiritual martial faction's biggest secret ally, the Tianqian sect, now that they had been exposed in the swamp this time, they might not be able to protect themselves. The Tianqian sect would definitely use all their strength to suppress the Tianqian sect, so they would not have the strength to spare to support the spiritual martial faction. Behind Elder Wu Lingfeng, an early Dharma adept stepped forward. He was one of the 3 Dharma adepts of the spiritual martial faction who had entered the swamp this time. Now that Elder Wu Lingfeng was on the verge of exploding in anger, his disciples were as silent as cicadas in winter, and he was the only one who could speak. Senior, now that Mara has been defeated, there are many forces in the center of the swamp, and danger is everywhere. The most important thing now is that the spiritual martial faction does not want to avenge Senior Linkong, but to bring all of our disciples back to the faction safely. At the same time, we also want to bring back the gains from the swamp this time to the faction. We need to think about how to avenge Senior Linkong. Chapter 746. A strange wave rushed towards Lu Ping's divine sense, giving him a splitting headache and causing him to fall to the ground. A black cloud rolled out from the green mist and let out a strange cry that sounded like it was excited as it pounced towards Lu Ping. The Xiaoma hidden in the black cloud seemed to have sensed that the cultivator, lying on the ground, had something he coveted. The black cloud rolled forward and wrapped around Lu Ping. At this moment, purple lightning suddenly burst out of the black cloud. The black cloud was like snow under the scorching sun, dissolving into nothingness by the lightning. Miserable screams could be heard from the dissipating black cloud. Lu Ping slowly got up from the ground. He saw a Xiaoma not much different from an ordinary person, but its face was pale and it had a pair of fangs. The Xiaoma's body disintegrated in the lightning, leaving only a brown crystal in Lu Ping's hand. This Xiaoma had been chasing after Lu Ping for a whole day. No matter what Lu Ping did, he couldn't shake it off or lure it out. In addition, this Xiaoma seemed to be constantly summoning Shuras to surround Lu Ping while it was following Lu Ping. Fortunately, Lu Ping was lucky. There were no Dharma phase blood Shuras or blood demons who came looking for trouble with Lu Ping. The core forging stage great Shuras were obviously not a match for Lu Ping. However, Lu Ping was annoyed by the continuous battles. After a long time, he would have to relax, which would give the Xiaoma an opportunity to attack. In the end, Lu Ping could only pretend to be exhausted after a series of battles. At this time, the Xiaoma who was far behind Lu Ping finally noticed the advantage and used its innate magical ability, the soul-devouring technique, on Lu Ping. Lu Ping pretended to be powerless and collapsed on the ground, which led to the scene just now. 3 days ago, when Lu Ping arrived at the previous camp, it had long been razed to the ground. Lu Ping couldn't find any information about Gui Tianshan Laozu in the ruins, but he could see that the camp seemed to have been deliberately abandoned by the Xiaoma. There were no casualties. Lu Ping let out a long sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave, he found that this place had become the territory of Mara, who were fleeing from the center of the swamp. Shuras and even Xiaoma constantly jumped out of the fog, mud, ground, and thorns to attack Lu Ping. Fortunately, this fleeing Mara did not have the Dharma phase Mara to lead them, and they did not surround Lu Ping. Lu Ping's pair of flying swords killed dozens of great Shuras and 7 or 8 Xiaoma. He knew that this blood demon cultivator was about to evolve into a blood demon. Aside from its innate ability to devour souls, this blood demon was also proficient in concealment and escape. Although Lu Ping had extraordinary attainments in these 2 areas, he still couldn't catch the blood demon cultivator. In the end, he had no choice but to feign an injury to kill the blood demon cultivator with the 7 Thunder Treasures gourd. It was a pity that he did not know where the Xiaoma's escape and hiding techniques came from. Lu Ping put away the soul-devouring crystal. He thought about the remaining Mara who was entrenched in this area, and his heart skipped a beat. Now that Mara, who was entrenched in the depths of the swamp, must have been defeated, and the Mara was now hiding from a large-scale encirclement. Why was this Mara entrenched here and not leaving? And these few days, they were not trying their best to encircle and kill Lu Ping. Instead, they were trying to expel him. Yes, not encircle and kill him, but to expel him. They wanted to expel Lu Ping. What was hidden in this area? Lu Ping's heart was on fire. His divine consciousness kept sweeping the area, and then suddenly a colorful cloud appeared around him. The cloud flickered and quickly dissipated into the fog. At the same time, Lu Ping also disappeared. More than 10 great Asuras seemed to have received the cry for help from the Xioma just before it died. They gathered here from different directions, but they could not find anything. In the end, they could only disperse. In an unknown place near the swamp, several cultivators dressed in black gathered together. The leader was a cultivator at the peak of the core forging realm. If Lu Ping was here, he could easily see that these people were from the same sect as those who had plotted against the Gu family and the Cloud Capital sect. They were all from the Tai Xian sect of the cultivation world in the lower reaches of the Yulon River. Junior Brother Lin, are you sure? The cultivator at the peak of the core forging realm asked a short cultivator. 8th Senior Brother, don't worry. These Asuras are entrenched here because they have obtained a life spirit treasure from a dead blood Asura. These days, these Asuras seem to be fighting over this life spirit treasure in order to use the secret technique of the Asura clan to stimulate the essence of the blood Asura contained in this life spirit treasure, so that this clan can give birth to a new blood Asura. I didn't expect the Asura clan to have such a secret technique, but this is an opportunity. We can take the opportunity to seize this life spirit treasure. Although we can't use the power of this spirit treasure in our hands after we take it back to the sect, we can ask the sect's weapon forging grandmaster to help us. I think we can get another spirit treasure. When that time comes, everyone will be credited. 8th Senior Brother seemed to have made up his mind. Oh, what 8th Senior Brother said is right. I think with this Asura spirit treasure in hand, the sect will certainly look at 8th Senior Brother with new eyes. When the time comes, with strong training, you will certainly enter the Dharma realm. At that time, 8th Senior Brother will be the third generation disciple of our sect to enter the Dharma realm. In the future, we will call 8th Senior Brother 3rd Senior Brother. Junior Brother Lin immediately agreed with 8th Senior Brother's decision, and several others also began to speak in agreement. Well, Senior Brother Lin, please lead the team. We will quietly sneak into their core area, then surprise them, seize this spirit treasure, and break out of the encirclement. If we are lucky enough to succeed, when we return to the sect, the credit will belong to everyone. 8th Senior Brother's words boosted the morale of several Taishan sect cultivators. Junior Brother Lin repeatedly said, 8th Senior Brother is of noble character and unquestionable integrity. We admire him very much. After that, Junior Brother Lin mysteriously said to his fellow disciples around him, Senior Brothers, do you know what else I found besides this life spirit treasure? 8th Senior Brother said impatiently, Junior Brother Lin, if you found anything, just say it. Don't leave us hanging. There was a flash of displeasure in Junior Brother Lin's eyes, but he still smiled and said, 8th Senior Brother is right. This time, I have continuously found the blood Asura's life spirit treasure, and I also found that there is a spirit vein in the gathering place of this group of Asuras. 8th Senior Brother's eyes flashed with a light, and then he said calmly, well, that is normal. If there is no spirit vein to attract them, this life spirit treasure alone may not be able to keep this group of Asuras here. But Junior Brother Lin, what do you think the quality of this spirit vein is? Junior Brother Lin said affirmatively, at least the scale of 3 small spirit veins. Good. 8th Senior Brother's face lit up, and he said to the surrounding disciples of the Taishan sect, let's do this. When we return, I will ask the sect for credit for everyone. Junior Brother Lin's credit will be the greatest. Junior Brother Lin bowed his head and thanked him. Thank you, 8th Senior Brother. It is all thanks to 8th Senior Brother's good words in the sect. 8th Senior Brother and the surrounding cultivators did not see the strange light flashing in Junior Brother Lin's eyes. There is no time to lose. Eighth senior brother was also a straightforward person. He waved to the surrounding disciples of the Taishan sect and said, "We will act as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary trouble. I've been informed by our sect's Laozu that those bastards of the Tianqian sect have also sneaked into the swamp. They must be coming for our sect." Some time ago, there was news that Ling Kong of the spiritual martial sect has died. We must be even more careful. What? Ling Kong of the spiritual martial sect is dead. That is a cultivator of the mid-Dharma plane. Could it be that a great cultivator of the Tianqian sect personally took action? Several disciples of the Taishan sect exclaimed. Eighth senior brother frowned and said, "This time, our sect and the spiritual martial sect secretly cooperated. We originally thought that it would be a matter of course. Unexpectedly, as soon as we entered the swamp, we were exposed. 11th and 13th were almost ambushed. 11th was even taken away by our sect's Laozu's escape talisman weapon. It is really shameful." It is not. A disciple of the Taishan sect said, "Although this time, our Taishan sect also achieved brilliant results in the swamp. 14 of the 81 cultivators of the various sects in the Hebei province died at our hands. There was also an early Dharma plane cultivator from a sect that was not on good terms with the spiritual martial sect. It is said that the spiritual martial sect also secretly plotted against one of them and seriously injured the other. But the death of Ling Kong of the spiritual martial sect is enough to offset the results of our battle. Who cares? Anyway, it is the cultivator of the spiritual martial sect who died. Our Dharma plane cultivator Laozu of the Taishan sect is unscathed." Eighth senior brother listened to the discussion of several of his junior brothers, and his mood was a little heavy. He had quite a high status among the third-generation disciples of the Taishan sect, and his knowledge was far greater than that of his junior brothers. Naturally, he saw things much further than them. This time, the spiritual martial sect lost a mid-Dharma plane cultivator. It could be said that it was difficult to rise to become a large sect. If so, although the alliance between the Taishan sect and the spiritual martial sect was still a force that the Tianqian sect dared not underestimate, after all, the spiritual martial sect did not have the righteousness of a large sect from the 5 Holy Lands. Even if the two sects joined hands, they would not be able to resist the attack of the Tianqian sect. Moreover, the spiritual martial sect also had to prevent a fire in their own backyard. It was very likely that the various sects in the Hebei province would join forces to put pressure on the spiritual martial sect. The group of people from the Taishan sect walked toward the fog, but they did not notice that junior brother Lin had intentionally or unintentionally slowed down his pace. He accompanied the 8th senior brother all the way down to the end. After the crowd walked far away, a gust of fog blew over, and Lu Ping walked out of the fog. He looked at the people of the Taishan sect in the distance, smiled slightly, and said to himself, "This is getting more and more interesting. I didn't expect that the spiritual martial sect would actually lose a mid-Dharma plane elder. I don't know if the spiritual martial sect can bear this blow." Lu Ping waved to the fog around him, and his whole body once again disappeared into the fog. Chapter 747. After experiencing several catastrophes in the world of cultivation, practitioners had a certain understanding of the Shura's cultivation process. Most Shuras relied on devouring the flesh and blood of practitioners and attaching themselves to the spiritual veins to absorb spiritual power to speed up their cultivation. But in another case, Shuras could enhance the strength of individual Shuras through special means of inheritance. When a Shura reached the Dharma plane, its accompanying spiritual treasure often contained a considerable part of the blood Shura's cultivation essence. It was precisely because of this part of essence that the treasure, which had not gone through the thunder tribulation, could be compared to a real spiritual treasure in the hands of the Shura. When a blood Azura perished, if its accompanying spiritual treasure was obtained by other great Azuras, these great Azuras would be able to inherit part of the blood Azura's bloodline essence contained in the accompanying spiritual treasure, which would allow their cultivation base to rise. This group of Mara, who had retreated from the depths of the swamp, wanted to inherit the accompanying spiritual treasure of the deceased master and intended to give birth to a blood Shura. That was why these Shuras had stopped here and did not scatter in all directions. A total of 5 cultivators from the Supreme Profound Sect, led by the 8th senior brother, were stealthily sneaking towards the place where junior brother Lin had discovered where the Azuras were gathered. However, they never noticed that there was a cloud of mist 2 or 3 miles behind them. The 8th brother, who was walking at the front, inadvertently glanced at junior brother Lin, who had fallen behind. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then a dim light flashed in his hand, and a talisman flashed in his palm. "We're here. It's right there." The 8th brother's voice rang in the ears of the other 4. An object that looked like a tree root was being worshipped by the Shuras, and a strange power was flowing on the surface of the object. Lu Ping followed behind the practitioners of the Taishan sect and carefully observed the object. He found that the object itself did not have the kind of vitality that a real spiritual treasure had, but an unfamiliar power, and this power seemed to be gradually dissipating with the passage of time, but the process of dissipation was slow and not easy to detect. Around the place where the accompanying spiritual treasure was placed, a total of 4 great Shuras, who were only a step away from the blood Shura, each occupied a position. It seemed that they were guarding the treasure, but also seemed to be confronting each other. "Do it." After the 8th brother and the others made some arrangements, the other 4 people each launched an attack on an Azura, and they retreated after one attack. The 4 Azuras took the opportunity to counterattack. The 8th brother took the opportunity to grab the companion's spirit treasure placed in the center and ran away. At the same time, he let out a long whistle, signaling the other 4 people to retreat as soon as possible. The other 4 were only trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain. In the beginning, they did not entangle with the 4 Azuras. Seeing that their 8th senior brother had succeeded so easily, they all fled in the direction that their 8th senior brother had escaped. When the 4 Azuras saw that the treasure they had been fighting over had been snatched away by the cultivators of the human clan, they all roared in anger. Suddenly, dozens of corresponding voices rang out from all around, all of them trying to block the path of the 5 people from the Supreme Mystery Sect. However, the 5 cultivators from the Supreme Mystery Sect were all at the late stage of the core forging realm. Their leader, the 8th senior brother, was one of the top experts among the 3rd-generation disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect. When the 5 of them joined forces, they could even fight against the Dharma idol Laozu. How could the Azuras who were blocking their way be a match for them? Instead, they were killed by them. However, this also affected the speed of the 5 people. The 4 great Azuras behind them were constantly changing their forms. Some turned into a stream of water, some plunged into the low thorns growing in the swamp, some turned into a breeze, and some turned invisible. The distance between them and the 5 people was getting closer and closer. 8th senior brother, this way. Junior brother Lin's movement technique was the most brilliant. He had previously scouted the area where the Azuras gathered, so he was the most familiar with the terrain here. The 5 cultivators from the Supreme Mystery Sect charged forward for tens of li. Under the leadership of junior brother Lin, they finally broke through the encirclement of dozens of Azuras. However, the 4 great Azuras were still in hot pursuit. Join forces to repel them, or take the opportunity to kill 1 or 2. The 8th senior brother gritted his teeth and said, "We have consumed a lot of energy in this attack. If we continue to escape, the Jinshi in our bodies will not be enough. It is better to turn back and fight them now. Although the 4 Azuras are troublesome, we still have a chance." The other 4 disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect could be said to be obedient to the 8th senior brother. They immediately slowed down their speed. When the 4 Azuras behind them saw that the 5 people had no strength left, they suddenly let out a long hiss of excitement and immediately accelerated their speed. However, just as the 4 Azuras approached, the 5 people suddenly turned around and tacitly launched an attack on an Azura that had just emerged from the flowing water. The 4 Azuras were fighting on their own and lacked tacit understanding. This time, One of the water Asuras was seriously injured by the 5 people, and half of its body turned into flowing water and floated in the air. Originally, these 4 Asuras would not be so weak. In this group of Asuras, there was a Shioma equivalent to the peak of the core forging realm. When this Shioma was present, together with the 4 Asuras, they could often exert great power. This was also the reason why this group was able to smoothly break out of the center of the swamp under the siege of human cultivators and snatch a companion's spiritual treasure. However, it was precisely because of this that these 4 Shuras, who were originally only 1 step away from becoming Blood Shura, wanted to use the essence of Blood Shura contained in the spiritual treasure that inherited the secret skill to successfully advance to the Dharma stage. The 4 Asuras refused to give in to each other, and in the end, they formed a stalemate. Because of this, the entire group lost its restraints. Although the Shioma had a high status in the group, the Shura's companion's spiritual treasure was useless to it, and it could not decide who the treasure belonged to. In the end, it could only let it be. However, this Shioma quickly targeted a human cultivator in the late core forging realm. Through intuition, this Shioma felt that this human cultivator contained a huge amount of divine will. Through the soul-devouring secret technique, the Shioma believed that if it could kill this human cultivator and devour his divine will, it would definitely be able to use this opportunity to advance to the Dharma phase. Therefore, the Shioma immediately used a secret technique to summon the Asuras from nearby groups to attack this cultivator. Although this group was directly under the control of the 4 great Asuras at the peak of the core forging realm, this Shioma could be said to be the 5th leader of this group, so naturally, no Asuras would disobey his orders. However, although this person's cultivation was only at the 8th level of the core forging realm, his strength was really strong. Fortunately, this Shioma was also very patient. After tracking this cultivator for 3 days, finally waiting for the moment when the cultivator's Shinchi was exhausted, the Shioma was overjoyed and immediately launched a sneak attack on this person. Once the Shioma devoured the divine will and became a blood demon, the Shioma would be the #1 expert in this group. The entire group would return to its protection, and the 4 Asuras who were originally above it would also listen to its orders. However, this beautiful dream, which was carefully woven by the Shioma, ended in tragedy. The human cultivator had not exhausted his Jinchi. It was clear that he was deliberately baiting it. However, Shiomo's realization was too late. After Lu Ping used the 7 Thunder Treasures gourd to incinerate him, one of the 4 Asuras was severely injured. Lu Ping's 7 Thunder Treasures gourd was also reduced to ashes. However, just as the 8th brother roared, "Good," and was ready to command the other 4 to attack another Asura, junior brother Lin suddenly launched a sneak attack on a disciple of the Xian sect next to him. "Junior brother Lin, what are you doing?"
Ah!
With a scream, the Xian sect disciple burst into blood from his chest under the shocked roar of the 8th senior brother. Junior brother Lin's face was solemn, and his figure had already quickly pulled away from the other 3 Xian sect disciples after the successful attack. His escape technique was extremely fast, and the 8th senior brother and the others could not catch up with him, so they quickly gave up the attack on the other Asura and withdrew. "Bastard, Lin Mahue, why are you doing this to me? Attacking your own senior brother, aren't you afraid of being severely punished by the sex rules?" The 8th senior brother pulled over the Xian sect disciple whose core space had been broken by junior brother Lin, but he was already dead. Looking at junior brother Lin standing opposite him, the 8th senior brother's face was gloomy and terrible.
Puff, puff, puff.
With 3 muffled sounds, the bodies of the 3 Asuras suddenly exploded in midair, and 3 cultivators suddenly appeared around junior brother Lin. The one in front was the youngest, and he said with a smile, "Junior brother Lin Mahue will naturally not be punished by the rules of the Xian sect. He was originally a disciple of the Xian sect, and he killed several of your disciples. The Xian sect will not be able to reward him in time, let alone punish him according to the rules. Brother Qinan, how have you been?" "Junior brother Lin, you actually betrayed the sect. It's the Rushing Thunder 3 Swords of the Xian sect." The 8th senior brother Nan looked at the 3 people in front of him. These Rushing Thunder Three Swords were also the best among the third-generation disciples of the Xian sect. If there was only one of them, Qinan thought that he could be on par with him, but now that the three of them had appeared together, it was obvious that they were here to kill, and naturally, they would not give him a chance to fight alone. Although senior brother Qinan's expression was ugly, his tone was still calm. He asked junior brother Lin, "Junior brother Lin, I didn't think that you were actually from the Xian sect. I say, after obtaining this primordial spirit treasure this time, breaking through the encirclement was a little too easy. I think that the three of you must have cut off many of the surrounding Asuras, right? You let us snatch the primordial spirit treasure from the group of Asuras, and then sat back and watched as we fought the Asuras. Both sides suffered, and then the three of you reaped the benefits. What a good plan." Junior brother Lin smiled at Qinan and the others, but did not say a word. The Rushing Thunder Three Swords looked at each other, as if tacitly agreeing. Qinan turned to the Xian sect disciple who had spoken earlier and said, "Junior brother Lin has quite a promising future in our sect, but this time you all exposed him so easily. Could it be that the Rushing Thunder Three Swords are so confident that you can keep all three of us here?" As soon as Qinan's voice fell, an imposing aura rose from junior brother Lin's body. This time, even Qinan's expression changed. Ninth Core Forging Stage, good. I didn't think that junior brother Lin had hidden his strength so deeply. In a cloud of fog 3 miles away, Lu Ping's face revealed a light smile. This is getting more and more interesting. I wonder who is the sandpiper and clam, and who is the fisherman. Chapter 748. Lu Ping's will quietly swept through the disciples of the Supreme Xian sect and the Sky Xian sect, but it did not attract the attention of any of them. However, Lu Ping's will did not linger around these people. Instead, it moved towards another place in the mist. Lu Ping had heard of the 3 Rushing Thunder Swords of the Sky Xian sect. They were famous experts among the third-generation disciples of the Sky Xian sect. When the 3 swords joined hands, they were able to compete with Dharma idol Laozu. Although there were 3 people left in the Supreme Xian sect, among the 3, only 8th brother Qi Nen might be able to compete with one of the 3 swords. The strength of the other 2 was much weaker. Furthermore, there was still junior brother Lin, who had been hiding his strength and pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. At this point, Qi Nen was not anxious. He glanced at junior brother Lin beside him and said, "We had expected everything, but the only thing we didn't expect was junior brother Lin. We didn't think that you would be a spy from the Sky Xian sect." Junior brother Lin smiled slightly and said, "This is nothing. The Sky Xian sect and the Supreme Xian sect have been fighting for a long time. Sending spies to each other is nothing new." The leader of the 3 Rushing Thunder Swords seemed to have heard something from Qinan's words. He said in a low voice, "Qinan, what do you mean by this?" 8th brother Qinan smiled and opened his palm, revealing a talisman inscribed in his palm. The talisman's inscriptions immediately dissipated in his palm. He laughed and said, "Brother Yun Jian, do you know that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind?" Lu Ping hid in the mist in the distance. After hearing these words, he smiled and said, "It's coming." When the leader of the 3 Rushing Thunder Swords, Yun Jian, saw the talisman in Qinan's hand, his expression immediately changed. He said in a cold voice, "A tracking talisman. Did you already anticipate that we would ambush you here? Or perhaps junior brother Lin's matter had already been discovered by you?" Qinan placed the talisman on top of his head to protect himself first, and the 2 cultivators of the Supreme Profound Sect did the same. Qinan then said calmly, "In fact, we only suspected that there was a spy, and the talisman in my hand was only a means that the sect left behind for us low-level disciples just in case." The 3 Galloping Thunder Swords and junior brother Lin had already brought out their respective magic treasures. At the same time, they carefully scanned their surroundings with their divine senses. However, they found nothing. Yun Jian's expression grew increasingly ugly. Not being able to find anything proved that the other party's concealment technique was very profound. It was very likely that their strength was far above everyone else's. Yun Jian suddenly looked around and said, "I wonder which of the 3 heroes of the Xian sect has arrived." As soon as Yun Jian's words came out, the other 2 of the 3 galloping thunder swords and junior brother Lin were the first to jump in fright. The 3 heroes of the Xian sect were the 3 most outstanding disciples of the 3rd generation of the Xian sect. They were all existences at the level of Dharma Adept Laozu. Although the 3 galloping thunder swords were considered good among the 3rd generation of the Tianxian sect, they were not the best of the 3rd generation. The Xian sect also had the 4 heroes of the Tianxian sect who were on par with the 3 heroes of the Taixian sect. Among these 4 3rd generation disciples, those who had already entered the Dharma Adept stage were the most outstanding existences in the Tianxian sect. If it was really the 3 heroes of the Taixian sect who had arrived, masters of the late core forging stage like the 3 galloping thunder swords would not be enough in their eyes. As soon as Yun Jian's voice fell, a ray of light had already pierced through the light fog. It then split into 3 and stabbed towards the 3 galloping thunder swords. The Taixian thorn won into 3. "You are the 2nd brother of the Xian sect, Fan Yuqing." Junior brother Lin was, after all, a spy that the Tianxian sect had stationed in the Xian sect, and he recognized the newcomer at a glance. However, at this moment, Qi Nan and the other 2 disciples of the Xian sect also surrounded junior brother Lin. Junior brother Lin could not care about anything else. Although he had hidden his own strength, his level of cultivation was at the 9th level of the core forging stage, which at most was similar to that of the 8th brother, Qi Nan. Now that the 3 galloping thunder swords were being beaten by the Dharma Adept Fan Yuqing, and Qi Nan had 2 helpers by his side, junior brother Lin was in danger as soon as he appeared. The Azura tribe originally had 5 leaders, but now all of them had been killed. Coupled with the fact that they had been killed by the cultivators of the Supreme Mystery sect earlier, there were not many of them left. Many of the Azuras had already fled in all directions. Lu Ping came unimpeded all the way to the place where the Xian sect cultivators had obtained the primordial spirit treasure. Along the way, a few Shuras had jumped out to block the way, but Lu Ping had casually taken care of them. Earlier, Lu Ping had clearly heard that junior brother Lin had not only detected that there was a blood Shura's primordial spirit treasure in this tribe, but there were also at least 2 or 3 small spirit veins. These 3 small spirit veins might not be important to large sects like the Tianxian sect and the Xian sect, but for the Jumling cultivators who were used to living a hard life, these 3 small spirit veins were not something that could be easily given up. Now that the cultivators of the Tianxian sect and the Tianxian sect were fighting to the death, it was a good thing for Lu Ping to get his hands on these spirit veins first. The spirit veins here could not be settled with just attraction matrix. Once the battle between the Tianxian and Tianxian sects came to an end, there was no guarantee that the winner would return to clean up the battlefield. At that time, the traction matrix that Lu Ping had set up would be exposed. Lu Ping reached into his sleeve and felt around. When he took his hand out, there was a small wine cup. Lu Ping threw the wine cup into the sky, and a wine cup bigger than a wine jar appeared in midair. A pair of small hands suddenly appeared and grabbed the edge of the wine cup. Then, a little girl's had emerged from the wine cup and made a face at Lu Ping. Lu Ping laughed and said, "Linglong, this time it depends on your abilities." As the spirit of the Linglong wine cauldron, Lu Linglong, under the constant nourishment of Lu Ping's Jinqi, had already recovered the elegance of the spirit treasure of the past. She raised her little face and said, "Don't worry, Master." Lu Ping patted the wine cauldron with both hands, and the Linglong wine cauldron suddenly spun in the air. Linglong slowly rose from the wine cauldron. Her 2 hands seemed to be grabbing something and pulling it up with all her might. Her little face was red. When Lu Ping saw this, he knew that she didn't have enough Jinqi. He couldn't help but lament that it wasn't easy to fully display the power of this spirit treasure. Lu Ping's palms trembled, and a muffled sound akin to the beating of a drum resounded in the surroundings. The sound of water splashing echoed in Lu Ping's body like waves. Then, Lu Ping's palms on the wine cauldron suddenly turned a bluish-purple color.
Buzz.
The Linglong wine cauldron spun faster and faster. Lu Linglong floated above the wine cauldron and seemed to grow a lot taller. Her strength also increased a lot as she grew taller. Then, he heard a tender laugh and 3 white pillars of mist rose from the ground. A rich spiritual energy suddenly spread out from the ground, and the density was even higher than before. Lu Ping knew that the process of using this secret technique would cause a great waste of spiritual energy, which would greatly weaken the spirit vein, but he couldn't care too much about it now. It was much better than getting nothing. Lu Ping wanted to finish this secret technique and leave as soon as possible before the surrounding people were attracted by the rich spiritual energy. Otherwise, even if he couldn't get the 3 spirit veins, it would be over if people discovered Linglong's wine cauldron. This was a genuine spirit treasure, and it was on a completely different level from the companion spirit treasure of Blood Azura that the Supreme Xian sect had previously obtained. In the distance, he could still hear the rumbling sounds of magic spells from the battle between the Supreme Xian sect and the Heavenly Xian sect. After the 3 white pillars of spiritual energy rose from the ground, they were collected by Linglong into the wine cauldron. The spinning wine cauldron seemed to be using these pillars of spiritual energy to brew something. The pores all over Lu Ping's body opened up, greedily absorbing the rich spiritual energy around him. The North Sea Wave listening scripture was circulating rapidly inside his body. After refining the myriad wonder dew, Lu Ping's true essence recovered at a faster rate, allowing him to replenish his true essence in a timely manner. Although it still couldn't keep up with the speed of his true essence consumption, it could greatly prolong the time he could cast the secret technique. After Lu Ping pulled out all 3 pillars of spiritual energy from the ground, Lu Ping's face lit up with joy. His hands formed several hand seals in succession. With each hand seal, the wine cauldron hummed. At this time, Linglong, who was floating above the wine cauldron, plunged into the wine cauldron. After an unknown amount of time, the wine cauldron finally stopped rotating. Lu Ping had consumed a lot of his primary energy to use the spirit treasure. He took a deep breath and circulated the primary energy in his body. Once again, there was the sound of rushing waves, and his originally pale face suddenly became ruddy. After an unknown amount of time, Linglong's laughter suddenly came from the wine cauldron. Lu Ping smiled slightly and clapped his hands. The wine cauldron suddenly began to shrink in midair. Linglong jumped out of the wine cauldron and stood in front of Lu Ping. She stretched out a pair of small hands towards Lu Ping and said, "Here, for you." 2 sparkling beads appeared in Linglong's small hands. If they were not spirit-gathering pearls, what could they be? Lu Ping put the 2 spirit-gathering pearls in a spirit-sealing box and said with some regret, 3 small spiritual veins, but in the end, only 2 small spirit-gathering pearls were condensed. It's a pity. When Linglong heard Lu Ping say this, she suddenly complained, "It's all because of you, Master." If Master had the cultivation of the Dharma phase, the power of Linglong would have been fully displayed by Master. At that time, even if it was a little wasted, you could have gotten another 7 or 8 small spirit-gathering pearls. Lu Ping laughed and said, "This is already very good. If it weren't for Linglong's spirit-gathering secret technique, I'm afraid I wouldn't have gotten any of these 3 spiritual veins." That's right. When Linglong heard Lu Ping's praise, she suddenly became proud. Let's go and see the result of the battle between the cultivators of Taishan sect and Taishan sect. Lu Ping swallowed a spirit-replenishing pill refined from the spirit peach. The primary energy in his body was running. While refining the pill, his body turned into a clear mist again, and he fled in the direction of the increasingly fierce magic roar in the distance. At this time, there was a new variable in the battle between the disciples of Taishan sect and Tianxian sect. When Lu Ping arrived nearby, he was also surprised. Chapter 749. Among the 3rd generation of the Xian sect, there were 16 direct disciples. Each of these disciples had 1 or 2 life-saving treasures issued by the sect, and some even had more than 1. Just like how Lu Ping, the Gu clan and the Cloud Capital sect had joined forces to attack the two Xian sect cultivators. One of the two was ranked 11th among the 16 direct disciples. Not only did he have a spirit-nurturing treasure, the Xian Gold Fan, but he also had an escape talisman weapon. The other was ranked 13th, but in addition to an escape talisman weapon, he also had an even sharper Xian Divine Light Sword. Compared to the large sects in the Central Plains, the Jinling sect was far inferior. Among the third-generation disciples, except for Lu Ping, there was almost no one who had a spirit-nurturing treasure. In fact, even among the second-generation disciples, there were only a handful who had one. Among the 16 direct disciples of the Xian sect, Lu Ping now suspected that almost every one of them had a spirit-nurturing treasure. In fact, Lu Ping also knew that these people were able to have these high-level treasures more because of their sects than their own abilities. Even these spirit-nurturing treasures were specially prepared by the Xian sect for this trip to the lush Jade Swamp. After the trip, they would take them back. The only thing they could really have was an escape talisman weapon like the 111 and 13 had. Even so, the Xian sect being able to take out more than 16 spirit-nurturing treasures in one go was enough to be regarded as rich. In fact, as an outstanding disciple of a sect, the sect would give them 1 or 2 life-saving treasures. It was just that each sect would give them different things according to their own strength. Lu Ping had also received life-saving treasures or secret techniques from Lu Tianling and Laozu, but compared to the Xian sect, these things were obviously several levels lower. Lu Ping used the Linglong wine cauldron to condense 3 small spirit veins into 2 spirit-gathering pearls. When he returned to the place where the two sects had fought, he suddenly found that the scale of the battle between the two sides seemed to have expanded, and the trend of expansion was still continuing. Lu Ping hid 4 or 5 miles away, quietly observing the battle in the distance with his divine thoughts in case he got caught in the crossfire. Not to mention the Supreme Profound Sect and the Heavenly Profound Sect, there were also more than 10 late core forging stage cultivators from the Spirit Martial Sect and the Huayu Sect. These sects were standing with the Supreme Profound Sect. In addition, there were more than 20 cultivators from the Hebei cultivation world who had secretly linked up with a dozen small and medium-sized sects to cause trouble for the spiritual martial sect. Now, it was obvious that everyone had shed all pretenses of cordiality. Although there were no Dharma adepts among them, more than 40 late core forging adepts gathered together to fight. Under such circumstances, even a Dharma adept would not be able to display his full strength. However, although the Supreme Profound Sect and the Spiritual Martial Sect had joined forces, the disciples of the Heavenly Profound Sect obviously did not join forces with the various sects of the Hebei cultivation world. Although both sides had the same enemy, they did not form a tacit understanding. Otherwise, with the original advantage of the Hebei cultivation world and the Heavenly Profound Sect cultivators, they would not have been able to fight evenly with the Spiritual Martial Sect and the Supreme Profound Sect. In fact, at this time, most of Lu Ping's divine thoughts were not focused on the chaotic battle in front of him, but on the divine thoughts that were crisscrossing around him. Based on Lu Ping's divine thoughts, which were now close to the mid-Dharma adept level, at this time, there were at least 10 Dharma adepts hidden in the void around him. However, for some reason, these Dharma adepts of the Laozi were actually just watching from the sidelines. As a result, there was only one Dharma adept in the middle of the battle, Fan Yuqing, who was the second most powerful of the third-generation disciples of the Supreme Profound Sect. Although the 3 rolling thunder swords of the Heavenly Profound Sect could fight against an early Dharma adept, Fan Yuqing was obviously not an ordinary early Dharma adept. Under Fan Yuqing's crazy attacks, the 3 rolling thunder swords could only block and not fight back, and it looked like they would not be able to hold on for much longer. Lu Ping was on the sidelines analyzing the gains and losses, hesitating whether he could also join in and gain some benefits. At this time, Lu Ping's expression suddenly changed. The 2 flying swords in his hands suddenly disappeared, and when they reappeared, they were near where Fan Yuqing and the 3 rolling thunder swords were fighting. Under Fan Yuqing's powerful attacks, the 3 rolling thunder swords were already at the end of their tether. Fan Yuqing laughed coldly and said, "Today, I will make the name of the 3 rolling thunder swords become history in the plains training world. The Taishan thorn in his hand split into 3, and then 3 into 9. As the 3 rolling thunder swords cried out in alarm, it pierced through the combined defense of the 3 and pierced towards different parts of their bodies. The Taishan thorn was a type of needle-shaped treasure of the Supreme Profound Sect, and it was also a kind of inherited remarkable power of the Supreme Profound Sect. This remarkable power could at most split the Taishan thorn into 81 needles, and thus reach the level of a supreme remarkable power. But in fact, when the Taishan thorn split into 3, it could already be considered a rather powerful minor ability. Needle-shaped magic treasures were known to be difficult to defend against, and they could be used to cast minor magical abilities through the use of needle-shaped magic treasures. In a sneak attack, they could even break through major magical abilities or spells. And if one could split into 3, and then 3 times into 9, then it would be a true great remarkable power. Throughout the history of the Supreme Profound Sect, there had been very few Dharma adepts who had been able to successfully master such a great remarkable power. But Fan Yuqing had been able to master such a great remarkable power right after he had advanced to the Dharma stage. It was no wonder that he had been able to sit so firmly in the second position among the third-generation disciples of the Supreme Profound Sect. And above the 3 into 9, the 81 Taishan thorns would be able to deduce the 9 into 1, and then one would be able to achieve a supreme remarkable power. It was just that in the history of the Supreme Profound Sect, only 2 Laozu who had advanced to the true soul stage had ever achieved this. And after mastering these 2 great remarkable powers, these 2 Laozu had become famous throughout the entire world of practitioners, and this was also the only time in the history of the Supreme Profound Sect that they had been able to completely overwhelm the Tianxian sect. Unfortunately, the Tianxian sect's heritage was far beyond that of the Supreme Profound Sect, and the 2 attempts by the Supreme Profound Sect to surpass the Tianxian sect had ultimately failed to overwhelm the Tianxian sect. Just as the 3 rolling thunder swords were about to fall under the Taishan thorn, 2 beams of light from the swords streaked across the sky in a strange manner that was hard to see with the naked eye, suddenly appearing before the 3 rolling thunder swords. The 2 swords circled for a moment, and countless beams of light from the swords dispersed. A vortex of light appeared in front of the 3 rolling thunder swords, swallowing the 9 Taishan thorns in one fell swoop, ready to destroy them all. The 3 rolling thunder swords, who had originally thought that they would not be able to escape death, had no time to celebrate when they heard a voice in their ears, saying, "Let's go. The monster race has already surrounded us." The 3 rolling thunder swords' faces were already pale, and they looked around, thinking of using their divine senses, but they could not find the person who had spoken. However, when the 3 of them saw the pair of flying swords in front of them, they suddenly paused, and a flying needle streaked across the sky and disappeared into the hands of Fan Yuqing, whose expression had changed slightly. Fan Yuqing stared fiercely at the pair of flying swords that were blocking the 3 rolling thunder swords, and he wanted to attack, but there was a look of hesitation on his face. "Hurry up and leave." The voice from before once again sounded in the ears of the 3 rolling thunder swords, and the 3 of them no longer hesitated to turn around and leave. If the person from before had wanted to harm the 3 of them, then there was no need for him to save them under the Taishan thorn. Previously, Junior Brother Lin had been besieged by 3 cultivators from the Supreme Mystery Sect, and in the end, he had fallen at the hands of the Supreme Mystery Sect's 8th senior brother, Qi Nan. Fortunately, at that time, for some unknown reason, the cultivators from the various sects had suddenly rushed over to fight, and the 8th senior brother and the other 2, who had been freed up, were once again dragged into the battle. This allowed the 3 rolling thunder swords to focus on dealing with Fan Yuqing's powerful attacks, allowing them to hold on until now. The 3 rolling thunder swords retreated in the direction pointed by Lu Ping. Fan Yuqing wanted to intercept them, but he was somewhat fearful of the pair of flying swords in front of him, and even more fearful of the enemy that he had yet to discover. Fan Yuqing's divine sense swept around, but he could not find the owner of the pair of flying swords. Instead, he found that there were many monster race cultivators in different directions, forming a loose encirclement, surrounding the people in the middle of the battle. Fan Yuqing was shocked. Only then did he notice that there were still many cultivators of the same level hidden in the surrounding space. This time, Fan Yuqing's heart was even more uncertain. When he turned around, he saw that his 8th junior brother, Qi Nan, and 2 of his sect's disciples were resisting the attacks of the other sects in the Hebei cultivation world with a few spirit martial sect disciples. Fan Yuqing's supreme, profound gold-splitting slash had cut down several of the cultivators from the other sects who were besieging his 8th junior brother and the others. If it was any other time, Fan Yuqing would have definitely gone forward to finish them off, but now, he couldn't care less. Retreat, leave this place. Fan Yuqing only turned his head and spoke to his 8th junior brother and the others. Then, he opened a spatial door and entered. He had a bad premonition in his heart. He had to find out who these dozen or so cultivators of the same level were. Lu Ping discovered it early. He had already jumped out of the monster race's encirclement. The range of his divine sense was wide, and it was always outside of the 3 rushing thunder swords' divine sense. He guided the 3 of them through the gaps in the monster race's encirclement, but the 3 rushing thunder swords were unable to find Lu Ping. Behind him, the screams of battle rose and fell. After the monster race cultivators surrounded them, they immediately launched an attack on the human race cultivators who were in the midst of internal strife. More than 40 late-stage core forging human cultivators were originally an extremely powerful force. Unfortunately, they had consumed a lot of energy in the battle, and then they were ambushed by the monster race cultivators. Moreover, the monster race cultivators still had the advantage in numbers. In just the beginning, 5 or 6 of the 40 late-stage core forging cultivators had fallen, and 7 or 8 were seriously injured. Nearly a third of the cultivators had fallen. Fortunately, these people had no time to argue at this time. They had no choice but to join forces to deal with the sudden intervention of the monster race. This temporarily stabilized their position, but at this time, they were already in a precarious situation. The 3 rushing thunder swords were eventually discovered by several late-stage core forging demon cultivators behind the monster race. 5 demon cultivators surrounded the 3 rushing thunder swords. If it were any other time, it would not have been a big deal. But these 3 had been beaten like dogs by Fan Yuqing. How could they have enough Xinyuan to break out of the encirclement? The 3 of them were planning to fight to the death. But the pair of flying swords that had previously saved one of them suddenly appeared behind the encirclement of the monster race cultivators. Then, with an imposing aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas, it rushed towards the 3 of them. Brothers, kill them. Seeing the flying swords appear again, the morale of the 3 rushing thunder swords was greatly boosted. Yun Jian waved the crevice-crossing sword in his hand and stabbed out hundreds of times in a flash. This forced a monster race cultivator to retreat dozens of steps. In fact, the encirclement had already been broken the moment Lu Ping attacked. Chapter 750. Thank you for saving us, Brother Lu. If Brother Lu has time, you can visit the Tianxian sect in the cultivation world of the plains. Although the 3 of us don't have a high position in the sect, we are still quite famous. When the time comes, Brother Lu can enjoy the beautiful scenery of our Tianxian Mirror Lake. With Lu Ping's help, the 3 rushing thunder swords broke through the encirclement. When they turned back to look at the battlefield several miles behind them, they saw countless spells and treasures forming a colorful mist that stretched for several miles. The sounds of battle and explosions could be heard even from such a distance. They could not help but feel their hearts palpitate, and at the same time, they felt even more grateful for Lu Ping's help. You are too kind. I have long heard of the reputation of the Tianxian sect. I come from the overseas cultivation world and have not seen much in this small place. When I saw that the 3 of you came from the Tianxian sect, an existence second only to the 5 great sacred grounds, I could not help but want to get to know you. Please do not blame me for my recklessness. This time, Lu Ping returned to his original appearance. He smiled at the 3 rushing thunder swords and said, I have long heard of the wonders of the Tianxian Mirror Lake. If I am fated to see it, This trip to the Central Plains will not be in vain. Unfortunately, I still have some missions from the sect and need to go to a few places. However, once I complete the missions, I will go to the Tianxian sect to visit the three of you. At that time, the three of you must recognize me. Lu Ping was not afraid that the three of them would expose his lies. Not at all. Brother Lu, you must be joking. How could we dare to forget you saving our lives today? Yun Jian, the leader of the three rushing thunder swords, asked with a smile. Brother Lu actually came from the overseas cultivation world. Such skills have impressed us. Are you from the Eastern Sea cultivation world? Lu Ping waved his hand and said anxiously, What do you mean by saving our lives? It was nothing. Even if I did not make a move, I believe that with the three rushing thunder sword strength, you would have been able to break through the encirclement. However, I am not from the Eastern Sea. I am from the Northern Sea cultivation world. I am Jinling's disciple. Northern Sea? Jinling? Among the three swords, Lei Jian was a straightforward man. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, his eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. He said, If the cultivation world of the Eastern Sea can produce an outstanding talent like Brother Lu, then so be it. How can a barren place like Northern Sea have someone like Brother Lu? Second bro, there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the cultivation world. What do you know? Yun Jian glared at Lei Jian, then turned to Lu Ping and said with a smile, Brother Lu, please don't blame me. My second brother is a straightforward person. But to be honest, with Brother Lu's skills, it's really surprising that you're from the North Sea. Lu Ping waved his hand nonchalantly and said, Everyone knows that the North Sea cultivation world is barren. During this period of time in Middle-earth, I've also realized that among cultivators of the same generation, the North Sea cultivators are indeed inferior. This is the truth. Brother Lei Jian is right. Lu Ping paused and continued, As for my skills, if not for a little luck, even if I were to train for another 200 years, I might not be able to do so. At this time, among the three swords of rolling thunder, Lei Jian, who had been silent all this while, asked, Lu Ping, do you still want to swim in this swamp? If it's convenient, can you come with us? Lu Ping hurriedly shook his head and said, Looking at the situation now, I'm afraid that the various sects have lost control. Right now, the swamp is like a pot of porridge. You see, even the Dharma adepts have started to fight. I'm just here to watch the show, but now I have to leave quickly. I also advise the three of you, if there are no Laozu in the swamp to protect you, it's better to leave this place quickly. It seems that with our level of cultivation, we won't be able to do much in the swamp. Yun Jian nodded and said, Brother Lu is right, but we don't intend to leave this place for now. On the other hand, Brother Lu is alone. If you still want to watch the show, why don't you come with us to meet the few Laozu from our sect? Lu Ping smiled and declined, saying, It's better not to go. I've already wasted a lot of time in the swamp. Another day, I'll definitely go to Tianxian Mountain to visit all of you. After Lu Ping left the three rushing thunder swords, he returned to his original appearance. Saving the three rushing thunder swords was a sudden idea. Although he had a motive, he was more willing to let the three of them owe him a favor. If he followed the three of them to meet the Tianxian sect's Laozu and received the Tianxian sect's protection, this favor would fade. This time, Lu Ping headed towards the depths of the swamp. Although he knew that after the Hebei training world's human practitioners had broken through the Mara's encampment in the depths of the swamp, Lu Ping still wanted to go there and take a look. Most importantly, Lu Ping guessed that Gua Tianshan and Laozu should have gone there as well. Second brother is still in the demon clan's encirclement, fighting with the Dharma stage demon practitioners. Is it inappropriate for us to break out of the encirclement like this? What do you know? Although second brother has only been in the Dharma stage for more than 10 years, his strength is that of an ordinary mid-Dharma stage cultivator. Laozu can't stop him even if he wants to. If we stay and help him, we'll be a burden instead. Lu Ping stopped his escape light. It was really a narrow road for enemies. He did not expect to meet the Taishan sect practitioners who had been fighting with the Tianxian sect practitioners here. He did not expect them to also break out of the encirclement of the demon clan, but from their tone, it seemed that the Dharma's second brother did not come out with them. Eighth senior brother is right. Second senior brother is naturally belligerent. Even eldest senior brother doesn't want to provoke him too much. Now that he has such an opportunity, he wouldn't be second senior brother if he didn't have a good fight. I think as long as second senior brother wants to leave, the encirclement won't be able to stop him. Junior brother Gung is right. This time, the demon clan has surrounded the practitioners of the various sects, but they are actually only targeting us core forging disciples. Although Dharma and Laozu have their own restraints, the demon clan does not dare to, nor do they have the ability to, deal a fatal blow. In this regard, both sides are quite restrained. In the end, it's still us core forging disciples who cannot affect the current state of affairs in the training world. The Yulon River demons know this, and that's why they are acting so recklessly. Once our Dharma adepts are tied down, they will not be able to help. In that case, we can only rely on ourselves. Fortunately, we still have second brother. Otherwise, with our strength, it would be difficult to break out of the demon clan's encirclement. But this time, the Tianxian sect's 3 rushing thunder swords have it easy. These 3 are among the 18 direct adepts of the Tianxian sect. If we can kill them this time, it will be enough to make the Tianxian sect's heart ache. Being able to kill junior brother Lin, that traitor, is already a great harvest. I didn't expect that the spies that the profound Sky sect had placed in our sect would actually reach junior brother Lin's level. If it wasn't for me being more cautious this time and getting in touch with second senior brother, who is nearby, we would have definitely died today. Eighth brother Qi, Nan said with lingering fear. Isn't that so? Eighth brother has the foresight. I heard that the sect has recently been considering whether to accept junior brother Lin as a direct disciple. If junior brother Lin sneaks in the future, junior brother Lin's status will rise, and he will help the Tianxian sect topple our sect. Exactly. This time, eighth brother's contribution is great. With the addition of the blood Shura's accompanying spiritual treasure, eighth brother will definitely advance to the Dharma stage with the help of the sect. When that time comes, we will have to call eighth brother fourth brother. The two's compliments made eighth brother quite proud, and a proud laugh came from the green mist. I wonder who saved the 3 rushing thunder swords. Looking at his strength, even second brother is a little afraid. Could it be the swordsman of wind and cloud, the #1 swordsman among the 3rd-generation disciples of the Tianxian sect? It's not swordsman of wind and cloud. Although that swordsman of wind and cloud has also advanced to the Dharma stage, he is ranked 4th among the 18 direct disciples of the Tianxian sect. Second brother has fought with him before, and although he did not defeat him, he had the upper hand. If he met this person, second brother would not be so afraid. I think it's most likely a Dharma adept of the older generation of the Tianxian sect. How shameless. This time, when we return to the sect, we must ask second brother who it was among the 2nd-generation adepts of the Tianxian sect who saved the 3 rushing thunder swords. We will make the Tianxian sect lose face. But eighth brother, you said that the Yulon swamp was originally a barren land. The demon clan of the Yulon River only used it as a breeding ground for ferocious beasts. How could there be so many small and medium-sized spirit veins here, and they are so densely concentrated in the depths of the swamp? In addition, it is said that there are also many spirit veins. Even if it is a change in the veins of the earth, it can't be so strange, right? This question seemed to be quite sensitive, and eighth brother seemed to be thinking about it. After a while, eighth brother Qi Nan's voice came again, saying, I will only tell you. After you hear it, don't say anything else. The other 2 hurriedly said, Don't worry, eighth brother. We will not leak anything. Lu Ping followed the 3 of them from afar. Hearing this, he was also curious. He was also puzzled by the sudden appearance of the spirit veins and spirit veins in the Yulon swamp, and wanted to hear what the Tianxian sect had to say. Do you know of the Ying Tian sect? Hidden in the clear fog, Lu Ping's expression was shocked. Ying Tian sect? How could we not know of it? In the past, it was the most powerful sect in the north of the Central Plains. It is said that the Ing Tian sect had the pure Yang Laozu, who was at the peak of the Dharma Law stage, at the helm. It was a power even more powerful than the Tian Xian sect. Could it be that the change in the veins of the Yulan swamp this time has something to do with the Ing Tian sect? Didn't the Ing Tian sect turn to dust 4,000 years ago? Eighth brother Qi Nan's voice once again rang out leisurely, saying, "That's right. The Ing Tian sect has long been destroyed. Almost everything in the Ing Tian sect has been plundered, and even some secret treasures and caves have been discovered by others in the following 1,000 years. Our sect has also benefited from the destruction of the Ing Tian sect." Qi Nan's voice paused, as if recalling something, then he continued, "It has long been rumored in the world of cultivation that the Ing Tian sect had hidden a dojo in the past. As the final place of inheritance for the Ing Tian sect, it has never been discovered by the world of cultivation. In this dojo, the Ing Tian sect had once led in 2 or 3 large spirit veins to support the operation of the various formations and prohibitions in the dojo." "What, eighth brother? Are you saying that the Ing Tian sect is now hidden in the Yulan swamp?" Chapter 751. No, more than 10 years ago, the Ing Tian dojo was found by a group of mysterious cultivators. After taking all the treasures in the dojo, they destroyed the space where the dojo was located. After that, this group of cultivators was attacked by many sects in the Hebei cultivation world, Laozu. However, at that time, the calamity of Mara broke out. In the end, they took the opportunity to escape. What a pity. Oh, right. Eighth senior brother. Does the cultivation world have any guesses about the identity of that group of mysterious cultivators? It is indeed a pity. It is said that even the 5 great holy lands once sent cultivators to search the Ing Tian mountain range, but in the end, they found nothing. As for the identity of the group of cultivators who obtained the inheritance of the dojo, there are many theories in the cultivation world. Many people believe that it was the work of the overseas cultivation world, while others speculate that the various sects in the Hebei cultivation world obtained the inheritance of the dojo. In order not to leak it out, they used a group of mysterious cultivators to cover it up. However, it is said that among that group of cultivators, there was once a Dharma adept who fell under the siege of the various sections. If that was not a cover-up set up by the various sects in Hebei, then the various sects in Hebei who participated in the encirclement of this group of mysterious cultivators must know something. However, at that time, these sects all denied that they had ever killed a Dharma adept of the other party. This also caused the cultivation world to speculate that this was just a 2-man show directed by the Hebei cultivation world. Then, what exactly is in the swamp that attracted so many cultivators? Is it really to encircle and annihilate Mara? Encircling and annihilating Mara is naturally an important factor. After this encirclement and annihilation, the Hebei cultivation world will not be disturbed by Mara for at least a few decades. However, the most important thing is that after the collapse of the Ing Tian dojo more than 10 years ago, the few large spirit veins that were condensed on the spot were constantly divided due to the changes in the earth veins, and most of them were distributed in the Ing swamp. This news was first discovered by the various sects in the Hebei cultivation world, and in order to consolidate their position in the Hebei cultivation world, the Spirit Martial sect took the opportunity to encircle and annihilate Mara. At the same time, they secretly allied with our sect to fight against the other sects in the Hebei cultivation world that opposed the Spirit Martial sect's promotion to a large sect. Hearing this, Lu Ping had basically figured out what he wanted to know. The 3 people from the Supreme Profound sect did not realize that as they moved forward, the fog around them became thicker and thicker. Strange, 8th senior brother, why has the fog around us become so thick? The 8th senior brother's expression changed, and his divine spirit suddenly swept around. His face immediately became gloomy, and he said, "Not good. My divine spirit has been restricted. We have fallen into someone's ambush." The 3 of them each took out their own magical weapons, each standing in a simple formation. The 8th senior brother said in a loud voice, "I am Qi Nan, a disciple of the Supreme Profound sect. My two junior brothers and I happened to pass by this place and mistakenly entered your formation. I ask you to be magnanimous and let us out. The Supreme Profound Sect, is it so powerful? A voice came from an unknown direction toward the three of them. It's him. It's the Tianxian sect Dharma adept who rescued the three rushing thunder swords. The eighth senior brother and the others easily recognized that this voice was exactly the same as the voice of the person who had previously rescued the three rushing thunder swords and the two flying swords that even the second senior brother Fan Yuqing was greatly afraid of. Their expressions inevitably carried a trace of despair. Even the second senior brother was not willing to provoke him easily. How could they be his opponent? Lu Ping did not care whether the other party was desperate or not. He originally came for the companion's spiritual treasure in their hands to kill them and rob them. It was better if they were desperate. It would make it easier for Lu Ping to deal with these people. The autumn water Yiren sword made a series of flying whirlwinds. This was a kind of magical sword technique that Lu Ping had obtained from the ancient books of the Yingtian dojo. This kind of sword technique was originally created for the use of the two flying swords. A disciple of the Supreme Profound Sect who followed Qi, Nan used the magical weapon in his hand to block the autumn water sword, but was no longer able to stop the Yiren sword. Another disciple next to him saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly took out his own magical weapon to help the disciple defend the Yiren sword. However, before he could withdraw his magical weapon, he suddenly felt his protective gang qi being pierced layer by layer. The disciple turned pale with fright. At this time, it was already too late to dodge. He could only circulate the inner qi all over his body, and the gauze robe he was wearing suddenly rose with a ray of light. It was actually a magical gauze robe, intended to block the magical weapon that was secretly trying to assassinate him. The disciple looked down and saw that after a dark blue flying sword pierced through the 6 layers of protective gang qi on his body, it was finally blocked by the light of the magical gauze robe. However, a huge force came from the flying sword and sent the cultivator flying more than 10 feet away. He could not breathe, and the formation formed by the 3 people was easily broken by Lu Ping. The landslide fell from the sky, and this time it was aimed at 8th senior brother Qi Nan. However, to Lu Ping's surprise, 8th senior brother Qi Nan actually took out a golden talisman the moment Lu Ping launched his attack. This talisman was all too familiar to Lu Ping. It was the escape talisman used by the cultivator, who was ranked 11th among the 15 direct disciples of the Supreme Profound Sect who had previously escaped from Lu Ping's hands and held the Supreme Profound Gold Fan. This 8th senior brother obviously wanted to take advantage of the gap between Lu Ping's attack on his 2 junior brothers to escape. What a joke. An existence that could fight against 2nd senior brother Fan Yuqing was not someone he could face. He could not care about the lives of his 2 junior brothers now. At least their deaths might be able to fight for a chance of survival for him. In fact, it could only be, maybe, because Lu Ping had long been prepared for this after the last time the disciples of the Supreme Profound Sect used the escape talisman to escape. Although the 8th senior brother did not even resist once and used the escape talisman to escape was really beyond Lu Ping's expectations, but Lu Ping still activated the talisman in his hand at the first moment. To be exact, it was a talisman weapon. A shadow of a mountain appeared above the 8th senior brother's head. The shadow fell heavily and crushed the space portal that had just been opened. If the 8th senior brother had not dodged quickly, perhaps he would have been crushed along with the space portal. The huge spiritual power impact made the 8th senior brother break out in a cold sweat. However, looking at the destroyed space portal, the cold sweat suddenly turned into a heart full of coldness. It's over. We can't escape. At this time, the 8th senior brother did not have time to think about why a Dharma manifestation Laozu would use a talisman weapon when he wanted to kill them. 8th senior brother, you. The 8th senior brother's act of escaping alone obviously made his 2 junior brothers very dissatisfied. However, now that everyone was in imminent danger because of Lu Ping, they did not dare to have any thoughts of internal strife. They just expressed their indignation. Since the escape talisman had been broken, Lu Ping naturally had no more scruples. Although the eighth senior brother's strength was indeed a great master among the late core forging practitioners of the same level, Lu Ping did not take him seriously. Under the pressure of the beautiful autumn sword, Lu Ping first used the Seven Thunder Treasures calabash to kill one of them, and then used the landslide to smash the other practitioner into meat paste because of the Water Ghost sword's invisible sword technique. Although the eighth senior brother, Qi Nan, had the strength of a peak core forging practitioner, but in a one-on-one situation, it was impossible for him to be the opponent of Lu Ping, who was a Dharma manifestation practitioner. However, Qi Nan also had a spirit-nourishing magic weapon in his hand, called the Taishan halberd. It was smelted with 7 layers of treasures, but it was a powerful magic weapon in the case of close combat. With this magic weapon in hand, it still took a lot of effort for Lu Ping to cut it under the Zhan Yuan Qi sword technique. This halberd was snatched by Lu Hai before Lu Ping had fully mastered it. This kid's favorite weapon was the halberd. This spirit-nourishing magic weapon was very difficult to use in the hands of Lu Hai, who was at the 5th level of the core forging realm, and his spiritual yuan would be exhausted after a few uses, but Lu Hai still stubbornly put it away. As long as his cultivation advanced to the 6th level of the core forging realm, this spirit-nourishing magic weapon could be used by him. The Taishan sect's famous 18 weapons, each of which was a spirit-nourishing magic weapon, were usually wielded by the direct disciples of the sect. Although this Taishan halberd was not as refined as the Taishan gold fan and the Taishan divine light sword, it was still a very rare treasure. 3 top-grade spirit stones were found on Qi Nan, the 8th senior brother, and 1 or 2 top-grade spirit stones each on the other 2. This made the number of top-grade spirit stones on Lu Ping's body surpass 10. Because of the large consumption of top-grade spirit stones, the 3 of them had more than 300 pieces on them, which was not a small fortune. The large sects in the Middle Earth were indeed rich and powerful. Although the Taishan sect didn't have the title of a large sect, it had the strength of a large sect, and the wealth of its disciples made Lu Ping feel ashamed for his Zhanling sect disciples. The large sects and forces of the Central Plains were indeed rich and overbearing. Although this Taishan sect did not have the name of a large sect, it had the strength of a large sect. The wealth of its disciples made Lu Ping feel ashamed for Zhanling's fellow disciples. There were also 4 or 5 other psychic magic weapons, but now that Lu Ping was not interested in them, the only things that could arouse his interest were the spirit-nourishing magic weapons. Of course, there was no need to mention the spirit treasures. There were usually only 2 ways to obtain the accompanying spiritual treasure of the Blood Shura. The first was to kill the Blood Shura when it was least expecting it. This way, it could be obtained before it could detonate its accompanying spiritual treasure. The chances of success in such a situation were extremely slim. A Blood Shura's strength was at least equivalent to that of an early Dharma adept. With the help of the accompanying spiritual treasure, even a mid-Dharma adept would not be able to kill it. It was really not an easy task to kill the Blood Shura in one blow. The other way was for the Blood Shura to voluntarily pass on the spirit treasure in its hands to a Shura of the same clan, so that the Shura could absorb the essence of the Blood Shura in the spirit treasure to increase its level of training. This kind of inheritance would often be decided by the Blood Shura, and the inheritance would be realized in a short period of time. It was rare for the 8th brother and the others to encounter a situation where the time for inheritance was delayed in order to fight for the spirit treasure. The spirit treasure in Lu Ping's hands should have belonged to a wood element Blood Shura. After being refined into a spirit treasure, it was difficult for Lu Ping to use its full power in his hands, which made Lu Ping feel that it was a pity. Chapter 752. There were 2 heaven and earth spiritual objects and mystical objects that Lu Ping was looking forward to, but their quality was too low. Lu Ping was not interested in them, so he put them away in his own storage device. After burning the 3 corpses to ashes, Lu Ping turned around and continued to move deeper into the swamp. Along the way, he found a few Mara, but they were all killed by Lu Ping. He obtained a few good spiritual materials and a few soul-devouring crystals of low quality. Not long after Lu Ping entered the depths of the swamp, he sensed a voice transmission jade slip suddenly shattering the void around him. A small space portal opened and jumped out from it. Lu Ping held the jade slip in his hand and scanned it with his divine sense. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately crushed the jade slip in his hand. The ocean-crossing boat under his feet flashed, and he did not care that flying like this would attract the attention of the cultivators hidden in the clear fog. He hurriedly flew southwest. Guotianshan Laozu's injuries were naturally faked. After the human clan cultivators, mainly from the Hebei cultivation world, broke through the Mara's encampment in the depths of the swamp, a large number of Mara spread in all directions. Guotianshan Laozu's camp must have been attacked because it was relatively close to the center of the swamp. At this time, Guotianshan Laozu naturally could not pretend to be sick, but in order not to be discovered by others, Guotianshan Laozu had to secretly leave the camp and wander alone in the swamp. Guotianshan Laozu was also lucky. After killing dozens of Mara and fighting with a blood Shura, Guotianshan Laozu accidentally found a medium-sized spirit vein at the edge of the swamp. At this time, Guotianshan Laozu also had a guess about the purpose of encircling Mara in the Inyu swamp. However, when he passed the center of the swamp, he found many traces left behind when the earth veins were pulled. Obviously, the area with the most concentrated spirit veins had been divided by the powerful sects that had attacked the central area first. Yingshan Immortal Academy was a new small force in the Hebei cultivation world, ranked last among the 12 small forces. Now that they could find a medium-sized spirit vein, it was already a great surprise for Guotianshan Laozu, who was from the North Sea. It should be known that Guotianshan Laozu had managed Yingshan Immortal Academy for more than 10 years, but he had barely increased the number of medium-sized spirit veins from the academy from 1 to 2. Otherwise, Guotianshan Laozu would not have coveted the 6 miniature spirit-gathering pearls that Lu Ping had obtained from the Fist Valley. Just as Guotianshan Laozu was about to set up the guiding formation, 2 Dharma laws of the Luyang sect suddenly attacked, wanting to snatch the medium-sized spirit vein from Guotianshan Laozu's hands. Guotianshan Laozu was not willing to let this go. Naturally, the two sides fought fiercely. Guotianshan Laozu was confident that if it was a one-on-one fight, he would definitely be able to defeat any one of them. However, now that the two of them had joined forces, Guotianshan Laozu could only barely hold on. The situation was very passive from the start. Fortunately, Guotianshan Laozu had been sent by Jinling to the Central Plains to establish a force, so he naturally had many tricks up his sleeves. Even though he was at a disadvantage, he was still able to remain undefeated under the fierce attacks of 2 practitioners of the same level. This Luyang sect was also one of the 12 small sects in the Hebei training world. However, the strength of this sect was far from what the Yingshan Immortal Academy could compare to. Similarly, there were 4 early Dharma laws Laozu in the sect, and their strength was not weaker than the Huayu sect, which was determined to become a medium-sized sect. This time, the Luyang sect had sent 2 Dharma laws adepts into the Inyu swamp. Naturally, they had a reason for doing so. In reality, they had also managed to snatch a few small-sized spirit veins from the various sects in the depths of the swamp. It was just that they did not have a share of the medium-sized spirit veins. The large-sized spirit veins in the Yingtian dojo had been broken down into many medium-sized spirit veins, small-sized spirit veins, and micro-sized spirit veins due to the changes in the Earth's meridians. Then, they were distributed throughout the entire swamp. Most of them were in the center of the swamp. This was also the reason why the Shura and the demonic Azuras were entrenched in the center of the swamp. Although the 2 Laozus had some gains, it was clear that these gains were not enough to satisfy them. In reality, their luck was not bad. After not having any more gains in the center of the swamp, the 2 of them had tried their luck and wandered around the swamp. They had not expected that the 2 of them would actually follow Guotianshan Laozu and find this medium-sized spirit vein that had previously been occupied by a blood Shura and had now retreated. Guotianshan, if you retreat now, we will not make things difficult for you. In the future, we will not interfere with your Yingshan Immortal Academy's business. If you really want to tangle with us, Even if our Luyang sect does not obtain this medium-sized spirit vein, do you think that your Yingshan Immortal Academy will have a good life in the future? When Lu Ping arrived, one of the Laozus from Luyang sect was shouting at Guotianshan Laozu. That's right, Guotianshan. Think carefully. If this continues, think about whether your Yingshan Immortal Academy will be able to withstand the wrath of my Luyang sect. With a loud rumble, a towering mountain descended from the sky. The great divine power of moving mountains and filling seas. It's this move again. Retreat quickly. Guotianshan Laozu's great divine power of moving mountains and filling seas had become even more unstoppable after his cultivation had advanced to the Dharma manifestation stage. Cultivators of the same level who encountered this great divine power would usually have to retreat. However, this great divine power required a huge amount of vital energy to be used, which gave the user a headache. Above Guotianshan Laozu's head was a huge treasure that looked like a mountain. It was the Feilai Peak, and the mountain-driving whip in his hand was also a spirit-nurturing treasure. It was because of these two treasures that Guotianshan Laozu was able to stand firm under the attacks of two cultivators of the same level. Guotianshan, although this great divine power of yours is very powerful, how many times can you use it? Let's go. Since he is not willing to retreat, we might as well let him leave some of his treasures behind. That way, people will not say that our Luyang sect's two Dharma adepts could not handle him alone. The two treasures Laozu attacked Guotianshan Laozu from two different directions. However, for some reason, Guotianshan Laozu turned around and attacked one of the Laozu, leaving his back to the cultivator rushing over from the other side. This Laozu was naturally not stupid enough to think that Guotianshan Laozu had forgotten to guard against him. He used all his power to cast spells and controlled his treasures to attack Guotianshan Laozu. At the same time, he carefully watched Guotianshan Laozu, ready to deal with Guotianshan Laozu's next move. However, what he waited for was not Guotianshan Laozu's trump card, but a pair of flying swords that suddenly attacked him from behind. After secretly communicating with Guotianshan Laozu, Lu Ping's first move was the Great River Flows East sword technique. The continuous sword light was like endless waves falling from the sky, each wave higher than the one before it, rushing towards Guotianshan. Due to Lu Ping's surprise attack, this Laozu was actually unable to recover from Lu Ping's continuous attacks. He retreated all the way, separating himself from the other Laozu. When this Dharma adept realized that his opponent was actually an 8th level core forging adept, this adept was instantly enraged. The treasure in his hand transformed into a huge reef, standing upright in the midst of the sword wave, forcibly splitting Lu Ping's great sword technique in half. However, before this Laozu could even prepare to counterattack, a sky-piercing sword light that looked somewhat similar to the Yulon River Khoi clan's essential energy sword technique, but it was also somewhat different. The sword light descended from the sky, chopping down the treasure that his treasure had transformed into. A creaking sound could be heard, and Fa Xiang Laozu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his divine will. He hurriedly retracted his treasure, only to see that the treasure had already been destroyed by the sword light. Fa Xiang Laozu let out an angry roar. Although he no longer dared to underestimate the cultivator in front of him, he still believed that it would not be difficult for him to defeat the person in front of him. Clang, a strange long sound suddenly rang out from Laozu's body, and a strange divine will, like many thin needles, pierced towards Lu Ping's divine will. A huge shadow slowly rose from behind this Laozu, transforming into a huge silver cicada. Dharma power, the cicada Dharma power that was formed when a cultivator with the cicada bloodline advanced to the Dharma stage. Lu Ping's heart sank. He did not think that this Laozu in front of him would be able to summon his Dharma power so quickly. This was usually a method that Dharma adepts used to fight with their lives on the line. With a sweep of his divine will, Lu Ping instantly understood the reason. At this time, Guotianshan Laozu, who was no longer being held back by another Dharma adept, had immediately displayed his prowess. With the flying peak in his hands and the mountain-driving whip in his hands, he had forced the Dharma adept of the Luoyang sect to retreat. If he did not defeat Lu Ping, then he would have to face Gui Tianshan Laozu's attacks one by one. Lu Ping made a prompt decision. The Autumn Water Sword continued to use the Great East Stream technique. Streams of sword techniques continued to exert pressure on this Dharma power Laozu. At the same time, the Yiren sword transformed into a sword dragon, roaring and biting towards the Dharma power in the sky. As for the flowing long sword, it transformed into a whirlpool of sword light. As Lu Ping continued to study different types of sword techniques, the power of the great sword techniques in Lu Ping's hands had become stronger and stronger. The 3 spirit-nurturing grade flying swords in Lu Ping's hands displayed the 3 great sword techniques. With such strong inner yuan and powerful divine will, even an ordinary Dharma adept would have to expend a lot of energy to display them. But now it was being used by a core forging level 8 adept like Lu Ping. However, the Dharma power was the trump card of a Dharma adept. How could its power be destroyed so easily by Lu Ping's great sword techniques? The giant silver cicada flapped its wings and the torrent of swords was immediately diverted. Although Lu Ping's divine sense was no weaker than the sword Jiao Jiao's, it still gave Lu Ping a headache. The sentient sword Jiao Jiao instantly turned into a dead Jiao Jiao, disintegrating before it could even get close to Lu Ping. The giant cicada crashed into the whirlpool of sword light. Layers of sword light scraped off the giant cicada's body, and under the attack of the Great East Stream technique, the giant cicada's body became smaller and smaller. But in the end, it still broke the whirlpool. A giant silver mouthpart stabbed towards Lu Ping. Suddenly, a colorful cloud rose around Lu Ping's body, forming a huge light screen, trying to block the silver cicada's attack. Chapter 753. A tearing sound could be heard as the multicolored curtain of light was first pierced through by the mouth part of the cicada, and then it was torn apart by the 6 legs of the cicada. The entire body of the cicada had passed through the curtain of light. The cicada continued to stab at Lu Ping with its mouth part, but suddenly, a white jade lotus appeared on Lu Ping's chest. A beam of light shot out from the center of the lotus, and the silver cicada that was trying to stab Lu Ping was frozen in midair like a puppet. Immediately after, 2 more beams of multicolored light shot out from Lu Ping's chest, and in an instant, the silver cicada Dharma power was punched through 2 holes about half a foot wide.
Ah!
A cry of pain could be heard from afar, and the silver cicada Dharma power, which had been punched through with 2 holes, flew back at lightning speed. Lu Ping kept the water-controlling flag that he had been holding tightly in his hand and thought to himself, what a close shave. When he looked up, he saw that the Dharma power, Laozu, had already flown to the edge of the sky. It was obvious that he was about to leave, and he seemed to be in a panic, as if he was afraid of something. It was only then that Lu Ping noticed that there was no sound coming from the direction where Gui Tianshan Laozu and the other Dharma power, Laozu, were fighting. When Lu Ping turned his head to look, he saw that Gui Tianshan Laozu was flying slowly towards Lu Ping. This kid is not bad, to be able to defeat a Dharma adept. Even though Gui Tianshan Laozu already knew that Lu Ping had the ability to fight against an early Dharma adept, when he saw it with his own eyes, Gui Tianshan Laozu did not hide the shock on his face. Instead, he was more happy that Lu Ping's ability had increased. Without the other Laozu holding him back, Gui Tianshan Laozu easily defeated his opponent. After his opponent escaped, the Dharma power of the Dharma adept who was fighting Lu Ping had coincidentally been pierced by Lu Ping. Although it was not a serious injury, Lu Ping had initially wondered why his opponent had retreated, but when he saw Gui Tianshan Laozu flying towards him, he naturally understood the reason. Gui Tianshan Laozu saw that Lu Ping had reached out to retrieve the 2 multicolored orbs of light into his core space, so he asked, just now, what kind of treasures were those 2 multicolored orbs of light that pierced through the Dharma power? How come I've never seen them before? And that white jade lotus doesn't seem to be an ordinary item either. How come every time I see you, you are able to take out treasures that are completely new to us? Could it be that you're tired of being a treasure boy and are ready to become a treasure boy, Laozu? Lu Ping hurriedly waved his hands and said, Uncle, please don't make fun of me. My little tricks are nothing in your eyes. Just now, if that person had not seen that Uncle had already defeated his comrade and wanted to retreat, I would not have been able to hold on any longer. Guotianshan Laozu could naturally see that there were some things that Lu Ping did not want to say out loud, but he did not want to lie to himself, so he did not pursue the matter further and said, Let's first set up a traction array on this spirit vein, then we will retreat to the swamp. I feel that the atmosphere in this swamp is a bit strange. If we stay any longer, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. Lu Ping could not help but admire Guotianshan Laozu's intuition. As he set up the traction array, he also told Guotianshan Laozu about what he had seen and heard in the past few days. Then he heard that the Spirit Martial Sect and the Taishan Sect had joined forces, and that the sects in Hebei had formed an alliance in order to suppress the rise of the Spirit Martial Sect. At this time, the Tianxian Sect had come out of nowhere to fight against the Taishan Sect, but they did not join forces with the other sects in Hebei. After that, when the cultivators of the various sects were fighting, they were secretly surrounded by the Demon Clan. After a great battle, Guotianshan Laozu's expression became more and more serious. He said, The situation seems to be worse than we expected. I'm afraid we cannot stay in this swamp for another day. The two of them set up the traction array. Guotianshan Laozu placed an array disk in it and then activated the array. The entire array shook rapidly, and then the entire ground shook. Guotianshan Laozu and Lu Ping rose into the sky one after the other, looking at the changes in the earth beneath their feet. This time, when they entered the swamp, only the traction array that the three Laozu had on them could be activated after they had finished setting it up. As for the array that Lu Ping had set up, because his cultivation had not reached the Dharma stage, he could not use his space magic. He had to return to the Yingshan Immortal Academy to be able to activate the array. Uncle Master, how is your harvest in the swamp this time? Haha, the Central Plains is really rich. In less than 2 months, the old man had to pretend to be sick, but he still found many good things. In addition to this spirit vein and the 3 or 4 small spirit veins that you found before, as well as the things that your Uncle Master Liang and Uncle Master Chu found, we have reached 2 medium spirit veins in the swamp this time. There are also some small spirit material mines and so on. Many of them are not important to other sects, so we have all used the traction array to change the spirit veins. Lu Ping said happily, This can be considered a great harvest. Guotianshan Laozu shook his head and said, If it wasn't for this medium spirit vein, our harvest would not be considered much. That's right, Uncle Master. How are Uncle Master Liang and Uncle Master Chu? They should have already succeeded by now, right? The two of them flew out of the swamp. Along the way, they saw a ray of light flying across the sky. Guotianshan Laozu shouted, Is that fellow Yin Hui from the Yintang sect, the old man Guotianshan? The ray of light suddenly stopped midway, then changed direction and flew towards Lu Ping and Guotianshan. Fellow Guotianshan, it really is you. That day, when a group of Mara broke through the camp, the old man was still looking for you. Unexpectedly, things happened so suddenly that the old man lost track of you. Fortunately, it seems like you didn't suffer any losses. Yin Hui said to Guotianshan with a smile, when she saw that although Guotianshan Laozu still looked a little tired, his injuries were obviously mostly healed. At the same time, she also glanced at Lu Ping and nodded slightly. Guotianshan Laozu looked at the slightly disheveled Yin Hui Laozu and asked in surprise, Fellow Yin Hui, what happened to you? Why do you look like you just fought with someone? Yin Hui Laozu looked at Guotianshan Laozu in surprise and asked, What's wrong, fellow Guotianshan? Don't you know? What? Guotianshan Laozu and Lu Ping could more or less guess what Yin Hui Laozu was going to say, but the two of them still asked with a look of ignorance. Sai, you two are really lucky. Sai, fellow Taoists, you two are quite lucky. It looks like you did not get caught up in the battles of the past few days. These few days, the situation in the swamp has been chaotic to the extreme. Not only are the sects in the Hebei region fighting amongst themselves, even the Profound Sky and Profound Sky sects from the plains have gotten involved. In addition, there are also cultivators from the plateau and the Hunan region. Some people even saw cultivators from the Yuan clan and the Five Holy Lands. I wonder if it's true or not. After that, the Yulon River's monster clans also joined the fray to take advantage of the situation. Following Lu Ping's pretentious exclamation, Guotianshan Laozu's face was also full of shock. He said, "There's actually such a thing? How is this possible?" Yin Hui Laozu sighed and said, "Why is it impossible? First, a mid-Dharma stage elder Linkong died in the Lingwu faction, and even now, we still don't know who the murderer was. After that, even the early Dharma stage elder Lingyun died under the sneak attack of the monsters. Now, only the great practitioner Wu Lingfeng is left, and he brought a few remaining core forging adepts of the Lingwu faction out of the swamp." Guotianshan Laozu and Lu Ping were shocked at first, but then they were overjoyed. They knew that Yin Hui Laozu was actually opposed to the Lingwu faction becoming a large sect. She said that because she was sad to see a cultivator of the same generation die like that. The other sects have all suffered losses. This time, the Hebei sect's initial plan was to completely occupy the Yingyu swamp and take the opportunity to squeeze out the power of the monsters. But now, it seems that it's good enough to occupy half of it. Fortunately, the spirit veins in the swamp have already been taken by all the sections. Otherwise, this trip to the swamp could be considered a loss. Looking at Yin Hui Laozu's disappointed expression, Guotianshan Laozu did not know what to say. This time, of the 3 late core forging adepts who followed Yin Hui Laozu into the swamp, 2 had died in the swamp. The remaining 1 had already been sent back to the sect, so it could be said that they had dodged a calamity. At this time, Lu Ping suddenly thought of something and said, "Dare I ask, Senior, although this time the human sects are fighting amongst themselves, once the monsters attack, the various sects should also end their internal conflicts and unite against the outside world. This is the rule set by the 5 Holy Lands. Although the Yulon River monsters are powerful, at this time, the various sects in the swamp are in a state of turmoil. Once they unite, they should not let the Yulon River take half of the swamp, right?" Hearing Lu Ping's words, Yin Hui Laozu immediately sighed and said, "My dear nephew is right. Originally, when the Yulon River monsters attacked, the human race cultivators were prepared to give them a head-on blow. But who would have thought that at this time, something big would happen to the Huayu sect, causing the various sects to panic and lose the will to fight, and hastily end this trip to the swamp?" Lu Ping and Guotianshan looked at each other. Lu Ping pretended to be surprised and asked, "Huayu sect? The sect that had one of their Dharma adepts killed by the monsters? Aren't they just a small sect? How can they affect the overall situation of the entire Hebei's cultivation world?" Yin Hui Laozu laughed bitterly and looked at the equally confused Guotianshan Laozu. He said, "Do you also think that the sects are making a big deal out of nothing?" Without waiting for Guotianshan Laozu to reply, Yin Hui Laozu continued, "It's no wonder. Who would have thought that after the Huayu sect sent out all their Dharma adepts, their own sect's headquarters would be completely destroyed by 2 Dharma adepts?"
What?
Guotianshan Laozu and Lu Ping both exclaimed, "How is this possible? Who would have such guts? And how did they break through the Huayu sect's protective formation? Even if there were no Dharma adepts in the sect, to break through the protective formation would not have been so easy, would it?" Restriction-breaking talismans. These 2 early Dharma bandits used 4 5-color restriction-breaking talismans in one go to break through the protective formation of the Huayu sect. Then, the 2 of them rushed into the sect and looted the place before retreating calmly. Sigh, from now on, the Huayu sect will decline and rise to become a mid-sized sect. Who knows how long more the Huayu sect will have to work towards this dream, and how many generations of hard work they have to put in. Chapter 754. When the news of Huayu sect's destruction reached the swamp, the other sect's Laozu no longer had any thoughts of fighting the demon race for the abundant jade swamp. They didn't dare to stay in the swamp for too long, and they all brought their disciples back to their sections. The operation launched by the Hebei cultivation world to expand their sphere of influence ended up with a hasty ending. Lu Ping and Guotianshan Laozu bid farewell to Yin Hui and Laozu after leaving the swamp. The two of them flew back to Yingshan Immortal Academy. Liang Tianfeng and Chu Tiancheng had already returned to Immortal Academy a long time ago. When the Great Formation was activated, Lu Ping and Guotianshan Laozu had already entered Immortal Academy. They immediately sensed that the density of the spiritual energy inside had greatly increased. The disciples of Immortal Academy all had joyous smiles on their faces. Clearly, they already knew that this was the work of the sect's Laozu. Lu Ping hurriedly went to the center of the Great Formation to set up a guiding formation, and then activated the Great Formation in the swamp. The entire Immortal Academy shook again, and 3 small spirit veins were guided back. The total number of spirit veins in the entire Immortal Academy was close to 4 medium spirit veins. The disciples of Immortal Academy were already extremely familiar with this kind of earth-shaking and mountain-shaking situation. A moment after Lu Ping activated the Great Formation, the disciples of Immortal Academy once again let out a wave of cheers. They clearly sensed that the density of the spiritual energy in the sect had increased again. Lu Ping activated the guiding formation again, drawing the small spirit stone vein in the swamp to the back of the mountain. Only then did he and Guotianshan Laozu run to see Liang Tianfeng and Chu Tiancheng, the 2 Laozus. "How was the harvest?" Guotianshan Laozu asked as soon as he saw the 2 Laozus in the stone cave under the cliff. Chu Tiancheng Laozu said complacently, "It went quite smoothly. Unfortunately, we couldn't extract Huayu Sect's spirit vein for Immortal Academy's use. Otherwise, this time, Huayu Sect would have taken drastic measures." Guotianshan Laozu smiled and said, "Of course, the Huayu Sect's spirit meridian cannot be touched. Otherwise, the remaining 3 Dharma adepts of the Huayu Sect would definitely be able to trace the movements of the spirit meridian to the Celestial Academy. You don't know that the 2 of you have committed such a Dharma theft, but it has caused all the cultivators in the Hebei training world to be in a state of panic. Now, most of them have already retreated from the swamp and returned to their own sections. If they find out that the Huayu Sect's spirit meridian was robbed by Celestial Academy, then we can just wait for the entire Hebei training world to be bathed in blood." That day in the swamp, Guotianshan Laozu and the others had joined hands to kill Huayu Sect's Qinghua Laozu. This had caused the remaining 3 Laozus of the Huayu Sect to move out and enter the Yingyu swamp to avenge Qinghua Laozu. However, at this time, Liang Tianfeng and Chu Tiancheng, the 2 Laozus, had taken the opportunity to leave the swamp and come to the Huayu Sect's mountain gate. After Lu Ping had brought the complete inheritance of the Ying Tian Sect's 7-colored restriction-breaking talisman back to the sect, Tian Shui Laozu and Xian Zhu Jinren's talisman crafting skills had improved greatly. Although the 5-colored restriction-breaking talisman was still difficult to craft, it was no longer as precious as before. Using 4 5-colored restriction-breaking talismans crafted by Tian Shui Laozu and Xian Zhu Jinren, they smashed a hole in the Huayu Sect's sect-protecting array. After that, the 2 Laozus were like tigers that had entered a flock of sheep, wantonly plundering the mountain gate. It was as if they wanted to turn the entire Huayu Sect's fortune upside down. Over 100 top-grade spirit stones, over 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, 3 spirit-nurturing treasures, 3 high-grade cauldrons, 8 types of earth-ranked and above spiritual items, 6 heaven and earth-ranked and above spiritual items, 2 talisman weapons, 2 complete inheritance cultivation techniques, 2 inheritances of great divine abilities and techniques. These were all things that the 2 Laozus were interested in. As for the other things that they did not like, such as mid- and low-grade spirit stones, treasures and tools that were below the level of spiritual treasures, low-grade spiritual items, strange items, incomplete inheritance cultivation techniques, divine abilities and techniques, spiritual herbs, spiritual materials, and so on, there were countless of them. If it wasn't for the fact that at least half of the sect's most precious items were carried by the sect's Laozus, the harvest this time would definitely be even greater. Chu Tiancheng Laozu was obviously not satisfied with these harvests. However, he also knew that it was impossible for him to have any ideas on the remaining 3 Laozus of the Huayu sect. The majority of these things were to be handed over to the sect. However, since they were able to plunder the Huayu sect's treasures, the 4 of them naturally had the first chance to obtain the treasures. Of the 3 spirit-nurturing treasures, Chu Tiancheng Laozu and Liang Tianfeng Laozu each took one that was suitable for them. Lu Ping was not careless either. He took away 1,000 high-grade spirit stones for cultivation. He chose 2 suitable items for the 7 treasures Thunder Gourd to devour. He took away a quarter of the 3,000-year-old spirit herbs and picked out some of the other 1,000-year-old spirit herbs and 500-year-old spirit herbs. As one of the 3 great alchemy grandmasters of Jinling, Lu Ping had the right to take a quarter of the 3,000-year-old spirit herbs that the sect had obtained under any circumstances. The other 2 grandmasters also had a quarter each, and the remaining quarter was left for the other alchemy grandmasters of the sect to hone their alchemy skills, or as the sect's reserves. As for the remaining items, the 3 Laozu each picked them out. Then, they left a portion of the cultivation resources in the Yingshan Immortal Academy as a reserve. Only then did Chu Tiancheng Laozu put the rest of the items into a huge storage bag, preparing to bring it back to Jinling. This time, the Yingshan Immortal Academy, or rather, Jinling, instigated conflict among the various sects in the Hebei training world. At the same time, they added fuel to the fire and prevented the spiritual martial sect from unifying the Hebei training world and becoming a large sect. The 3 Dharma adepts of the spiritual martial sect entered the swamp. 1 early Dharma adept and 1 mid-Dharma adept perished. In the end, only the great adept Wu Lingfeng led the few remaining core forging disciples out of the swamp. This was a huge blow to the ambitious spiritual martial sect. The human practitioners, Mara tribe, beasts and demons from various regions and sects engaged in a chaotic battle in the swamp. In the end, most of the Mara tribe was annihilated. The human practitioners also suffered heavy casualties. It was said that other than the 2 Dharma adepts of the spiritual martial sect who perished, 5 other Laozu also perished. 2 of them were practitioners from the Hebei training world, while the other 3 were practitioners from other sections. Although the demons had the geographical advantage and had launched a surprise attack, they were still just the demons of the Yulon River. In the end, they were suppressed by the combined forces of the humans, and 5 or 6 demon Laozu cultivators perished. Other than Mara, the number of core forging adepts who perished from various sects and races reached more than 150. Of the 81 practitioners from the 18 sects of the Hebei training world who had entered the swamp, only slightly more than half made it out. Apart from these incidents, the Tianxian sect and the Tianxian sect, the 2 large sects in the lower reaches of the Yulon River, who had always been at odds with each other in the Yulon swamp. Also, the Huayu sect's lair had been raided by 2 Dharma bandits, causing the Hebei training world to suffer a great defeat in the swamp. The former was not a strange occurrence in the training world, but the latter was something new. Everyone in the training world was trying to guess the identities of the 2 Dharma bandits. Unfortunately, the 3 Laozu from the Huayu sect had come out in full force, and the remaining core forging adepts were unable to see through the disguises the 2 Dharma bandits were wearing. After the incident in the swamp came to an end, Chu Tiancheng Laozu returned to the North Sea alone, while Liang Tianfeng Laozu stayed behind. This time, he would appear at the Yingshan Immortal Academy at an appropriate time to slowly familiarize himself with the disciples of the academy. 20 years later, he would replace Gui Tianshan Laozu as the overseer of the Yingshan Immortal Academy. The position of mountain head of the Celestial Academy was usually changed every 10 years, while the position of Dharma Laozu changed every 30 years. However, before this, Liang Tianfeng Laozu still had a mission from the sect. He needed to travel to the Central Plains and observe the situation in the Central Plains training world. After the trip to the swamp, the Yingshan Immortal Academy kept a low profile and became completely silent. They focused all their attention on supervising the training of the disciples from the Celestial Academy. Even so, the news that the Yingshan Immortal Academy had obtained a medium-sized spirit vein from the swamp still spread like wildfire in the Hebei training world. In particular, the news of Elder Xianping from the Yingshan Immortal Academy, who was only at the 8th stage of the core forging stage, actually had the ability to fight against a Dharma adept and had even joined forces with Guitianshan to snatch the spirit vein from the hands of 2 Dharma adepts from the Luyang sect. This news shocked all the late core forging stage adepts in the Hebei training world. If previously, when Lu Ping single-handedly defeated the 3 heroes of the Gu clan with 2 swords, people thought that Lu Ping had the right to challenge Dharma adepts. This time, the battle with the Dharma adepts from the Luyang sect had greatly increased the status of the Yingshan Immortal Academy in the Hebei training world. Even so, many sects in the Hebei training world were still coveting the medium-sized spirit vein that the Yingshan Immortal Academy had obtained. This was because many sects that were far more powerful than the Yingshan Immortal Academy had not obtained as much as the Yingshan Immortal Academy had during this trip to the swamp. However, with the appearance of Lu Ping, the Yingshan Immortal Academy suddenly had the power of 2 Dharma adepts. This caused many sects to hesitate. At this time, Liang Tianfeng Laozu, who was disguised as an old friend of Guitianshan and Laozu of many years, suddenly came to visit. He congratulated his old friends on establishing a sect and becoming an ancestor. After that, he chatted with Guitianshan and Laozu in the Immortal Academy. From time to time, he would also give guidance to the disciples of the Immortal Academy on the cultivation path. It was as if he had become a guest of the Yingshan Immortal Academy. This time, the Yingshan Immortal Academy instantly had the power of 3 Laozu. 2 of them were true Dharma adepts, while the other was a late core forging adept who could fight against a Dharma adept. This caused many sects that wanted to force the Immortal Academy to hand over the medium-sized spirit vein to give up on their previous plans. Lu Ping waited in the Immortal Academy for close to a month, but did not receive any news from the Green Fox 9 bandits. Although he was surprised, he did not take it to heart. After all, Sang Yu was from the Spirit Beast sect. Even if Sang Yu could not cure the poison herself, there was no guarantee that the sect would have an antidote for the green sea snake's poison. Since Green Fox was his sworn sister, Sang Yu naturally would not just stand by and watch. Perhaps the snake poison in her body had already been cured. However, if that was the case, Lu Ping and the Green Fox 9 bandits would become enemies in the future. Even the Yingshan Immortal Academy would become a thorn in the side of these 9 bandits. However, Lu Ping still did not take these 9 people seriously. After the previous battle, Lu Ping had a clear understanding of the power of the Green Fox 9 bandits. Although the combined power of the 9 bandits was comparable to a Dharma adept, Lu Ping was confident that these 9 people would not be able to do anything to him. Chapter 755. Now, Lu Ping was a little worried about the spells and powers that he had. All these years, Lu Ping had collected many spells and powers from all over the place, but most of them were used for reference with Lu Ping's 12 authentic techniques, combining their strengths into the 12 authentic techniques, causing Lu Ping's understanding of the 12 authentic techniques to improve with each passing day. Most of the spells that he could use were from the 12 authentic techniques, and while they were powerful, they lost their flexibility and versatility. During the trip to the swamp, especially after Lu Ping had repeatedly fought with the Dharma adepts, Lu Ping gradually felt that the spells and powers that he had were still lacking. He should put more effort into this. After all, Lu Ping now had quite a number of water-based spells and powers. Furthermore, the Sea of 100 Rivers technique that Lu Ping had yet to fully understand seemed to be a type of sword technique that could only be formed by combining hundreds of sword techniques and directly led to a supreme spell. Other than this sword technique, the Great River Flowing East sword technique that Lu Ping had yet to fully understand was also a sword technique that could directly lead to a supreme spell. This sword technique, in the North Sea Wave Listening technique, was just a great sword technique that was modified to achieve the Sea of 100 Rivers Flowing East sword technique. However, when Lu Ping observed Tianxiang Grand Ancestor's heavenly river of lightning during his tribulation, he gained an epiphany and upgraded the sword skill to the level of a great technique. However, when Lu Ping practiced the sword skill, he couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. It was as if there was something he hadn't fully comprehended yet, and there was still room for him to improve the sword skill further. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game more clearly. This time, when Liang Tianfeng and Laozu Chu Tiancheng came to Central Plains, Liang Tianfeng and Laozu brought a message from their teacher, Lu Tianling, for Lu Ping to go to the two major rivers of Central Plains, the Yulon River and the Skyfall River, to take a look. Lu Ping was suddenly enlightened. What was the meaning of the great river flowing eastward? Only these large rivers were truly flowing east. Perhaps that was the place for him to completely master this Fey sword art. When Lu Ping killed the eighth brother of the Supreme Mystery Sect and his party in the swamp this time, he had used a set of great swordsmanship that he had just mastered called Serial Whirling Kill. This was a complete sword art inheritance that Lu Ping had obtained from the Ying Tian sect. This inheritance was equivalent to the trunk of a giant tree. Almost all of the inherited sword art's divine abilities of the Ying Tian sect were branches of this sword art inheritance, including the flying spiral slash, a sword art divine ability that was specially used for dual flying swords. It was also a branch of this sword art inheritance. This sword art inheritance was given an interesting name by the Ying Tian sect called the Boiling Sky sword art. It could be considered the general outline of the entire Ying Tian sect's sword art inheritance. Such a general outline of a sword art inheritance was naturally only obtained by a very small number of people in the Ying Tian sect, and it was passed down by word of mouth from generation to generation of cultivators. Although this general outline was mentioned many times in the Ying Tian sect's inheritance, it was never recorded. Fortunately, Lu Ping had inherited the Fei Tian Grand Ancestor's pure Yang soul. As the pure Yang Grand Ancestor with the highest status in Ying Tian sect back then, the pure Yang Grand Ancestor's swordsmanship was naturally engraved in the pure Yang soul's inheritance. And this sword art, without a doubt, was like the 100 rivers into the sea sword art inheritance. It was also a sword art inheritance that led directly to a supreme divine ability. The difference between this and the 100 rivers into the sea sword art great divine ability was that in order to achieve this supreme divine ability, one must thoroughly study the Ying Tian sect's sword art inheritance. And to achieve the 100 rivers into the sea sword art great divine ability, one could use it as a reference as long as it was a sword art of sufficient weight. Comparing the two, the starting point for the Boiling Sky sword art was undoubtedly much higher than the 100 rivers into the sea sword art. However, the power of the two ultimate divine abilities was similar, which meant that it was easier to achieve the 100 rivers into the sea sword art great divine ability. The achievement of a great divine ability could allow a core forging adept to become a master. With 3 to 5 great divine abilities, even early Dharma adepts would not be considered weak among the adepts of the same level, and a great divine ability could often become the foundation of a medium-sized sect. A Dharma adept who had achieved a great divine ability usually had the right to establish his own sect, and an adept who could achieve 2 or more great divine abilities could often be considered invincible among the adepts of the same level, and it was not difficult for them to challenge someone of a higher level. Lu Ping was currently only at the late core forging stage, but he had already mastered more than 3 to 5 great divine abilities. Among the 12 orthodox techniques of the North Sea, other than the 4 basic techniques of the water manipulation technique, wave treading technique, stone piercing technique, and raging waves technique, the other 8 techniques, with the support of Lu Ping's inner yuan that far exceeded that of other adepts of the same level, each technique could unleash the power of a great divine ability. However, in reality, the Azure Flood Dragon Disturbing the Seas sword art, Thousand Piles Snow sword art, Art of Deceiving the Heavens and Crossing the Sea, and Art of Traveling Through Clouds and Summoning Rain could only be considered minor magic arts. The true major magic arts were the Great River Flowing East sword art and the Art of Blue Waves. After the Great River Flowing East technique had the possibility of becoming a great divine ability, other than these 3 techniques, Lu Ping now had another great divine ability, and that was the art of changing seas. This great divine ability was obviously more difficult for Lu Ping to master. The last time he used this technique in the swamp, it barely reached the level of a great divine ability. In addition to these inherited divine abilities that Lu Ping had received from the system, Lu Ping also had many other divine abilities, such as the Formless Sword Technique, the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash, the Merry Wind 18 Swords, the True Essence Sword Technique, the Water Escape Technique, the Spirit Explosion Technique, the Intentional Battle Pill, the Protective Aura Technique, the Three Pure Eyes, the Torrent of Swordsmanship, and so on and so forth. In particular, the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash was a complete system of divine ability cultivation. Right now, in the hands of Lu Ping, he could use the Minor Divine Ability Lightning Technique as well as the Great Divine Ability Lightning Technique. In the future, when Lu Ping gathered all 7 types of 3 mid-grade strange items, the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash would advance to the Spirit-Nurturing level Magic Treasure, and it would be able to use the 7 Great Divine Ability Lightning Techniques. If he could go one step further and obtain the last 7 attributes of high-grade strange items, he would be able to create a Supreme Divine Ability Lightning Technique. The number 1 divine artifact of the cultivation world would then be able to show its brilliance. If he could survive the Thunder Tribulation and become a Spirit Treasure in one fell swoop, the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash would be able to use the 7 Supreme Divine Ability Lightning Techniques, recreating the glory of the number 1 divine artifact of the cultivation world. For some unknown reason, the Cyan Fox 9 bandits didn't come looking for Lu Ping. Lu Ping put this matter to the back of his mind and began to concentrate on his secluded cultivation. His main goal was to sort out and cultivate his divine abilities and prioritize them. At the same time, Lu Ping also refined the Green Jade Glazed Liquid, a high-grade water attribute strange item that he exchanged from Sengyu in the small town outside the Abundant Jade Swamp. Like the Myriad Poison Liquid, the Green Jade Glazed Liquid was also a high-grade heaven and earth treasure. After Lu Ping refined the Green Jade Glaze Liquid, his protective energy barrier was no weaker than any defensive technique. In fact, it might even be stronger. His protective energy barrier was almost as strong as a spirit-nurturing grade defensive mystic treasure, or even comparable to a top-grade spirit-channeling mystic treasure, like the Water Control Flag. Lu Ping cultivated all kinds of divine abilities in seclusion. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. When he came out, Liang Tianfeng Laozu had already left to travel. However, before he left the Yingshan Immortal Academy, he had already spread the news in the cultivation world of Hebei that he had been invited to become a guest elder of the Immortal Academy. This was to intimidate the sects that coveted the Yingshan Immortal Academy. This was especially true for the Huayu sect, whose nest had been raided. Because more than half of their wealth had been taken away, the Huayu sect naturally set their sights on the newly risen but weak Yingshan Immortal Academy. If not for Liang Tianfeng Laozu's appearance and the Gu clan's warning, the Huayu sect would have jumped up and down among the 12 small sects and might have caused some trouble. After all, the Yingshan Immortal Academy did not have a deep foundation and did not have enough connections. In the Yingyu Swamp, the Gu clan's direct disciple, enlightened Master Gu Hun, was rescued by Lu Ping. With Lu Ping's help, the Gu clan exposed the collusion between the Supreme Xian sect and the Spirit Martial sect to plot against the disciples of the various sections. Hence, the Gu clan's action of stopping the Huayu sect could be considered as repaying a favor to Lu Ping or the Yingshan Immortal Academy. On the other hand, the Yingshan Immortal Academy's old neighbor, the Mountain Universe sect, had been very well behaved during this period. Perhaps they had seen the great increase in the Yingshan Immortal Academy's strength, but after the trip to the swamp, Yushang Laozu, who had always been hostile towards the Yingshan Immortal Academy, had restricted his disciples from getting into conflict with the disciples of the Yingshan Immortal Academy. At the same time, he had also urged his disciples to cultivate. It was said that 2 of his disciples, Pang Feiyun, had condensed a 7th-grade golden core and were already preparing to break through to the Dharma Adept stage in seclusion. As for the other one, Venerable Fei Hong, it was said that his alchemy skills had also improved greatly. Now, he could already refine pills half a step into the Dharma adept stage. His cultivation had also broken through to the 9th level of the core forging stage, becoming an influential figure in the Hebei cultivation world. Of course, these two still could not compare to Lu Ping's status in the Hebei cultivation world. Now, there was no one in the Hebei cultivation world who did not know that Elder Xian Ping of the Yingshan Immortal Academy was no weaker than a Dharma adept. At the same time, it was very likely that he was an alchemy grandmaster. The last piece of news was that after Venerable Fei Hong had successfully refined a pill half a step into the Dharma adept, he had once said that he had received guidance from Elder Xian Ping of the Yingshan Immortal Academy to achieve this. The Gu clan's alchemy grandmaster, Gu Zhou, had also confirmed this. Although Lu Ping did not publicly admit it, to be able to guide a half-step grandmaster like Venerable Fei Hong, who else could it be other than an alchemy grandmaster? After Lu Ping came out of seclusion, he went to look for Xian Tianjinren. Although Xian Tianjinren had reached the late core forging stage later than Xianbei Jinren and Xuanyu Jinren, his accumulation in the 6th level of the core forging stage was far greater than the two of them. Now, he had reached the peak of the 7th level before the two of them. Senior, has there been anything new in the Celestial Academy in the past 3 years? Lu Ping and Xian Tianjinren were chatting about some interesting news in the Hebei cultivation world, so he asked with a smile. In the past 2 years, although there have been small conflicts between the various sects, there have been no major battles. The spiritual martial sect lost 2 Dharma adepts in the Inyu Swamp, and their secret alliance with the Taishan sect was discovered by the Hebei cultivation world. After that, the Taishan sect was suppressed by the Taishan sect in the plains, and the few sects that followed the spiritual martial sect also suffered many losses. Now, the spiritual martial sect is even more isolated in the Hebei region, and their actions have been much more low-key. That's how it should be. However, although the spiritual martial sect's vitality has been damaged, it has not hurt their foundation. 2 late Dharma adepts are enough to make the other sects in the Hebei cultivation world cautious. Exactly. However, speaking of recent major events in the cultivation world, it should be related to the Qinghu 9 bandits being hunted down. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.